All right, we're about to start. Commissioner Florimond, Commissioner Smuckler, Commissioner Smith.
Wake up, Danielle. She's like 10 p.m.
No. None for you. None for you. You sure? Oh my gosh. Okay, it's gonna be. I've never seen you drinking coffee before, so.
Oh, I'm starting early because last time I drank it like at 8 or 9ish, and then I couldn't go to sleep till 3 in the morning.
Thank you so much. We might be here till 3. There's only one. That was 2.
Yes. Oh, me.
It's 2, right? One. I thought it was 2.
One. Raising Cane.
Raising Cane. Isn't the other one part of it?
The other one's not here. Huh?
It's been pulled?
No, it's not been pulled.
No, it's not been pulled.
It hasn't been pulled. It's like it's moved to another date. I think it's the 26th or something.
Which one is that?
Something like that.
I'm not going to be here on the 26th.
Uh-oh. You mean you're going to go and enjoy vacation without us?
I want to.
Yeah.
I am not going to be here with the 26th.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Fortuna's working the room. She's right there.
All right, she's coming. Yeah, Commissioner Smuckler's coming up. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. We're about to start the meeting, our commission meeting for June 17th. Wait, what is it? It's June 17th, yeah. June 17th, 2025. No, I'm not like the last guy. No, the last guy wasn't like that. The one before. I'm not June excuse me.
June 17th.
Excuse me. We're about to start the meeting. Thank you. Commissioner Smuckler, she's on her way. We're about to start our Tuesday City Commission meeting for Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. Madam Clerk, can you please read the roll?
Commissioner Florimond.
Here.
Commissioner Jean.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Present.
Commissioner Sue.
Present.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Here.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I'm here.
We have quorum, sir.
All right, next item on the agenda is invocation, Pastor Ray Martinez. Good evening, Pastor.
Allow me to do the invocation. Mayor Joseph, Vice Mayor Chernoff, and Commission. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you and thank you for this day, for your grace. We pray, as we pray, we just commit this meeting to you and acknowledge you in it. We pray that you bless this meeting. We also pray that you grant them the commission, mayor, vice mayor, the wisdom and grace to make decisions that they need to make concerning the city business, Lord. This we pray and this we ask and for your name's sake. Thank you.
Thank you.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, we're on item number 4. Do we have any requests, withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda? If you could read them out, please.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, we have quite a few.
All right.
Okay. Per the city manager's office, item. Is this better? Okay, I'm going to try again. Per the city manager's office, item 5.1, which is hurricane preparedness, that is to be withdrawn from this meeting. Per the request of Commissioners Lin Su, item 9.6 under the consent agenda, which is Resolution R 2025-69, titled Former Support for the FIFA World Cup 2026 Miami Host Committee. That is requested to be pulled from the consent agenda and heard under legislation. Per the request of Commissioner Lin Su, item 9.8 under the consent agenda titled Resolution R 2025-71 is accepting the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Police Services Hiring Program Award for the purpose of hiring 8 police officers. That is being requested to be pulled and heard also under legislation. Per the request of Commissioner Daniela Jean, item 9.10 under the consent agenda titled Resolution R 2025-73, purchase and installation of office is to be deferred to the July meeting. Per the request of Commissioner Phyllis Smith, item 9.14 under the consent agenda, which is Resolution R 2025-77, is titled Renaming Patricia A. Mishcon Athletic Field to the Jeffrey and Patricia Mishcon Athletic Field. That is to be withdrawn from the consent agenda and heard before the quasi-judicial item. Per the request of Vice Mayor Chernoff, under the discussion item, there's an item that is titled Process for Selecting New City Manager. That is to be heard first under presentation.
Discussion.
Per the request
No,
of,
discussion. First.
excuse me,
Discussion.
first under discussion.
Yeah, he's moving it forward. It was on the.
It's already under discussion now.
It's moving up to the first item of discussion.
Civility, let the chair.
Because I spoke to my, so we're moving it because before it was on the last item or on discussion. I was moving to first on discussion. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I stand corrected. That request is to be heard first under the discussion. Per the request of Commissioner Sue, item 11.6, which is Resolution R 2025-83, budget amendment to fund home rehabilitation program, that is to be deferred to the July meeting. Per the request of Commissioner Daniela Jean, item 11.7 under legislation, which is Resolution R 2025-84, is titled Establishing an Internal Budget Transfer Process, that is to be deferred to a future date. Per the request of Commissioner Sue, item 15.3, which is American Rescue Plan Act updates, is to be moved up and heard under presentation, which will now be item 5.2. Okay, per the request of Mayor Michael Joseph, an added on item will be placed under consent, and that will be to add a resolution for recess for the August month, just for the commission meeting. Another added item for Mayor and Commission will be to add a resolution for the 159th Street expansion program. Under discussion, Commissioner Sue is adding a discussion item titled Virtual Access and Accessibility to Meetings. Also to be placed under the consent agenda is an item to reschedule the commission meeting that is currently scheduled for September 16th to move it up to September 8th. That's all.
All right. Okay, before we vote on the consent, because I have an issue in regards to pulling the ARPA item, that particular regarding the home rehab program, and I don't know if because I know Commissioner Sue wants.
If y'all want us to hear,
All right,
It's-
I will. Can you calm down? Thank you. So my question is that I understand Commissioner Sue wants to pull and defer the home rehab program. I know that program is being held for a long period of time. I know there's a lot of residents that are in the pipeline waiting for those particular services. I would like to have the discussion on that issue. At least put it on discussion. I don't want to pull it and defer it to next month. I would like to have it in discussion. So if you got, I don't know if I have a motion on the second just for.
I'd move that.
I second it.
Okay. So as. Yeah, we'll put it as first as the first item for legislation. Madam Clerk, can you make that as
Legislation or discussion?
legislation? Because it's already there.
There was a motion, a second. Just take a vote.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, we got one opposed.
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead.
No, we're fine. That being said, as the proposed consent item as amended. Do I have a motion and second as approved, as amended?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I oppose.
All right. Okay, one opposed. Passes 6-1. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. Just for future reference, I know we've been kind of discussing on and off the agenda process, and I want for staff to really take note again and to come back to us with a better process, because I think there's some confusion in how we pull items, move items, et cetera, on an agenda that's already been posted.
Yeah,
And-
we had a draft agenda
Right.
going back 2 weeks ago. Oh,
Can
we,
you-
had a,
okay.
we had a draft agenda going back 2 weeks. And this is, I know we had some guidance from the former city manager of how we should do this. Like, there should be a cooling off period where you cannot add additional items, not to create confusion. I don't know, Commissioner Florman, I don't know if that's your point.
Well, that's
You have, besides not wanting it, there's timelines. that
Exactly.
Have to be advertised.
Correct.
And so on, so. when we
right.
move
So,
on-
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the whole point is we've been talking about this for months. And so staff, please pick up the pace on this, because we have residents that come to comment on particular items, or they have an agenda in their hand, and also commissioners as well. And if we're last minute changing things, moving things around, we're in essence changing the entire agenda as far as I'm concerned. And that's not what was posted. So
I will.
I just want to make sure
I'll
we
make a
address that.
commitment. Since I do chair the meeting, I will make a commitment to follow up with the city manager and the city attorney to come up with a verifiable plan for at least, if not this next meeting, the subsequent meeting from that point moving forward. Is that okay, city attorney?
Yes, sir. Am I on?
No.
Okay. Well, yes, sir. Let me just add, and certainly that what you said can be done, but I do want to clarify, under the current system, the agenda is posted. That's the agenda. However, the city commission retains the right to alter the agenda, but only under certain circumstances. There are legal confines that you cannot get around. So an example of something, nothing can be added unless the commission votes to add it. Just as a good example of something where there's something that came a little bit late to defer one of the summer meetings. That simple kind of thing that's typically not controversial, if the commission thinks that that is appropriate, you can vote to add it, because there's like a housekeeping item that you forgot. If there's something that somebody wants to talk about, but it requires more notice, you can certainly vote to add a discussion item, because no one is impacted adversely by discussion. There are things, for instance, like quasi-judicial, that if every member wanted to do it, you couldn't do anything about it, because as Commissioner Flourmont points out, some things require advance notice. There are things that are...
Commissioner Chernoff pointed that out.
Yeah, there are, I'm sorry, I take it back, Vice Mayor.
I'll take the credit.
There are things that are exigent. A good example would be adding a resolution, as you're possibly doing, at least consideration, of something regarding this 159th Street, where you have residents who are being impacted by something in real time, and the commission has the right to say, hey, normally we would give more notice on this, but our people are getting hurt, we want to act quickly, but you need to be guided if what you're doing is a resolution that would negatively impact people, that would impose fees or fines or something like that. You should not do that without advance notice. Now, we'll do what you said and we'll try to codify it, but those are rules, and sometimes it's a little hard to see them, but there are rules. It takes your vote. Nobody can do it unilaterally.
Correct.
And you have to be guided by the nature of what the proposed add-on is. Some things, just discussion. Thank
All
you.
right. So that being said, we're going to follow up subsequent meeting.
And for the record, my no vote was because we moved like 7 items, and it's not the fault of one person. You know, we obviously don't talk to each other, and, you know, like 3 or 4 different people started moving things around. So we just added to the agenda, and I hope that now we can get through
No,
the
we,
agenda.
and I, to your point, I believe me, I will follow up with both manager and council and our city attorney to streamline this a lot more efficient, to make it more efficient. Next is, since we, 5.1 has been pulled, right? The hurricane preparedness has been deferred? It's been deferred, right?
No,
Hurricane-
the American
they're
Rescue
not gonna-
Plan Act was moved up.
Okay, so, but the hurricane, I'm talking about the hurricane preparedness by the
Yes,
police.
that's,
So the next item is 5.2, American Rescue Plan,
Correct.
Assistant Manager 3. That's you? Yeah. Yeah, it's right here. It was always that, yeah. Yeah, that's because it's 5 point. The police has been deferred. They didn't. Yeah. So we're on 5.2.
So I'm gonna.
Just talk about it. Hey man, it's there.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just 1 minute since the item was moved up. We're just moving it up on to put it on the screen.
Would it be the best? Can we? The public will hear about it. You cannot unilaterally do that. I understand that, but at the same time, we did vote on it. To Commissioner Sue's point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for
Yes,
the integrity you put in.
We did.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners.
Yes.
I'm Tariq Romani, Chief Financial Officer. Staff.
I think that's the wrong presentation.
It is. That's not what I'm talking about. One of the staff would need at least 2 or 3 minutes to put. I have 2 slides just to talk a little bit about what ARPA is. But I can start. The American Rescue Plan Act Fund is a funding that every city received across the United States to deal with the effect of the pandemic and also for COVID-19 recovery. The agenda has a detailed analysis. I looked at when the city received the money, how many tranches of the money the city received. We looked at the fund. We looked at the accounting of the budget as well as the expenditures. We looked also at the report that the City Commission received versus the report that was submitted to the Treasury Department. And we identified gaps into how the fund was allocated and used. And we also provided documentation of all the resolutions that were adopted by the Commission. We also, in your report, you will see exhibits of tables that show expenditures that may not have been reported to the Commission because of the way the report was structured. And also we have recommendations as well on how we go from there. So I have one slide, and then I will be happy to address any of your questions. How is it going? I just need, that's it. That's it, put it on. Yeah. No, thank you, Sharon. Seth is just telling me that he's ready. If you have detailed question, he can answer that too. So, as you can see here, just this is what ARPA is. The city received 2 tranches of money, $10.8 million, August 16, 2022, and then on October 13, we received the second half. But the way the Treasury really and did this process is they sent a letter to every city and every county and other government agencies assuring them two things. One, how much money the agency will receive and when that money will be received. The reason they did that, because they want to give the elected body the opportunity to follow the legislative process and use resolutions or ordinances to establish the fund and establish the money that the agency will receive. Now, by doing that, you don't have to receive the two tranches to say that you have the money to spend. So the government gave you the federal government gave the cities assurances that the allocation will receive. And then you see the December 31st, 2024 is a hard deadline. The Treasury said that all the cities and the counties, you have to have your budget lined up, and you also have to have what we call the obligation, which is the contract in place, purchase orders, etc. You cannot, for example, we are in June 2025, even if you have available ARPA fund, you may not be able to say, I want to enter into a contract with X and Y to do project Z, for example, because that deadline has passed. And also the second deadline, which is the spending. You have until December 31st, 2026 to spend it. So basically, all cities and counties had about 2 years and 5 months to establish all the obligations, the contracts, etc. And we have 4 years and 5 months basically to spend it. What we have currently, and you will see it in the report, the $21 million, $21.5 million was received. We spent 17.3 or 4, and we have about $3 million, I will say, what we call it encumbered, meaning that there are purchase orders attached to it. And we have about $900,000 available, meaning not spent. However, though, none of that money can be touched anymore because the obligation deadline has passed. The other thing I want to add is when cities and counties receive the ARPA fund, like us, $21.5 million, it should have been set from day one in a special account for banking purposes. It cannot be mixed with general fund. And the reason for that, because you want to know how much interest you have generated on this money until you spend it. Depending on also what they call the revenue loss. Cities have up to 10% to designate the money as revenue loss, so you can do 100%. I believe with help of Assistant City Manager, I think we changed the revenue loss to 100% last year.
Yes.
As I mentioned, the city now spent $17 million, but our investment report shows that the city has about $7 million still under investment. So the amount received, the amount budgeted, the amount spent, and the amount now currently spent are not in sync. Now I'll be happy to answer any specific question you may have.
I have a lot, but I'm wondering if we want to keep the tax collector waiting, or should we? We're going to move forward.
No, we're going to move this on because, like I said, I'll go through the commission. Commissioner Shu, do you have any questions, please? It's just a presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, so the three. Okay, so first of all, you said that 17.4 million have already been spent.
Correct.
Okay, and the sources and the expenditures were they vetted correctly, and these are actually going to, So I just want to, also share with everyone that I know that the federal government, when they give out a loan, it's not like the PPP. People have been going to jail for those things. right? If you miss your SBA loan or you defaulted on your SBA loan, even $100, they won't give you another government loan, whether it's FHA or VA. So the federal government, and ARPA is a federal fund.
Correct.
So it's super serious when we are doing this, because they also have another $10 billion for us to access in the IIJA, which we have not taken advantage of because we still can't set ourselves straight on this ARPA fund. So that's something that I, want to put out there and let everyone know that there's a lot of funding out there. It's just that we can't access it when we can't get our ducks in a row. So with that said, is the 17.4 completely vetted, or do you still need to vet some more?
The $17.4 million spent is not entirely vetted, because what was provided to the commission is a spending plan by project. Not all the expenditures are attached to project. There were some expenditures that were charged to the ARPA fund for accounting and technical issues and monitoring issues that did not have the right project. So it's really a very deep dive exercise to look at every expense and see which project they go to. But $17 million has been spent. I want to also emphasize to the commission, all the project that, unfortunately, that you have received can no longer go in terms of using the ARPA unless they have a contract and PO before December 31st, 24. Anything that is after that will be canceled, and we have to find how to allocate that money. The second item is, we know we have $3 million left, but it won't be able to allocate it to the project that the commission approved. Using the 100% revenue loss we now have, we will try to find other expenditures so we won't have to pay this money back. So the project, unfortunately, that we have, we'll have to brought back to the commission to find other source of revenue.
Commissioners Danielle and John, I'll just go to the rest of the commission. Go.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think in tandem with the budget process, if you can then provide a more detailed outline to us at that time, so that gives you more time to give us a clearer picture, and also we can kind of sift through what the possibilities are from what's left, and what we're able to actually do. But I think doing that in tandem with the budget process might be prudent.
Okay.
Will do.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. The way I understand it, and if you'll clarify it for me, when everybody calls that we are going to lose $4 million, the way I understand it is we hired a professional, not recently, maybe a year ago, to handle this money. And the professional has told us now that there is another avenue that's perfectly legal, that we can utilize the money and then move around maybe salaries or some other avenue so we don't lose the $4 million. The $4 million that we were promised will stay with North Miami Beach, and that we're not going to lose that money. We're not going to have to pay it back. We're not going to have to give it back. Am I clear on that?
Yes, Commissioner Smith, but there is a little detail. So I did meet with the consultant. The consultant scope of work when he started is different than the scope of work now I and my team created for him. This person and the consultant that we have in place did not really deep dive into the data and the project to understand the complexity of the project, the accounting, the contract, and also are they in compliance with the ARPA guidelines. That didn't happen. Now that we are sharing with him the complexity of what happened, he is having those opinions, but me personally, I had some feedback from the consultant that I didn't feel comfortable with. Back 2 or 3 months ago. But I think we had the city attorney and et cetera. We talked to him, and I managed the ARPA fund. I learned the hard way how it's managed with a team. It's the finance, the project managers, the city attorney. It's very complex funding source. Not that I'm saying that the consultant is not giving us a good advice, but the advice will be vetted. If the consultant is ready to sign me a memo saying that you won't get this money back, and if you do have to pay it back, I'll pay you $4 million, then I'll trust him. So there is some sort of deep dive in terms of how much I will trust, because there's also work on me, as well as the city attorney, to understand the ARPA rules. and also, and because we don't want to go and create more complex solution to an already complex fund.
You know, the sooner we know this, whether it is a penny that goes back or 4 million goes back, the better. Because if this city staff that was in charge of that and hired a consultant costs us money that we desperately could use, I'm not going to say need because the mayor's going to tell me about finding. No, I know.
No, to your point. I'm not in disagreement with anything you're saying. We need to get final confirmation. But what I don't want to do is put a cloud based on, as you pointed out, on his assessment.
Well,
we have a city attorney, we have a consultant, we have a city management staff. I understand your standpoint, but at the same time, and from my understanding, when you say you're managing ARPA fund, was that at your prior employer?
Yeah, I mean,
California?
California, correct.
No, but I want to make sure that we know this as fast as we can, because if that's the case, then something internally has to be done. Something internally has to be done, period. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, Flormont.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Well, look, I think the most important thing is that we know whether or not we're having to give back any money. I think that's really what the residents care to know. And it was my understanding that we wouldn't have to do that. And so if that's the case, then that's what I'm looking for, right? Is that we don't have to give back any of that money that our residents so desperately need for a lot of the work that we've already been doing to continue to do that for the residents. So that's where I'm at. That confirmation is very important, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler. All right, ditto, and finally, Commissioner Chernoff. Vice Mayor.
All I'd like to say to Tarek is thank you very much for finally getting a handle on it and reporting to us so we understand what's going on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Next item, we have our tax collector.
Wait, hang on, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. So our budget workshop is going to be, August 5th.
Yes.
When is the ARPA fund going to be, when can we, Commissioner Smith and also Commissioner Flormont said he wanted to finalize it as soon as possible.
I mean, he'll bring it up. This is a timely issue, so it'll come up as soon as we can. The report will come through. Okay. All right.
At the
Do we have a
next
date?
The next meeting.
The next
meeting.
Next meeting. Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right. Tax collector. Sorry to hold you up. Daryl Fernandez, please come on down. Fernandez.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
How are you?
Hello, tax collector.
First, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you, God, for this opportunity. Thank you to this amazing community, the North Miami Beach. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner, for this opportunity to introduce myself to your community that is part of my community as a Miami-Dade County tax collector. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to collect any taxes for the next 20 minutes, okay? But I have a good news for all of you. We already start looking into a new location here in North Miami Beach. And I think it's important because we wanted to bring different service that your community don't have right now. Like when you need to renew your car registration, when you need to renew your driver license and ID, when you need to have a local business tax. If you wanted to open a new business, in a few months, you guys going to have a new location here in North Miami Beach. So thank you to all of you, because I think it's important. For a long time, I say that the people of Miami-Dade County don't have any idea what we do in the tax collector office. We collect taxes, yes, but we put that money back, in the accounts of the city, on the Miami-Dade County. So we are here to support you. We are here to help you. We are here to collaborate together. As a Miami-Dade County tax collector, we have only one priority, is the community that we serve. Thank you to all of you for this opportunity. If you have any question, you can go to my website. It's mdctaxcollector.gov. We already take over of 5 locations in Miami-Dade County. In the few months at the end of the year, we're going to take like 14 locations. And I hope to open a new location here also in this beautiful community. God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Not so fast.
Okay.
Tax collector. Commissioner Smuckler.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you being here, and I also know that you opening up in North Miami Beach was one of the initiatives
Yep.
of the mayor.
All
So
local,
let's
local.
give credit where credit is due.
Gonna get the clerk department too, so.
Yes.
Yeah, so just thank you for your friendship on my half and on behalf of the city. The commissioners, I
Thank you.
appreciate what you're doing. And for those who don't know, this is Dariel Fernandez. He is our first elected tax collector. He's part of that constitutional officers that were elected. Now we've had 2 come and speak. I'm working on the other 2.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention something important. If you guys receive any text message about renew your driver license or you need to pay a toll violation, please, that is false, completely false. Don't click and delete completely that text from your phone, because this is people that wanted to take your information. You don't need to pay for getting an appointment in our office. I think I wanted to mention this for the first time in the history of Miami-Dade County and the history of the state of Florida. We already passed a legislation that prohibits people start selling appointments. It's 1 year in prison and $1,000 fine. So we need to come together as a community to continue to help the residents of Miami-Dade County.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Also, I feel we have a friendship that I'm so blessed to have.
Thank you.
I wanted to tell you, and I wanted to tell the public, a resident from another municipality happens to know me and called me as a commissioner. Could they help me? They had a big tax problem. And I had to call the tax office and find out where it was. What are they doing? Your staff couldn't have been more helpful.
Thank you.
They couldn't have been more courteous. They got back to me. They did not know I was a commissioner. They knew I was helping a friend that lived in another country. It didn't go through the way we thought it did. Guess what? When I called back, they were super, super helpful compared to the way, and it's all been resolved. And I want you to know that, because we, as a government official, only have the power of overseeing. We're not doing it day to day. But your staff, and he's very accessible, by the way. Very accessible.
No, a lot of people confuse our office with the office of the property appraiser.
That's
property appraiser office is Tomas Regalado now. My office is a tax collector. But sometimes most of the time the people come to our office, so we try to open the door to go to the property appraiser. At this point, we already help like a 200 family, because sometimes it's mistake that, the government sometimes make. We are here to help the community. It's not to be like a wall. For example, when the people wanted to open a new business, you need to have a local business tax from your municipality, but also you need to have the local business tax of Miami-Dade County. We wanted to cut bureaucracy, and we wanted to serve the community, right now. And that is what we already do.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Florimon has one final point, so go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Florimon. He's a busy guy, but
No, I don't want to take much time with you. I know you're going to have a busy.
No, I just wanted to thank you for coming to our city, number one. And number two, I think that having leaders like yourself in office is so important, because you bring an understanding of what it means to, be a resident in Miami-Dade County.
Yeah.
With a multicultural background and having accessibility to an office like yours with all of the different demographics that we have here in Miami-Dade County. It's good to have somebody like yourself in that seat that you can speak to those issues. So I look forward to seeing more outreach and efforts, especially for our multilingual community, so that way they can have full access as well.
Thank you so much. Last things, I'm going to continue to work with the mayor and with the commission. In a few months, we're going to bring our mobile office. It's a big box that you can do like a, registration, your car registration, renew your driver license, and we're going to bring that bus here to your city. So thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Come on, let's take a picture.
Okay.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Are you seeing? Look at this one. Look at really guys. They're at work. Really, guys, they're working.
All right. Next item is public comment. No, right? Madam Clerk, next item is public comment, please. Oh, yes. Wait, we got a point of personal privilege by Commissioner Smucker, please.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing me this point of personal privilege. I will not speak during commission reports. I'm just going to sit here, yeah. I'm not going to speak during commission reports as to not take up any more time of this meeting tonight. First of all, I want to start off by saying that two wrongs do not make a right, nor am I insinuating this. I'm just clarifying some misinformation, which I want to mention now because some of the speakers here tonight come to talk to us and then leave and do not stick around to hear commission reports or anything else for that matter. In 2015, the city of North Miami Beach entered into a contract with Limousines of South Florida, LSF. I have here a waiver of bid justification memo. The contract was for just short of $1.1 million and 3 routes. It passed on consent 6-0. On the dais at that time were DeRose, Kramer, Martel, Spiegel, Smith, Vallejo. Pierre was absent. There was no uproar about it being a no-bid item. It was not even pulled off consent. Now skipping a little bit from 2015 to 2019, because I don't have that information. I'm not sure there is any information. In 2000, I just kind of started doing this today. In 2019, the city of North Miami Beach entered into agreement with Limousines of South Florida, Resolution R 2019-61, that the mayor and city commission have waived competitive proposal procedures in the best interest of the city. That was on consent and not pulled. The whole consent passed 7-0 by DeFilippo, Florimon, Joseph, Kramer, Smith, Smuckler, and Villard. Esmond Scott was the manager at that time. It was for 1 year and for a little over $1.1 million, and it included 3 citywide routes during peak hours and a 4th one coming a few months later. Did I mention it was on consent and not pulled? Where was the uproar? I don't remember any. A year later, in 2020, the trolley contract went out to bid. Procel scored the best and won the contract. Esmond Scott was the manager. Short version, Limousines of South Florida lost the bid protest in court. There's a lot more to that story, but not for now, not for here, and in private. Just recently, and before the new contract was signed for the trolley, an opportunity was given to Limousines of South Florida and Infinity to bid, although we already voted on it. They did not bid. If they had, it could have been brought back. For those that don't know, when we vote on something, someone on the prevailing side can bring it back. I was on that side. No one called me to ask me to, or to try to explain to me what I possibly did wrong. I certainly am not perfect. Oh, the only call I got was name calling, like disappointment, recall, kickback, and a few more. Yes, the current contract is for a lot of money. And by the way, it was not a consent. But also, a lot has happened since the first contract 10 years ago in 2015. COVID, the economy, everything's gone up, liability insurance, workers' comp, minimum wage has almost doubled in the last 10 years, as well as maintenance costs. We have, I believe we have now 6 routes with 5 vehicles all day, a day covering all of North Miami Beach. I don't know how much the trolley company makes, but like most businesses, they're in it to make money and not give it away unless they're a charitable organization. To those who say the trolley should not supplement for school bus services in Highland Village, shame on you. Go spend some time with those residents there, and then you will change your mind. What? No. Okay, then shame on you. Or help those who have been affected by the Miami-Dade Transit bus changes or lack of services. Go to the county and fix it if you know so much. STS is not for free and difficult to get accepted. It is not income-based, it is medically based, and it costs $350 each way. We have done no bid waivers for other items. It's not the first time. In October, we had a bid waiver item. We did piggyback on the county, but it was for over $1 million. It passed 6-0. Oh, and it was not on consent. I did not vote. That happened shortly after I fell that night and was transported to the ER. I would have voted yes. And on a more personal note, as to the comments made that Fortuna knows the trolley owner very well, to the best of my recollection, I have never met with him to discuss the contract outside of my City Hall office. I believe the last time we spoke on the phone, or maybe the only time we spoke on the phone, was because he called me after my accident to see how I was. And I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think I've only seen him once this year. Some of you in this audience tonight know him much better. And although I do not need to explain myself, and I'm not going to apologize for this. Yes, I have said he's a very nice person because guess what? He is. And guess what? He gives back to the community and sometimes doing so quietly. My parents taught me to be a good person and nice to everyone. I will not change. And many of you, I will still say, are very nice people. To say that some of us are getting kickbacks, put your money where your mouth is and prove it. Talk is cheap. That is why it is okay. Why is it okay to accuse someone of getting kickbacks? Because you don't like the way they voted. If you think you can do better, please run for office. We need good people up here. I am so grateful to be born in the USA, where we can make accusations and not get arrested for doing so. I'm not saying don't do them. My parents were arrested in Cuba for speaking up against that dictatorship, but at least they were being truthful in their accusations, and they were right. The stuff that certain people are writing on social media, and this is not about me, this is about 5 out of 7 in here. It is embarrassing to them, not to me. I am not the bully. Lastly, and I just have to throw this out there because, again, I am just sick and tired of misinformation. And believe me, that is happening a lot. I did not initiate the Aventura trolley. That was Commissioner Jean, and I applaud her for that. The route is being removed, but I do hope that one day the city of Aventura comes to us and tells us that they will pay for that route. And you know what, Commissioner Jean, maybe we can figure that out. Maybe we can get Aventura to pay for it. I am just setting the record straight tonight because a certain someone is full of misinformation and spreading so much more wrong information. I am honored that they are obsessed with me and feel like talking trash about me all the time, although I'm not sure that is healthy for them. Seriously, get a life. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner, for allowing me to talk out of order.
Thank you, Commissioner Smuckler. Madam Clerk, can you please open up for public comment?
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests an all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other. And our first two speakers are Eugene and then Marilyn Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, city officials, for your hard work. And it come to my attention that school.
Speaker, please state your name for the record.
My name is
Thank you.
Evgeny Fridkin, and I'm president of the Common Area for Three Seasons Association. So it came to my attention that slum school is going to expand in the future, and this will create parking problems for our buildings. So what I would suggest, can we create like a parking permit zone around the condominium so people can park, have parking for the residents only around that buildings. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I know we don't usually go back and forth, but I just wanted to ask staff to look into that question because I think the building across the street from the library is what you're referencing.
Right, yes.
And there is parking in the library, on the library side, but I think some of those residents are probably under the impression that if they park there, their vehicles can get towed, right?
Yes.
And so in light of the conversation that we're having about parking in our city, we should address that in a way that will be beneficial for both residents and the city as well.
It's exactly what I want to say.
And one last small point that Commissioner Jones.
Thank you so much for coming forward. I know that for the previous manager, I had mentioned we had talked about having a collective meeting for the library, SLAM, and the community at large. I don't know if that meeting is still being in the works to talk about things like this. So I just wanted to put a reminder.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Real quick, I just want to say 2 or 3 things. There's a problem, unfortunately, when the condominiums park there. If they don't leave in the morning, then when the people come for the library, they don't have parking. So that's an issue, but we're working on that. I've also spoken to them many times, but I would like the manager to also give us an update what he's talking about, that the school's going to be expanding, because we have to put that. We hear that a lot. We have to put that rumor.
Yes.
We have to squelch it that school is not going to take library space, not going to take land, etc. We need to really put that on record that it's not happening. And if anything is out there that may happen, then the public has a right to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, before I go, I just want to say one thing, Mr. Manager. Please look, because I know the development across the street where the old Nova facility is still there. It's a big parking lot. I don't know what's going on over there. If there can be some agreement for the meantime to use it as overflow for certain events, because you just cross. I don't know why we don't use it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, they're thinking about maybe even letting them rent it for a month at a certain rate. But what I want to say is when the condominium was built, it was built with 1 car per unit, and that's what the problem is. The problem is people no longer have only 1 car. So it is a problem. It's a problem in Eastern Shores. It's a problem everywhere where older condominiums did not allot for enough parking places.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Next speaker. Sorry, name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Anderson. I am the president, or I am representing Three Seasons condominiums, buildings 1, 2, and 3, and also the common area. I came with Mr. Fritkin. I am addressing the parking situation because I've heard through the grapevine so many different stories and opinions about what's happening, and I want to set something straight. Our building, my building 1 and 2, have 55 units, and our bylaws state that every unit owner would be allotted 1 parking spot, but we only have 31 parking parking spots. So from 1968, when the building was built, there was never sufficient parking for us. So we were enjoying the courtesy and the permission from the library across the street to use their parking spots as needed. 5 or 6 years ago, they posted a notice that we could no longer park there from 11:30 to 7 a.m. That created a big problem for us. I came to the city, actually, met with the assistant mayor, and I met with the police, Officer Rand, and I met with the director of the library, and we all discussed it at three different meetings, and they gave us back the parking spots that they had taken from us. Those are over 20, like 30 different spots to complement the few that we have. So our bylaws do state we each had one parking, but that was never the case. So now we heard about SLAM expanding, and the library just recently asked us to vacate their spots because we were doing some construction to beautify the community, because both our buildings, the two buildings that, two of the three, have recently done our electrical panels that we had to do. We've been asked to, we painted the buildings to in the same color scheme, and so that the area could look nice, because there are constant parties and things going on, events going on across the street where they have the auditorium. And those people, when they have those events, which sometimes last 2 days during the weekend, they're from 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. while they're setting up till 11:30 at night, the second night. Those people park in our parking spots. And I have never once, although I've been asked to do so by our owners, call the towing company to tow your vehicles or the vehicles of the people. The police close our street, the vendors come and take over that whole area, and we have to listen to the music and all the commotion, but we sometimes participate as well, because that's part of our community, and we love it. But we've heard that the school is going to take over the parking spots, the library has already asked us to move our cars, and we're wondering if maybe that Miami Drive parking, which just last week, they added a new sign that now they call it St. Fort's sign, which we didn't know anything about that. Sorry, I know I have 3 minutes, but do some of those parking lots, are some of those parking lots ours? Were they ours from the beginning in 1968 when the building was built?
Thank you. The Vice Mayor has a comment.
Mr. Manager, we need to be creative in the solution to this, and there's a building there that used to be Pier 1 that is an import-export building that only has one person ever there. So that's a whole big parking lot that could be used if we can reach out to the owner.
Commissioner Zar, you had one last point.
And potentially a parking decal. Do any of your residents, or have you thought about implementing some sort of decal so that when we come to some kind of agreement together, that there's some kind of recognizable, mechanism so that...
I did propose that when I came to those 3 meetings, and I was told that there wasn't sufficient staff to maintain the parking lots and to work in the office. They didn't have anybody assigned to it. That would create another person, another employee.
The parking czar.
Oh, no. I'm just...
I'm just. But this is an item that he's been very passionate about.
Well, as well as you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's something the city needs to move on. Residents get decals when depending on what buildings they live in. However, that's not the practice for every building. But we do know that most residents have issues with parking, right? And we discuss that here all the time. Sunny Isles has a program. Miami Beach has a program. Plenty of cities have a program so that they're not just putting stickers on people's vehicles, towing them and making them feel like they don't belong, but they're actually leveraging the fact that people need parking spaces and creating programs to generate revenue. I think we need to move that needle forward much faster. We had the presentation from the Miami Parking Authority, and at that time, I was just specifically thinking about it from the perspective of having a downtown, but it's more than that. It's these residents that need places to park that are willing to pay for them. Sometimes their building won't even sell them extra parking spaces, but if we have the availability, they're willing to pay. so that they can have a place to park without any issue. So, Mr. Manager, along the list, I know you're going to be taking notes, so you don't have to watch this whole thing all over again, but that should be addressed immediately. Thank you.
Well, one more thing, please, if I may. Like I said earlier, we only have 31 parking spots available to 55 units. Although all the owners, not all the owners live in the building any longer, they feel that when they leave, when they sell their unit or rent it out, which is happening, that their renter deserves that parking spot. But we have assigned parking spots. So I like the benefit of having my own spot so that if I leave to go to Walmart down the street to get something, I come back and my parking spot is there waiting for me. The other two buildings do not work that way. Each building has created their own thing that works for them best. But for us, that's what works for us. But we heard the parking authority and we thought they were coming tonight. That's why we're here. We heard that they are going to start charging us to park, sort of like when you go to the beach or something.
No, we're far from that.
Well, I heard that through the grapevine, and I just want to make sure that
staff has heard you. We'll be following up real soon. Thank you so very much. Next speaker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Louise Harkness, Gilda Gevis, and then Terry Arnett.
Good evening, Louise Harkness, North Miami Beach. First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Smith for putting it on the record again that SLAM will not be encroaching on the library. Second, the commissioner mentioned that people come up and speak and don't stay to hear the whole meeting. Well, when you go to 11, 12 o'clock, it's hard for people to stay that long. So I don't appreciate being lumped into that whole thing. I'm not going to speak on the trolley tonight. I'm going to speak on the proposal to hand the city manager a payout that was never part of his contract. Since when does the city just throw taxpayer money at employees they happen to like on their way out the door? This isn't a going away party, it's public service. A salary is supposed to be commensurate for the job you agreed to do. Mario Diaz was already paid a very generous salary, and now he's choosing to leave. That's his decision, not an achievement. There is absolutely no justification for rewarding him with a golden parachute. I worked for a city for 30 years, delivered outstanding work when I left, and collected the pension I earned. Nothing more, nothing less. That's how it works. Why should taxpayers be expected to subsidize a bonus because someone in City Hall has a soft spot for Mr. Diaz? We can thank him for his service and wish him well, but we don't owe him a farewell check funded by the people of this city.
Can you hold your applause, please? Please. We're trying to move on. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Gilda, okay.
Ms. Nevis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I and several thousand other residents who voted for you, plural, would never have expected your disregard.
Speaker, can you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry?
Can you please state your name for the record?
Sorry, Gilda Gevis. Better?
Yes.
I wish you all would too. Okay, so that all of us voted would never have expected your disregard for elements in the city and state charter and the lack of fiscal responsibility that you've displayed. I am sure I don't need to remind you that any expenditure over $5 million requires 3 bids. It's not like you have to get the bids yourself. That's what there's a procurement department for. As a business owner, board of director, president, and treasurer at different times, and in my personal life, I would never think of making a major expenditure without 3 bids. I am sure in your private lives you don't either. Then why are you willing to do it with the taxpayers' money? As for the debacle over the handling of the city manager's resignation, goodbye and good luck would have sufficed. This is another failure of good judgment and poor fiscal decision-making. I did not experience transparency or honesty from him in several instances, including public statements he's made. Regarding the budget amendment to take $500,000 from the city general fund to complete the home rehabilitation program after the city failed to meet the federal deadline to use the millions of dollars of ARPA funds that were originally allocated for it. Because of that mismanagement, our tax dollars must now fill the gap. More incompetence. City manager, yet you hired him for 15 weeks at full pay and benefits as a consultant. Also, why was a consulting firm also hired for another $75,000? And Mr. City Attorney, you are paid to protect the residents of North Miami Beach, not to find the loopholes for the council to protect their poor judgment and even worse fiscal management, rather than advise them how to do things properly. Remember that the power of the people is stronger than the people in power.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Please. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk. My name is Nancy Arnett. I live at 861 Northeast 156 Terrace for 41 years. I want to thank all of you for listening to the concerns that I want to address. Basically, I want to say, Commissioner Smuckler, I heard what you said about two wrongs don't make a right, and my first issue was about the trolley. If I'm not mistaken, the two bids that you requested lately you were asking for something like a 48-hour turnaround, and 48 hours is not enough time to make a bid of that nature. It's a huge undertaking. We're talking about the designs, what the routes are. It's a whole conversation that has to happen. I'm sure that those original bids for the trolley service were not in 48 hours. So I just want to bring that up for transparency's sake. And the formal bid waivers that you mentioned were one-year contracts, $1 million. This is a $9.5 million contract with the option for two one-year extensions. And the justification, my understanding, the justification for the waiver was that essential government services would be interrupted. However, at the April meeting, it was on the agenda to have a 90-day extension for Procel. And the 90 days would have given time to get the three bids, 90 days as opposed to 48 hours. That's a big, big difference. And that was what was on the agenda. And then lo and behold, at that very meeting, it got changed to, well, we like this presentation, let's just go ahead and extend the contract. So I really don't understand what the urgency and the rush was when it was originally on the agenda to have a 90-day extension for Procel. And so I am asking you to now please reconsider your bid waiver vote to provide transparency and fiscal responsibility for the citizens. And I also want to mention, because fiscal responsibility, these are two issues that, I have to say I've lived here a long time, and there have been other fiscal responsibilities that I have not come up and spoken about. Okay.
15 seconds.
But I'm retired now. I have a little more time. And I also want to address the city manager. To me, that was a mess because he voluntarily resigned. And I know he was a great guy.
Time.
Oh, that was 3 minutes? Okay. Thank you for listening and your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ruth Ogan, Diane Doolittle.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Ogan, and I have been a resident of 45 years in Sunway East. There are three thoughts I would like to convey to you at this time. First, I appreciate the time and effort you dedicate to serving our community. While I don't always feel confident speaking up during commission meetings, I do take the time to thoughtfully express my concerns in writing. I put a great deal of care into crafting these emails, hoping to contribute meaningfully to the issues at hand. It's disheartening not to receive responses from most of you. Even a brief acknowledgement would go a long way in making residents like myself feel heard and valued. A simple response of TY doesn't cut it. I believe open communication is essential for building trust between citizens and their representatives. Second is regarding the severance package for former city manager Mayor Mario Diaz. Since this item has already been voted on, I want to take this moment to express my deep disappointment in the commissioners who sponsored and supported this payout. You were elected to protect the public's money, not to give it away without justification. This decision shows a clear lack of regard for the residents who fund the city, and it sends the wrong message about how we handle accountability and fiscal responsibility. I expected better from some of you. My third point is about the trolley contract. I'm here to express serious concern about some of the commissioners' decision to award a multi-million trolley contract without competitive bidding. This contract, worth up to $9.5 million and funded by the surtax dollars, bypassed the standard procurement process. The city could have renewed the existing contract short-term and used that time to issue a proper RFP, but instead chose to award a long-term no-bid contract. This not only undermines transparency and public trust, but may also violate county procurement rules tied to surtax funding. I urge the city to pause this contract and follow a fair, open bidding process that protects taxpayers' money and restores accountability. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker. I would ask you guys to please hold your applause. It's a free country, but please respect the title. I know you don't respect the man, but respect the title. Next speaker, please.
My name is Diane Giulitti, and I'm a longtime resident of Sunrise West. As some people talked about, the trolley not getting a bid process, I think, was completely unfair to anyone, and it makes us cast suspicions on Propel, who has gotten the contract. How did they get it without a bid? How did it get confirmed? I understand Fortuna told us the owner's a nice guy. Well, I'm so glad he is. But nice guys are not the reason we need to place a bid.
That's not what I said. I didn't say he got it because he was a
I didn't
nice
say
guy.
that. I
I'm
just said you said he's a nice guy. That's all.
Go on, speaker.
Okay, regarding Mario Diaz, again, he said he's a nice guy. He was a wonderful, friendly person, and I did like him. I'm sorry to see him go. However, I've never worked at a job where I say I'm leaving, and they say, oh, well, let's give you 3 months' salary because you were a good worker. It's just not happening. With the ARPA funds, it looks like there was no oversight on the deadlines for receiving these funds or for being able to spend them. There has to be something internally in our city. Someone has to be responsible for keeping these items so that they don't go past due or we lose them. It is going to be very devastating to the city to have to return $4 million, which I'm sure we can use for something. And also, it will help with the people that were trying to get their homes rehabbed by the city program. Unfortunately, you may not be able to spend that on them anymore. Where are we finding the excess $500 million or $500,000 to pay for it, that we're going to take it from another project. There's other things going on in the city, like we bought the Singer Building. Singer Building is still sitting there looking the same as it did, last year and the year before, except now we own it. What is the purpose of these things? Just for spending money? Or is there there's a purpose behind them? And one more thing about parking. I understand that has to be very difficult for those condo owners. However, if I understand a lot of the new construction that has been approved to come into North Miami Beach, they're not allowing one car per unit either. And we all know people here like their cars. So I think that should be a consideration in approving future projects. Okay. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Laureen Hackman, then Maria Echevarria.
First time, new glasses. I wrote something so I can stay calm and read things. Laureen Hackman, Sunray West, from May of 1987. I'm here tonight to speak against resolution number R 2025-83, the budget amendment to fund the home rehabilitation program and take $500,000 from the general fund to cover costs of the final phase of the program. Let's call this what it is, a bailout. Using local taxpayer dollars to fix a problem that never should have happened. This program was supposed to be fully funded by federal ARPA money, but because the city missed the deadline to lock in agreements and award bids, that federal funding is no longer an option. And now, instead of owning the mistake, you're asking the residents to foot the bill. This is not right, it's not responsible, in fact, it's ridiculous. Let's be real, the ARPA deadline wasn't a surprise, everybody knew it. Cities across the country managed to meet it, but here in North Miami Beach, you dropped the ball. And now we're shifting the cost of our local budget, draining reserves that could be used for real emergencies and for future needs. To make matters worse, we're being told that the ARPA money is being reassigned to salaries. Excuse me, that's not a solution, that's a shell game. We lost access to federal aid because of poor planning, and now residents are supposed to just accept that. I support helping families improve their homes, but this should have been handled properly from the start, and I protest any vote that tries to quietly pass this off as a business as usual. We deserve transparency, we deserve accountability, and we deserve better than this. Thank you. And as an afterthought, I would like to add this opinion of the trolleys. Every time I see them going around, I don't see anybody on them. The most I've seen on a trolley at one time is 2 people. And if they're being used, they tell me they're being used in Washington Park, mainly, and mainly to transfer children back and forth to school. To me, that seems like that should be a county problem, not a city expense. And I think we should look to the county somehow, somewhere, you guys are up there, and see if we can't get them to take care of their school children. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker. Can you please hold your... Please. Maybe, okay.
Good evening. I'm one of the residents of Crestview Towers. My name is Maria Echevarria, and I live in 1645 Northeast, 179th Street. My residence was in Crestview Towers, and I'm here to thank everybody, whoever put together Mr. Regalado coming into the, Mrs. Fortuna, thank you. And Mr. Regalado coming in to help us, and also Ms. Ling for all your support that you've given us. And I'm here just to say that. Thank you for all the work that you guys are bringing to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you.
Eileen Damaso, and then Norman Axelman.
Good evening, Eileen Damaso with Coastal Waste and Recycling. I wanted to give you and the residents an update on the informational recycling that we're going to be putting on for the single-family homes. And it's basically our crew is going to start this Monday, putting out these stickers at the carts, for the 96-gallon carts. It's going to be placed on the on the cart, and it will show basically the do's and do nots of the recycling. Yep. You'll be getting these on Monday until they're done, so please don't forget to leave your carts out by 7 a.m. so that we can go ahead and put them on there. The other thing that's going to be happening, and I think it's starting also next week, is you're going to have this informational packet that's going to, it's a door hanger, so it's going to be in like this, and it might be on your cart. And this one will have the information on your schedule. Your commission has one of these. They're just going to show it to the residents. The schedule and also the do's and the don'ts. In the back here, we also have the recycling and more information on your schedules. You'll be getting these, probably take us a couple of more weeks than just once. Yes, sir.
No, just saying thank you. Thank you so very much. Coastal.
And that's basically it. And if you have any questions, I believe their phone number is in here and our email. I don't know if it's here now. Yeah, it is. The email's on the bottom here. You can always reach out and get those immediately, and I respond to them as soon as possible. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Eileen, what's the purpose of that?
More information on the recycling, because we keep having issues on what you can and cannot recycle, and they're kind of clear on it, on what you can put in there. So we would appreciate, more or less to keep to the basics: cardboard, plastics that are bottles, and what else? Oh, we're not too crazy about glass, but if you have to, you have to. So it's all the information is in here. And if you have any questions, you can always reach out, and I'll give my cell phone number for those who also want it and have any issues also concerning service. Please give me a call. I will take care of it as soon as possible. My cell phone is 305-343-2731. But the email for Coastal, and I get it, is nmb@coastalwasteinc.com.
Have you already printed all the?
This is already, it's like the packet. I grabbed these from the boxes that we had, and these have been sitting in our office ready to go starting on Monday. Why?
No.
You scare me. Don't scare me.
No. I don't want to open up a Pandora's box, but
you already know what I'm going to ask.
Yeah, there's another, because we're working on an update we're going to actually be mailing out. We're going to be.
Yes, please.
All the residents. So.
Oh, yeah. This will be independent. Oh, but you.
But it was about Mr. Mayor, about language.
Yes,
that's it.
The only I think we do have.
There's I don't see any Creole or any.
There is on the citywide trash zone schedule. There's a little bit here, and you're absolutely right. I don't even have it in Spanish. I have it in English only.
No, we're going to be, like, as I pointed out, I've spoken with Coastal as well as city management and our comms. We're going to be putting out something that's a little bit more detailed to the point of what Commissioner Florimon. It's taking a little bit of time, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this, I'm sorry, this was printed without my knowledge. I would have said something.
No, we're working on it.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, residents, for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Norman Axelman.
Good evening. My name is Norman Axelman. I am a resident of the city for approximately 20 years. My mantra in life has always been good, open communication can solve any issues. Almost anything in the world can be solved with good communication. There were 5 or 6, maybe 7 items that I wanted to discuss with the city. I started calling about 8 weeks ago. And when I called the commission office, I have an option of pressing a button to get a particular commissioner, which I did 30 or 40 times. Not one call was ever answered. I left messages. None of the messages were returned. And I pressed number 1 for an aide and also never got any message returned ever. Separately, I did speak to 2 of the commissioners here about some of the issues, but I think it's, in a word, dysfunctional. I did speak to someone named Ashley, I believe, who was an aide in one of the offices for the commissioners, and she said she never got a message. that's something I think should be addressed. We should be able to discuss things and have open communication. I did want to raise in the few minutes that I have the concern also about the trolley contract. I did some numbers because I'm a numbers guy. We're looking, if I'm not mistaken, at a yearly contract of $1,863,960. There are approximately 308 days the trolley would be in service. That results, calculates to about $6,051 per day. I did contact the city manager's office and got a report, and the analysis of that report shows that there are, on average, and averages are good numbers in business calculations, 403 rides per day. That comes out to over $15 per ride. That to me just makes no sense. It costs $225 for a municipal bus. There must be better solutions than $15 plus per ride. How does that make sense? What is the justification? I did pen an email to all the commissioners on June the 10th last week. I'm awaiting a response. I know others, obviously, in the city, residents have been concerned and have voiced that concern. And so far, I don't think there's been a response, but I would very much like to have good open communication, find out what is the justification, what is the analysis, what discussions were held to enter into a contract, again, without a bidding process, which does not seem to make any business sense whatsoever, that results in ridership paying about $15 plus per ride. And hopefully this discussion can continue after my 3 minutes. Thank you.
The next speaker.
Leslie Sardinia and a former Commissioner Barbara Kramer. Civility, please.
Go ahead. Leslie Sardinia, Eastern Shores. I haven't been to meetings lately because I've been in DC with my mother-in-law who has dementia, having to fly up there. I've been to Ocala with the Fish and Wildlife Commission, taking care of animals and the wildlife. So I didn't really think that I needed to come to these meetings anymore when we all stood in the rain and the heat asking for people to vote for commissioners. And I feel like after doing all of that, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to be concerned about how our money was being spent. All hardworking dollars that are being spent. Some people work harder than others to pay their taxes and pay their dues. So when it's so thrown away so easily to do a no bid, to have nobody come in for a trolley, just have that money go out there, to have severance paid, nothing against anyone there. I appreciate everything that everybody does here. I think you all work hard. I appreciate all of your time, everybody's time, not just certain ones. But I do hope that you would know that we are all here and we're very concerned about where our money's going to. You see how many people are here. We're very concerned. We have other things to do, other places to be, but we come here because we want you to hear us. We want you to know that, yes, we do understand you work hard and you're up there you're here tonight just as we are. But you really do have to know that we are very concerned about how easily the money kind of goes out. We worked hard because the administration before really did. Going to Las Vegas on our dime was really something. But still, we thought that we would be past those days. And so I just hope that everybody hears us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Do you have to say my name? Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Barbara Kramer. I'm here tonight wearing red to protest the continued lack of transparency and accountability shown by the supermajority on this commission. Take tonight's proposed budget amendment, $500,000 from the general fund to patch the home rehabilitation program. This shortfall exists because the city missed a federal deadline to use ARPA funds. That's not a minor error. That's a costly mistake. And now taxpayers need to pay for this? We now know the city lost millions to use ARPA funds in the proper places due to missed deadlines. That's not a rumor, it was just confirmed earlier, and it's unacceptable. These funds were a critical one-time opportunity to invest in our community without tapping into local tax dollars. Because of poor planning or lack of follow-through, that opportunity is now gone. Then there's a severance deal with the former city manager Diaz. After resigning, he was brought back as a consultant at full salary and benefits for 15 weeks. What consultant gets benefits? And let's not forget, he hired outside consultants for $75,000 for the surcharge issue you all hired him for. What a waste of our money. We're also dealing with a no-bid trolley contract, no public process, no competitive pricing. That's not just a questionable decision, it's a complete breach of public trust. The excuse that releasing pricing might disadvantage Procel is weak. You created this situation, fix it. If Procal's the best option, let them prove it through a proper bidding process. And relying on their own ridership data? That's absurd. Now, on the tourism resolution, I support it. But how can we talk about promoting tourism or trade when we neglect our basic upkeep? Neighborhood signs are not only dated, but in deplorable condition. The temporary ones are still up after years. There's graffiti on buildings. Storefront signage is, I don't know, I lost that one, but it's unenforceable. There are 7 of you up here. Only 1 responds to communications from Wake Up NMB. You may choose not to respond to me directly, but when you ignore a civic organization that represents and informs so many residents, it's not just an oversight, it's a dismissal of the public you serve. Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Whitney Pedotti, and then Mercedes Quintero.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, residents of the City of North Miami Beach. Thank you. Lazul residents. The reason why I'm here at public... I did. Thank you.
So did I.
You didn't say your name. You just said...
Whitney Pedot.
You say it?
Yeah.
I didn't hear
Okay, there you go. Go ahead, sir.
I'll speak louder.
You still work for Jacob, so go ahead, speak.
No, I don't work for Jacob.
You used to, but...
Yeah. So there's an actual couple items that I'd like to discuss. One, kudos to Commission, Mayor. You guys have done a wonderful job. I've been seeing progress in the City of North Miami Beach. And this item holds really dear is selecting a city manager. It is very important that we as a city, as a body, as a residents, have some skin in the game when it comes to transparency and dealing with a city manager. Love you. Nothing personal, strictly business, but we need a veteran city manager to run the city who is a charter officer, and we have a lot of complex situations that we need to get over to make sure that when we go to, our 100 years of celebration for the city of North Miami Beach, we can actually enjoy it and have an actually good time and reminisce all the progress that the city of North Miami Beach actually accomplished. So my recommendation, because I worked with other municipalities throughout the different states, is if a city manager do have a contract for the city of North Miami Beach, have them live here in the city of North Miami Beach. It's a 5-year contract, 3-year contract. I know you guys are gonna do your interviews and have your selection process, but it will be very, I will say, give the person a wholesome just to have them live in the city of North Miami Beach. And then another item I saw on the agenda about purchasing furnitures for a CIP department. I know we have a process in the current employer that I work for. Usually it goes like you have a 5-year CIP plan, which is approved by budget. And then once you have that CIP plan or program, then throughout the whole budgeting process, you define your department or your committee or your employees, and you input it into your actual organization. From my knowledge, like, I don't see anything that the city of North Miami Beach actually do have a CIP department. They probably have a division for public works or the public utilities, but actual department will require an ordinance change approved by budget, and, you know, that whole process. Everybody understands. You've been, you know, in government long enough. And then the last point is city charters officers. I see that we have a charter review board appointment deadline. I would love for, you know, we go into that 100 years to see which charter or which ordinance is out to date that the residents can actually vote on, review, and actually have a complete dialogue.
Time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mercedes Quintero. I believe that garbage is actually anything that's from graffiti all over the place to garbage that's on the floor. I've never seen the city be this dirty, and that includes my neighborhood and the alleys that everybody drops whatever. Doesn't matter if he lives or doesn't live in the area, people come and drop anything on our alleys. And I see people throw garbage from their cars. They open the door and they throw things, and I wonder, don't we have a law for this? Don't we have to charge them? When I was young, people used to get a fine of $500 just for throwing something on the on the street. The same thing is happening on the parks. I work with the parks. They're filthy, and they don't have the personnel to clean them. And that is my main issue. And I wonder if some of the neighbors who have a filthy home that you can actually see from the outside, do they get a fine? Can I protect my property against the mess that everybody else has around? Because my property price drops if my neighbor has a horrible house, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Emily Pons, then Christine Snellgrove.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Emily Ponce. I live on 1870 North Street. I'm sorry. I come here because I would like to express my concerns regarding the proposed resolution to allocate $500,000 from the general fund reserves to the home rehabilitation program. While I understand the importance of housing rehabilitation and supporting them behind the program, I cannot support this amendment and its current form. The jurisdiction indicates that funding request stems from missed deadlines disqualifies the use of ARPA dollars. The fact that the bids were awarded after the eligibility window expired raises serious concerns about planning oversight and accountability. Using general fund reserves taxpayers' dollars to cover these shortfalls sets a troubled precedent. These reserves should be protected for unforeseen emergencies or strategic priorities that benefit the broader community. Redirecting these funds to cover mismanaged timeline not only burdens local finances but also undermines public trust in this administration. My second concern is about the severance given to the city manager. So the fact that your decision to award 15-week severance packages, particularly in the light of economic challenges many of our residents are facing. We're talking about a payout nearing $90,000 in addition to the continued health benefits. Which type of consultant gets health benefits? This is an excessive use of public funds at a time when families in our city are struggling with affordability, rising costs, a lack of access of essential services. This type of agreement sends the wrong message. Your leadership is prioritizing golden parachutes over our community needs. I just want to point out that especially, I've been fighting for the last 2 years about speed bumps. in my area. I have 3 different city managers. I talk with different public work directors, and nothing has been done. And you're spending our tax money in things that doesn't seem right for us. Our other is the trolley. I understand that previously maybe it wasn't a bid, but doesn't mean that right now we cannot do a bid. We have many other services like the freebie ride, and I believe the public work department has like a private transportation as well, that these programs are efficient and accessible for people that they're are in need of this transportation. Extending those long-term contracts is unacceptable. I urge for Commission to review performance data on existing services. I'm sorry?
You go.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I wanted to say. And I want to point out, thank you for the commissioners that showed up yesterday for the Miami-Dade public transportation. I really appreciate your concern, and the ones that show up, stay until the end and ask questions. I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Christine Snellgrove. I live in Sunray East. I have several concerns that I wanted to bring today. First of all, it's very hard for us working people to get here on time to come to these meetings. So if we do decide to leave, we have to leave. We have a life, and we have things, and we shouldn't even be here if you guys were doing your jobs properly in the first place. The residents of North Miami Beach do not support giving a severance package to a city manager, no matter how nice he is. He is voluntarily resigned. His severance is typically reserved for individuals who are terminated without cause, not those who choose to leave on their own terms. We are deeply concerned about this decision, which reflects unethical and irresponsible governance. But the public deserves to know why. Why is the severance package even being considered in this case? Why was it considered? Who is behind the decision, and what criteria were used? How is this aligning with our city policies, contracts, and fiduciary duty to taxpayers in a time when basic services and infrastructure are suffering? It is unacceptable to allocate funds, public funds, to any unnecessary payout. The demand that the severance package be rejected, that all decisions are to be made with full transparency and accountability. With that being said, something has felt really right in our city for a long time, and we're not alone in feeling this way. Trust in our local government is eroding, and unless bold steps are taken to restore it, the divide between the people and their elected representatives will only grow deeper. As concerned residents of North Miami Beach, we're demanding full transparency and accountability from the City Commission. There is a growing frustration and distrust among citizens, and rightfully so. The community is asking, how many of our elected officials are personally profiting from decisions made at City Hall? Are campaign donations or private interests influencing how votes are cast and contracts are awarded? We elected you to serve the people, not developers, not your private interest, and certainly not yourselves. We are calling for a public disclosure of any financial ties between commissioners and developers or contractors, stronger ethics oversight, and independent review of all major city decisions. Reaffirmation that residents can come first and not profit privately. And another note being said, Mr. Mayor, don't call the kettle black. It's okay for you to tell us not to applaud, but you need to respect the residents too. Thank you.
I think you like that, what you just said. That came off very improper. I want to put that on the record, what you just said. I'm not going to assume or try to, but I don't think that was the right way of going about what you just said. I can understand your passion, your sentiment, but it came off a particular type of way. I want to make that very clear. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Bobby Farvia. Sorry, I misspelled.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Bobby Farino. I've lived here in Sunray East since 1990, and I'm really, really disappointed in how North Miami Beach is being run. I mean, look, the name of the game is when greed and avarice are the motivating factors in the running of this city, we've got a big problem. And make no mistake about it, the proverbial you-know-what has hit the fan. I think we're at the tip of the iceberg. When people don't allow themselves to be honest, when people have a different vision, and that vision does not align with all of our visions, then we're not working together. And that separatism accounts for all of these problems. I expect that this city government does the right thing. I expect it and I demand it. I'm living here. Why should I pay my taxes for those mistakes that were made by the city government? They weren't made by us. To throw away that money by not meeting a deadline is inexcusable. It's inexcusable. I mean, I can't even think of any words to describe that. I'm really embarrassed. I love North Miami Beach, but it's become a laughing stock. And the really sad thing is, this is a microcosm of the macrocosm. The whole world is like this. But do we need to be? Where's the honesty in the hearts of all of you, of everybody here, all of us? I mean, what did your mama teach you, for heaven's sake? Let's make everything right. Let's be honest and let's work together. There's so much we can do here to make everything right again. We're not expecting perfectionism, but we're expecting more than we've been given. I mean, I want to know what is going to be done and when. These are not small problems, folks. These are not small problems. So please, everybody, get your act together and let's make North Miami Beach beautiful and great, a place people want to come to. And yes, the buildings are a mess. We need to do something with this. There's trash everywhere. Let's do it right. And thank you all for listening. Thank you for all of the hard work those of you who've operated from honesty have done. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dallas Stoner Williams, and then Elena Keith.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here tonight to tell Mr. Joseph Mitchell thanks. I came to the meeting. Oh, my address is 16030 Northeast 18th Place, and I live on that street for 45 years.
Your name, please.
Stone Williams. Mr. Mitchell Joseph, I thank you because last week meeting I came here about the trees with those things flying in the night. And you all send someone to do a wonderful job. So I come to say thanks. Because for the past 15 years, that's the first time I see my little area looking good. And there is another problem I have to say. I want to clean the swell, but guess what? I can't. I am old. I'm not young no more. And the residents around the area with the dogs, they come and poops right there every day. Please, apartment, you have to do something to the apartment people, the people that lives in apartment with the dogs. I even scared to go on the street to get a walk because there are so many big dogs, you know, those bad ones. I don't want a bite. I'm too old to get bites. So please notice those with the apartment about those dogs. They make their poop. I can't go out there, go pick up poop. I'm not for that. So please, right? I don't know if any of you own those apartments over there. You have to do better with the tenants. These tenants, oh Lord, they are so filthy. You could pass an 18th place, you could see the garbage all over, not in the bin. You all drop the black bin. Remember when we have the green ones? Now each and every apartment have their own bin, but nobody takes care of that. I don't know where we are from, but where I am from, we put the garbage in the bin. not on the street. Please, I thank you. The next thing I'm saying about the bus stop. If it's raining and I go up to Walmart, there is not a bus shelter. 1, 2, 3. We used to have bus shelter where we stop when the rain is falling. When we have the mall, J.C. Penney, Bird Hines, we could go up there. We used to have bus stops. There is no bus stop for shelter if it's raining. And I'm too old to get wet in the rain. Please, I'm asking, do something to North Miami Beach. I live here quite a while. My children went to college, go to Fulford School and went off to college. Please, I'm just asking for do something, give us bus stop. I don't even know which bus to catch no more because I don't see the buses. I gotta take my time and walk to the mall. I thank you for doing the trees, and that's what I'm here for tonight. You have a wonderful week. Bye.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager.
Commissioner Chernoff.
If you would address the
Vice Mayor.
issue of the dogs pooping, we have an ordinance against that, and can you see that almost all of our communities have those signs again? Because people aren't aware of it. If there's new people, they're not paying attention, and it is up to a $500 fine if you get caught. So.
And maybe through the mayor, if I may, maybe we need to put also the disposables like they have in some of the other cities. I think we have them too in Eastern Shores.
That we should be putting
with the baggies, and we have them go around and make sure there's bags there, etc.
I know Commissioner Florimon. He has a chocolate lab. Levely, man.
Yeah, I think Parks has been doing a good job. They've put a lot of those receptacles and dog stations on the canal, but we do need to order more of those. But the thing is also, when people do go to those receptacles, they're taking all of the bags, and they're not leaving anything for anyone else. So, we just got to keep doing our best to refill them and make sure that they're available.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, Commissioners, and city staff. Great to be here. My name is Elena Keith, and I've been a resident of city of North Miami Beach for the last 2 years, in and out. I also go to Arlington, Virginia. And I'd like to support everyone who was speaking on the topic of city being infected with garbage. Somehow it's not being coordinated between the coastal services that's supposed to be doing the collection of garbage, providing that service to the city, and code enforcement. Because from the perspective of me, coming from Arlington, Virginia, it's an incredibly clean city and state. Code enforcement is very much involved into monitoring how city is run, where the garbage is collected, where garbage bins are being placed, how residents deal in certain cases and such. So it's all supposed to be a part of the code ordinance somehow. And I'd suggest to take a very good look how can it be implemented in the city of North Miami Beach. It's a great, we're just so close to the ocean. It's a great place to be, the weather and the people and history. So it's like just one of the most desirable places. However, this particular thing has not been correctly run from my perspective. And again, I appreciate everyone's work that goes into it and efforts, but that really we as citizens and the government, we really will have to work on this together. And then the second topic I'd like to address is the commissioners brought earlier, the American Rescue Plan Act and the oversight of not reporting the funds. So yeah, there is a couple of things that can be done, because if I work with the federal agencies, I'm very much aware of how it's being done. So there's 3 things I would look into. There is $10 million revenue loss allowance that potentially can be looked at correct reporting errors and reclassify certain funds. So that's 3 points. Whoever was consulting the city, they really need to look good into it because there is potentially a way to reclaim some of the funds. And then Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Under this particular provision, there is still, I think, around $112 billion remaining to be appropriated by the cities, municipalities across the United States through the year 2025 and 2026. And these particular funds, they have to be pretty much just, the city needs to work on it now. These funds could be used towards infrastructure, projects, water, transportations, and such. This is like just a free, direct funding from federal government to this. This has to be also looked into. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David Zapin, Mara Hawk, and then Mr. Kazan.
David Zapin. My family's been at 971 Northeast 158th Street since 1952. Let me know when the next door giveaway happens so I can finally vent out some of the heat buildup. So blessed Juneteenth coming up. You could say I'm here because it's one of the few places I can get some, what's the term? Anyway, cooling station, right. Once again, I'm wearing the red shirt with a wink at the novel where there's trained people in red shirts that are, they're trying to do their job, but oops, sorry, no, you're not, you're done, you're gone. I say that because I met a nice lady. The only thing we had in common, we both used to work at Sable Palm Elementary and haven't taught since. So I say that because, this is the plight of the overeducated. So I wish that we had, instead of a snow piercer, that we had some kind of bus called the sun piercer to help get our transient population, into a portable cooling station so that we don't upset our would-be tourists, the few we still have. You could argue we needed tent city for them, but that would violate the new anti-camping regulation. I tried to warn our guests the other day that back on June 14th, 24, the no-name storm of Invest 90L, 159th Street was a parking lot, which is how I drowned my car on 149th Street, which was a canal. And I've argued that we should raise money by turning 163rd Street into a toll road so we can at least get some money from people going out for pancakes. We have problems, and as far as this trolley controversy, yes, it would be nice if we had real shelters to attract enough people to justify the expense of trolleys to get people on buses. As the previous speaker said, our shelters don't shelter very well. I know we're trying to keep out the transients, but there's a very thin intersection of the Venn diagram of those versus people who have jobs to do, usually at minimum wage. Me, for all my fancy education, 8 teaching licenses, what would that get me? Minimum wage security work in Miami Beach. That's so much for my fancy
15
job.
seconds.
10th floor. Unfortunately, there's people who come in with their money and their connections, and they pass away, or a mistake happens, and they're gone, and the jobs get reshuffled. And we get stuck with the mess. Good luck filling jobs.
Thank you. Time.
Here at a career source. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabin. Next speaker.
Ms. Hawk.
Good evening. I'm Maria Hawk. I live in the city for over 30 years. I would like to speak about the trolley, but first, I would like to say something about the city manager, the former. I am very sorry to see him leaving because for a long time, we really have somebody really good that did a very well done job. And I don't think we appreciate it that much. But, however, I do not agree with that severance pay. We don't have that money to spend. Okay, now about the trolley. The current contract, I think, is very extravagant. $9-something million is a lot of money. A lot of money for this city. A lot of money for us. That's our money. It's our taxes there. Remember that without people in this city, none of you would be here serving us. We won't be every 4 years helping you guys. I like all of you, but I do not agree that a contract have been done without a bid. It's not right, and I please will tell all of you to think about that when another contract comes. And if it's possible, to review this and go back and do a better business for us. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Kazan?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. First of all, I want to make a correction, and Commissioner Smuckler, you said that Mr. DeRose voted for something in 2015. Mr. DeRose was not here in 2015. So maybe the rest of your information was incorrect, as how you stated that he was there in 2015. You don't have to reply.
My apologies, that's what I was told.
What I noticed as well,
Not perfect.
there's a lot of interruption from the dais there when people speak in here. Oh, a point of privilege and all of these things. It carries on the meeting, and it's useless and wasteful. That is why we allow you people to speak after public comment. Whatever you have, hold it in, just like how you tell us to hold it in. And another thing I noticed, one more time, the dais is reverting to police power, where you turn in the police against us, that we can't even clap, we can't even express ourselves. That is police intimidation. And then you come and you bring resolutions telling us about other countries that don't have democracy and we must sympathize with them. But what we need the sympathy as well. Another thing, when the mayor and Commissioner Florman, they made it a campaign point to bring the sanitation in-house. We're not hearing anything about that anymore. And the attorney, we need to bring back the attorney in-house. We were paying that amount of money that we are paying currently, 160 hours a week we used to get from our attorneys, 4 attorneys full-time. Now they send the attorney office that you hired, they send people here sleeping on the job, playing with their phone and all of these sort of things. It needs a cutout. And another thing, I noticed at least one commissioner up there just walked away. While public comment is like, we don't count. And then that commissioner, I'm not saying the name, at a retreat says she wants more public input. Not only the 5 people that come here, but more people. And now people fill the alleyway, people fill the hallway here. And then you intimidating with police statics. That shouldn't work. Where we come from, yes, the police works really well in intimidating us. But when we're here, no, it shouldn't happen. And then we also have, this Procel thing. When Procel came in 2020, they never even was in a bus business, trolley business. Okay, and what they did, they lost the bid the first time, and Commissioner Smuckler, you brought it back, and then you voted with the underdogs to the three that lost, then you brought it back, and that is how they won, and they're holding on to the nail here, and this 90 days contract,
That's not how it happened.
90 days contract
I was there,
suddenly
and
turned
I
to
know.
5 years. The $460,000, 522, $460,522, the mayor's going to tell me, $460,522 suddenly came to $9.5 million.
Mr. McKazan.
Suddenly came to $9.5 million.
No,
I hope you guys followed it up.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any more speakers?
That was the last time speaker.
No. Let's next. All right, next. Can you? We're closing public comments since there's no more additional names, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Florimon.
No. We're in public comment. Yes. So,
Public comment is closed.
yeah, public comment is closed, and now we're going into announcements, communications.
Sorry, Commissioner Florimon.
Jazz. No, communications.
Sorry.
Happy
Hello.
birthday.
Jasmine with Communications.
First of all,
Hi.
happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so I'm filling in for Jen. She's on vacation, and we're just gonna dive right in.
I'm sorry, Jazz, please grab the mic.
Oh, you can't hear me. My apologies. So sorry. Diving right in, we have Penji Wild Animal Showcase Wednesday, June 18th, starting 2 p.m., 3 p.m. at the NMB Library. We have North Miami Beach Presents Juneteenth Celebration, Wednesday, June 18th at 6 p.m. We have Juneteenth, which is a federal holiday. City Hall will be closed. We also have the 2025 Juneteenth Experience happening on Thursday, June 19th. From 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. will be legal services at City Hall lobby. From 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. will be the drumline and step show competition at the Julius Littman Theater. We have 151st Street Station Community Outreach Event. It's the first workshop happening Wednesday, June 25th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Marjorie and William McDonald Center. We have Farm Share drive-through food distribution Thursday, June 26th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. while supplies last at Ulita Community Center. Senior luncheon sponsored by our esteemed partner Jackson North, also in conjunction with the Golden Passport, which is for seniors at the Julius Littman Performing Theater, starting at 11. NMB Hurricane Expo, starting June 18th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Ulita Community Center. UMC Mobile Health Clinic, Sunday, June 29th, 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 behind City Hall. On-site DMV visit. I do apologize that the appointments are no longer available. They have been filled. This is just a reminder for the ones that are confirmed, happening Tuesday, July 22nd, 9:30 to 1:30 at the Julia Littman Theater. And the Peruvian Cultural Festival celebration, Saturday, July 26th at 1 p.m. at the NMB Library. That is closed.
Thank you, Comms. Next item on the agenda is announcements. Madam Clerk.
We just did announcements.
Public reports, commissioner reports.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. Thank you so much, everyone that has come up and made comments, taking the time out of your day to express yourselves. It's a very important part of the process, and we hear you, but I know that there's more work that needs to be done to show that we hear you. But I'll circle back on that in a little bit. But I wanted to send out our condolences and our thoughts and prayers to, the entire Minnesota area, to the family of State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, and also to the family of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, who were wounded and are recovering from really what was an act of terror and a very targeted act on elected Democrats. And just in speaking about this, it's about the divisiveness, really. That's really what this boils down to. That people can be targeted specifically because of their viewpoints in this country is something that is happening more and more and more. And we really just need to take some time to think about how we can work in a collaborative spirit. And it definitely begins here in our own city. And so I wanted to send out our thoughts and prayers to those families and to the entire Minnesota area. Aside from that, going back to some of the public comments, I think there was a conversation about how committees and what our committees do. We've been talking about that for quite some time, but one of the discussions that was kind of had was how do we make our committees stronger to the point where really we can have some form of direction and quasi responsibility from residents as well as our employees. And so we have these committees, and these committees sometimes work on parks, they sometimes work on different things, but what I believe we need are committees that really help with the structure and the organization and the advancement of projects and things like that when it comes to our administration. Is it making sense, what I'm saying? Or is 3 minutes already over? Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, but honestly, I think we need to really take a look at that because we have so many departments with a lot of fluctuation, a lot of change, right? And these departments throughout the year after we approve our budgets, they kind of do what they normally do. And unless it's coming up before us as an item, we really don't have a way that we track progress. We really don't have a way that we hold department heads and employees, accountable to what we say we're going to do. And I think that's a way that we can bring our community together is by looking at boards and committees that interact with various departments in the city. So I know we have the Public Utilities Commission, which is one board that has, it's tied to the water utility and any other utility that we may have. And then we have what other board really that does that, aside from planning and zoning, right? And then we have the we have the board that I'm on, which is no, I'm going somewhere with this. I appreciate you guys. But we have code enforcement, which is good. We have planning and zoning, which is good. We have the PUC. We have the pension,
the library.
Civil service has been a conversation for some time now.
Yeah.
Okay. But as far as the day-to-day operations, we don't have any boards that really deal with that, right? And so I think that there's some sort of an oversight board that we can create where these projects, as they're moving along, we're actually watching them in real time. Residents have an opportunity to lend their expertise, and they can feel like they're part of the process. I think it's merited, and if I can get the support of the commission to instruct our city manager to look into what other cities are doing relative to that, that would be good.
All right.
I'm not quite understanding the purpose. When you said there would be an oversight from the public, are you referring to a development, a building?
No, we're talking about departments within the city.
No, when he's saying that he would like to, how we have these other boards, they would certain boards tied to specific departments within our city government, tied to the building department or to. Well, I mean, but the thing is, he wants to make it more specific. That's his standpoint.
Right, because beautification, maybe I can look at some of your past meetings, but, it probably doesn't speak
But it
specific
has
to some
like
of the
public
issues that
works, it has,
come before us.
Planning and zoning, that type of.
Right, but what I'm saying is we need to make it plain so that it's not something that's optional, that we know exactly. Mr. Kazan, I appreciate you.
6 minutes you're going for now.
Mr. Kazan, I'm trying to build synergy between the residents and the departments. If you can allow us to finish, thank you so much. All right. So if we can get some consistency on that way we can have the management look into what other cities are doing as far as
Getting
oversight.
information is something to that degree. If that's what it is, please, if you can, you hear the thoughts from the commission. Getting this.
So can we get that within the next 30 days?
Wow.
No. Listen, guys, I don't make a lot of these requests, so we need to give a timeline because, or else it's just going to.
I think I don't see an issue with getting the information in regards to how to have a particular setup to see what other cities do in regards to department specifics. I think that's just making a query. So whatever you can do, manager, to have it available, if it is in the next 30 days or the next meeting, make it possible. But it's something that Commissioner Florimon feels passionate about, and he needs that support. So if you can get that information, that'd be great. Next, Madam Clerk.
All right, thank you.
Madam Clerk, next commissioner.
Commissioner Danielle Jean.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to also reflect the sentiments of Commissioner Florimon, sending our condolences to the entire state of Minnesota. I also wanted to welcome our interim city manager, deputy, and also ACM. So welcome to the new team, and we're looking forward to all that's to come. For those of you who hail from the Caribbean, it is Caribbean American Heritage Month, so celebrating that. And also in tandem with our senior liaison, the county will be here for all of you who are 65 and up and in need of a bus pass. The county has a free bus pass program, so the Golden Pass. And so if you you are welcome to come and actually get that free pass at the same time that we're going to be having our senior luncheon. I had a chance to do a ride along with PD a couple weeks ago, last week, and just an eye opener. Shout out to our chief and deputy chief of the work that our police department does on a daily basis. And I have a new respect for the men and women in blue, just from being able to shadow them for the two and a half hours that I had with them. I wanted to also make mention about the hurricane preparedness event. I know it's less than a week to go, and I really want to make sure that our residents have that information. So I'm going to really ask through the manager if PD, Water, Parks and Rec would do a concerted effort to make sure that the advertisement is out there. Also, for those of you who attended the 159th Street Forum, I know we didn't have any city staff at that meeting that was actually taking notes. The commissioners, most of us were there, but there wasn't anyone from Public Works that was there. So I'm not sure what the next step is as it relates to what the county is going to do, but if we can make sure that we have city staff that's advocating for those residents and those updates that were provided. Also, big thanks to Parks and Recreation for a successful week of summer camp. So thank you all the campers and also parents who are entrusting us with their children. I wanted to also mention about the bus shelters. I know it's something that I've been talking about for months and months, and I'm still waiting to get an update on what happened to the other 12 that were approved. Two more items. The ARPA. I've been talking about ARPA for about a year now, and I'm really hoping that we can get a clearer picture of ARPA without having to go into general funds. So as I was mentioning to our team, we need viable solutions that the general public won't have to bear the burden for some type of oversight. I also want to highlight that ARPA is a collective effort. It's not only the administration, it's procurement, it's so many different pieces of the puzzle that have not been working in tandem. So to the administration, please highlight those parts because it's not just one piece of the puzzle that's out of sync. And also, happy Juneteenth. And last but not least, I have a suggestion for the centennial celebration. If we can have a sponsorship deck for that celebration. I mentioned that a couple months ago, but I want to see that those funds are not coming from general funds to fund that particular celebration.
Commissioner Phyllis Smith.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, thank every single resident that came out tonight and all those that called me. I understand your frustration. Sometimes when you sit up here, you are equally frustrated, maybe even more so. Hopefully, every one of us do our research. And I don't know. We don't communicate on anything that goes on in the city outside of this room because it is a sunshine violation, which is a state regulation. So I don't know why some of the commissioners voted a certain way. It certainly didn't make sense to me at all. I couldn't find any reason. I did not vote for it for that simple reason. It just didn't make sense. Now what I have to tell you is we can't, as a commission, we can't as a city, we can't as our employees give up. If I hear one more person tell me how filthy this city is, I swear heads should fly. We don't have to live like that. We do not have to live like that. When I hear these things over and over, it doesn't make sense. How did we miss a $4 million deadline? We're not talking about you forgot to take your vitamin pill. Oh, well, tomorrow you'll be okay. We're talking $4 million. These things are internal that I'm hoping I have 100% commission backing to say to the manager. My first thought was to welcome the manager, interim manager, but instead I'm going to give him the burden of really finding out where people aren't working, where they're not paying attention, and find out how is it possible when somebody tells me that we missed a deadline and yet there was extra days off for employees. I appreciate the employees. I understand giving them time off. I understand their head's not in it during the holidays. I get it. But what I don't get is before you do that, when somebody that works here tells me that they had a birthday party for him, so that's why he didn't reach a deadline. If somebody gives you a surprise birthday party and you can't reach the deadline, you have to work that weekend. I'm sorry. You have to work at night. I mean, I'm a working woman. I understand how it works. If you want to say, and I have said, I am going to take my daughter to the movie. I am going to show them the house tomorrow, even though I told them about the house. And guess what? When I called them tomorrow, they bought it that night from somebody else. That's the way it works. So the calm welcome and thank you turns into such a buildup of frustration and anger that I really have to ask the residents, the staff, my fellow colleagues to come with me and let's make a difference. Let's show the public we're making a difference. And let's say it's our 100th anniversary. There are a couple more things. Of course, Minnesota is scary. My family doesn't want me to answer the door. I mean, it is scary that people are crazy. There are crazy people. And we have to, instead of watching and living in fear, thank God for every day that we have and enjoy it. Enjoy it. And at least, for gosh sakes, be nice. Be nice. I would like to just mention a couple quick things to the manager that are very important. The speed bumps and the stop signs. 159th Street was a very, very emotional meeting for people that live there. Very strong that the county came and heard their complaints, and they took what was a plan for a 5-lane highway right in the middle of a residential, and they're going to make it 3 lanes. But person after person came up about the tragedy on their corner with accidents because of people speeding like a runway. It happens to be on my block as well. A dead-end street, 2 dogs dead. Thank God it wasn't a child. So we have to start to look into, if we can't fix it, lowering the speed, what the speed should be on residential streets. They want more enforcement. It's not a county issue. It is a police issue. That costs money for more policemen. So let's look into the four-way stop sign. Let's look into the speed bumps that we've been promised for years after years. It doesn't have to be one that ruins a car. It has to be one that slows it down like they have around the canal. I'd also like to say that, as I may remind you, for the senior meeting, I'd like you to have a program for this senior meeting to educate the seniors about a hurricane, preparing their dogs, a place for their animals or cats, their medications, making sure they have a ride, etc. I would also like to mention to you that I think Coastal, if you could, even though that is under a contract, if you could ask Coastal to be at the next 159th meeting. It may not be for 6 or 9 or 8 months because they're just going to start in the planning, but I think that's important, as one of the residents brought up how the digging machines can ruin the swale area. So I think we should have Coastal there for their input. I definitely want to tell everybody that, speaking of animals, be very careful 4th of July. We lost a dog one time next door. A little tiny little thing got out, and luckily somebody took it to Fort Lauderdale when they found it 4 blocks away. 4th of July, they get scared and they don't know where they're going and they just want to run anywhere, and we retrieved the dog, but be careful. Want to remind everybody the most important thing about summer, the most important thing besides beautiful tans, and besides the fact that we have fabulous weather, remember to teach everybody you know how to swim. Make sure, look what happened. Look what happened in the ocean where the father went in to get the daughter, and they both are in critical condition. Please make sure everybody swims. And with that, I'm going to apologize for not controlling myself better. But these things are very aggravating. We give a lot of time. I know everybody up here does. The mayor and the commissioners give it a lot of time. But if you know how I review all this paperwork, if you know how I go over every sheet and spend time with the manager, it is so frustrating when people say, I made a mistake by voting. Well, they had the same information I had. This is the information we're given. And yes, I go outside to get more information. I go outside to find out, as Commissioner Floormine just requested for you to go to other cities. I sent to 33 committees, 33 municipalities in Dade County, besides the one that we live, to find out how do they handle their economic development boards, how do they recruit people, etc. And that's what it takes to try to do the best we can. We're not perfect. We don't always get it 100% right, but boy, our goal should be trying to get it 100% right, at least 99. So with your help, with everybody that came, I can't thank you enough. I can tell you quite honestly, there's many things up here that I don't understand, but I'm only one vote. And may you have a wonderful, safe summer. Don't get sunburned and buy that bikini. You only live once.
Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler.
Okay, so I gave up my 3 minutes, but I just want to say the library will begin working beginning this Friday from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And every Friday with the Alliance for Aging Shine Medicare Counseling. This will help seniors in NMB obtain many services. Thank you.
Commissioner Linsu.
Thank you. Okay, first, welcome to the new administration. I know you're going to have a lot of work, as the last administration neglected to do his job correctly and didn't direct things the proper way. With that said, regarding the ARPA fund, I think the most neutral way to do this is probably to consider a forensic audit on the ARPA fund. And so that way it's neutral and all the work can get cleared out as to what that fund is really in compliance, whether the fund is really in compliance. I want to echo something. I agree with Commissioner Floormine twice today, so this is great. I agree with the boards having a little bit more power, especially items that have already been budgeted. I don't think that they should even have to come to our consent agenda, but I'd have to consult the attorney. If we had already approved the budget and we have it clearly, am I that boring? No, I'm kidding. All right, so that's that. I think that I need to consult and see if we can give more power to our boards, whether it be PUC or RAB or things like that have already been budgeted. I think that it doesn't even have to come to the consent agenda. I want to thank all the residents who came here, made their way out. I know it's hard. I'm working with the attorney. We're going to have a discussion item to see if we can allow you to participate on Zoom. That way, everybody can make public comment from the comfort of their home while they're preparing meals for their children the next day or taking care of a loved one, whichever one that is. That would make it more convenient for you to make public comment. But we will still work on that with the attorney. I want to thank the constitutional county level officials that have made time to be at our city. So we had the property appraiser here twice this month. We had the tax collector came here, and he's also, I think there was a mobile unit doing driver's license renewals and whatnot. We have the clerk of courts accepting, various different things that I've been posting on my social media as well, so you could find news there. Especially a big shout out to Commissioner Marlene Bastien, who invited the county to bring their staff over for the engineers that came for the 159th Street yesterday. So thank you, Commissioner Marlene Bastien in District 2. She was the one who was standing in the way of a 5-lane road. So she stood there and she said, as long as I'm the government official or I'm the elected, commissioner, there will not be 5 lanes. And we were worried, what happens when she leaves? So we're going to try to make sure that all the long-term plans get changed. So that way we don't have to worry about that anymore. And I'd like to echo Commissioner Jean's disappointment in not having our city staff there, whether it be public works or community development. I heard from them that they said they didn't even know about the meeting. Again, we had a retreat, and it was always talking about internal communication. And I think that when there is an event where the county's here on our premise, that we don't even attend. That's embarrassing. Okay, and our water supply is, since June 9th, no fluoride has been added, so we're just waiting for that to deplete. You'll hear more about it in the document that the water plant director had put in the utilities. My Neighborhood Voices event is June 24th. UMC Free Clinic is June 29th. Please take advantage of it. Hurricane season is here, so please be prepared. And I don't know when we're going to be distributing sandbags if we need them. Also celebrate Juneteenth and July 4th with alacrity. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jay Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. I too would like to thank all the residents who did speak their thoughts and told us what they thought, and hopefully we all take it to heed. All right. Congratulations to Ian on a baby named Max, first baby. So congratulations to Mr. Max for coming into this world. All right. Congratulations to our manager and our assistant managers. All right. There he is. The new papa had his first Father's Day this weekend. So congratulations. Okay, I want to thank Commissioner Bastien, who did heed our residents all coming out, and don't think that your voice doesn't get heard. It was because the citizens came out that she changed the plan from 5 to 3. And it's 5 to 3 right now. It's down to 3 lanes, which is much better than 5. They keep the swales, and it's a much better program. I've given our assistant manager, Marlene Monestein, a suggestion to reach out to them and tell them to include bike lanes. There's no bike lanes on it, and we have a lot of scooters, and we have a lot of people on mopeds and stuff like that. So if we're redoing the roads, we should probably think about that at the same time. And Commissioner Bastien, we do thank you. Farm Share is on the 26th. I want to congratulate Omar Nickerson, the new president of the Miami-Dade League of Cities, and our first vice president, Fortuna Smuckler, who next year, this time of the year, will be the president of the Miami-Dade League of Cities. So congratulations. City Attorney, I have an ordinance that I had passed in 1995, and I'm going to hand it to you. Was an ordinance against blowers, our lawn maintenance people who blow onto somebody else's property or blow it into the street. And I don't think my ordinance had any teeth in it. And I would like you to look at it and put some teeth in it, and let's move that forward, because every one of us has a neighbor that blows their leaves onto your property or onto the street. And even, I'm going to go, Mr. Manager, even this far, that it's our workers that we have cutting the medians who blow it into the street and let the cars all blow it all over the place. And, where did they think it goes? It has to go to somebody's property, and that's not right. The same that water, when you build a new house, is supposed to stay in your area and not go into somebody else's house. That's very important. All right. What happened in Minnesota is a tragedy. There's no question about it. That a public official, for doing their job, got shot. One killed, one critically injured. Mr. Manager, I want you to reach out to the federal government and see if there's any money to see if we need more protection up here. Okay, we all serve the same way that they did. We're not on the same level. We're commissioners in the city, but please look into it, because this is a serious thing. For saying what you think up here, you could get shot for it, and that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ludicrous, but that's the society we live in today, and we need to be protecting. On the final note, one more ordinance I'd like you to look into. The other thing that's going on is, in my neighborhood, we had the gas company move the gas lines from the back of the yards to the front of the yards. Well, when they did that, they tore up swales, they tore up the street, and I don't think we have an ordinance that addresses that enough, because our streets were paved a year ago. Now I've got 12 different places that are ripped up, and what are they going to do? Make it real black when the rest of it's gray now, and it's going to look like a checkerboard when we're done? So that's an issue. They should have to, we need an ordinance that puts it back the way that they found it.
Vice Mayor, which company?
The gas company.
So do we have a franchise agreement with them? Because
yes, we do.
Or not, we can look to the franchise.
Oh, we do.
And I'll get into that.
We do, and that's, again, I told the manager to make them pave the whole road. Don't make them hot shot it, here and there and get, okay. And then finally, I don't know what's going on, but I asked where my picture was on the wall because it's not there. And I was told that somebody up here objected to my picture being there. I was the acting mayor for 6 months, and as acting mayor, that's the history of that wall, is who's been serving. And so please, somebody look into it.
Wait. No, the one. Because I don't want to belabor the point. Beth is there because she was voted as mayor at the time, if you remember. You voted for it, Commissioner Smuckler. It was a vote, that was done for mayor.
Well, it's the same interim mayor that she was.
But there was never a vote to do. I'm just telling you the procedural standpoint. Beth was voted mayor. It was. Correct me if I'm wrong. Beth was voted mayor.
But if that's the mayor's wall and he was the mayor, whether it was voted on or not, he was a mayor or not a mayor. He was mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So next.
Everybody have a great
What
summer.
happened to the pictures
I don't know what happened to the other.
while we're on the subject?
Yeah, where's all the other ones?
I didn't know. Well.
They're being reframed.
Okay, so can I?
Mayor Michael Joseph.
We have our Juneteenth event next on Thursday. We're bringing back thank you, everyone that's in attendance and listening. I appreciate everyone that's been taking their precious time to listen and to participate. My reports are, as I pointed out, we have our Juneteenth event on Thursday. We also have we're going to be bringing over the DMV mobile for a senior event on the 27th. And hopefully get a lot of seniors in our community that's been looking for this type of service and giving them some preferential treatment because they've been asking for it. So I'm going to be partnering up with the tax collector in regards to that particular initiative. So look out for it. It's going to be on the 27th of...
Clarifying, it's July 25th.
July 25th. That's the day we're having. That being said, we have a long agenda, and I won't belabor the point. I got to lead by example. So next item, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just one thing I want to ask the manager before we get into the NMB, if I may, through the DMV visit that's coming on July 22nd. Could you ask the police staff if they could get a second day in a month? They fill up immediately and no appointments become available within. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Mr. Mayor, I know that you were going to say something.
No, go ahead.
I know that that we had a conversation on the actual agenda, but I just like to move that quasi up if we can.
I know. I just want to get past the consent so we can just move on, and then we'll get to the quasi. That's next.
Okay.
And I have, on one of the items on consent, before we vote on it, I think that there's a mistake that I want to mention. It's the one for the recess for the month of August. It says the City Commission will recess for the month of August of 2025, and the regular July City Commission meeting shall be canceled.
There is a typo. It was changed. And we will correct that. We will point that out to the commission. Since it's consent, just for the record, the reference to July is incorrect. It was changed. It is a scrivener's error. So when you vote on it, read August where it says July. We're not taking
so
recess
July
for
meeting
August
is
and canceling July.
July
That is a
meeting is
scrivener's
on.
error.
Okay.
You're correct.
All right. So, Madam Clerk. Yes. Madam Clerk, can we just read off can we go to consent, please?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
Please read out
the title.
the consent. Thank you.
Together.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. Item 9.1, Commission Conference Minutes of May 20th, 2025. Item 9.2, Regular Commission Meeting Minutes of May 20th, 2025. Item 9.3, Special Commission Meeting Minutes of June 9th, 2025. Item 9.4, Resolution Number R, 2025-67, Purchase of a Portable CCTV System for Routine and Emergency Inspections of Sewer Lines, brought by the Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Q's Inc. for the purchase of D8-C550, a portable CCTV system for routine and emergency inspection of sewer lines for a budgeted amount not to exceed $74,205, authorizing the interim city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.5, Resolution Number R, 2025-68, purchase of 2 John Deere backhoe loaders, brought by the NMB Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a piggyback contract with Dobbs Equipment, LLC, for the purchase of 2 John Deere backhoe loaders in an amount not to exceed $322,326, authorizing the interim city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, but subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6, Resolution Number R 2025-69, formal support for the, I'm sorry, well, this was going to be going under legislation. It's no longer consent. I apologize. Item 9.7, Resolution Number R 2025-70, purchase of painting and pressure cleaning services, brought by the Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a piggyback contract with J&J Inc., DBA Eagle Painting for the purchase of painting and pressure cleaning services in an amount not to exceed $112,251. Authorizing the interim city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate the resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. 9.8 is also going to be heard under legislation about community-oriented policing. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2025-72, authorizing a change order with Southern Underground Industries, Inc. for Bunch Park Water Main Replacement Project, brought by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing a change order with Southern Underground Industries, Inc., increasing the contract by an amount not to exceed $187,944, authorizing the interim city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10 is deferred to the July meeting. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2025-74, purchase of original equipment, OEM, automotive parts, services, and shop supplies, brought by the procurement officer. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with multiple vendors, increasing the estimated annual expenditure by $100,000 for the purchase of original equipment, manufacturer, OEM, automotive parts, services, and shop supplies, authorizing the interim city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing an effective date. Item 9.12, resolution number R 2025-75, purchase of fire hydrant maintenance and repair services, brought by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a piggyback contract with R&M Service Solutions, LLC, for the purchase of fire hydrant maintenance and repair services in an annual amount not to exceed $175,000, authorizing the interim city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2025-76, task order for professional engineering services for the comprehensive plan, brought by the Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for professional engineering services for the completion of the comprehensive plan in an amount not to exceed $150,000 with the Corradino Group under the Continuing Services Agreement for Professional Consulting Services, and authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.14 is withdrawn, will be heard separately before quasi-judicial. Item 9.15, resolution number R 2025-78, legislation establishing parameters for the development of parcels for modular, non-permanent commercial, cultural, and recreational activities, sponsored by Commissioner Jean. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager.
The modular thing? No? The modular thing.
No, it was not.
Okay.
Can you? It wasn't that. So what? Can you repeat the?
Yes, it's 9.15, and it deals with parameters for the development of parcels for modular, non-permanent. Okay, I'm going to continue reading it then. I've read the title, sponsored by Commissioner Jean. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager designate to develop legislation establishing parameters for the development of parcels for modular, non-permanent commercial, cultural, and recreational activities, including but not limited to community markets, art and entertainment spaces, dining spaces, and other commercial and recreational uses, and to identify vacant and underused parcels fit for such use, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.16, resolution number R 2025-79, tourism initiatives, sponsored by Commissioner Jean. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager or designee to identify and apply for tourism-related grants, develop a marketing campaign to promote tourism, international trade, and transportation initiatives in the city of North Miami Beach, authorizing the city manager or city attorney to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Item.
Right here.
Okay,
No.
No, there's a couple more. We have two that were add-on. Item 9.17, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida. Is there a sponsor on this one? Okay. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, allowing for recess of the City Commission during the month of August of 2025 and allowing for workshops and special meetings to proceed during the recess, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. And as was noted in section 2, it says recess for the month of August and the regular July. That's a typo. The regular August City Commission meeting shall be canceled. Okay. And item 9.18, resolution number R 2025-86. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, rescheduling the September City Commission meeting from September 16th, 2025 to September 8th, 2025 to accommodate the city mayors and city commissioners, city commissions attendance at the 2025 U.S.-Japan Sister Cities International Summit taking place on September 16, 2025 through September 19, 2025, and authorizing the interim city manager to designate funds to pay for registration and travel and lodging for attendees, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. That is the consent agenda.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I am a little surprised at the consent agenda items. These two, about the recess and the payment for the Japan trip.
Okay.
Was that actually added in?
Yes, there was. Just
But
like
we didn't see
just
the verbiage beforehand.
just like your items were added in.
No, mine was in the consent.
No,
It's not
no.
even- No, it's all in discussion. Can we pull these two items for
It was a,
It's
the agenda has been voted on.
it was a voted on.
right.
So as stated, as with all the stuff, do I have a motion in a second? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
We already had a motion.
Yeah, motion. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Oppose.
1, 2 opposed. Next item.
Opposing?
Yes.
Or for?
What? Can you reset? What was the vote, please?
4. Myself. So it's 4. Next item, please. Next, can we go to quasi judicial? Thank you.
1 second.
There's one before quasi-judicial.
Which one's before?
Resolution number R 2025-77, renaming Patricia A. Mishcon Athletic Field.
Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith.
Sponsored by Commissioner Smith. Yeah, it was voted to do this not as part of consent, but before quasi.
But she was the one that pulled it,
Yes.
from my understanding.
The one on the.
The Patricia Mishcon Field.
Please, go ahead.
Sponsored by, let me read it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sponsored by Commissioner Smith, renaming R 2025-77, renaming Patricia A. Mishcon Athletic Field to Jeffrey and Patricia Mishcon Athletic Field, sponsored by Commissioner Smith. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, renaming the Patricia A. Mishcon Athletic Field to the Jeffrey and Patricia Mishcon Athletic Field, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so give me a second so that I can find it, because I'm just now reading the two things that were on the consent, because we just got them tonight, and I did not even see them till just now. That's why I voted no. Okay, so if somebody can pull that up and let me have it.
The Mishcon.
The Mishcon.
Anybody have a copy of the Mishcon item?
What number was it in consent?
It was like very early.
Originally, it was.
Yeah, it was 9.14.
Yeah.
It was moved.
All
It
right.
was 9.14, but it was moved to immediately after consent, so it would be discussed, but before the
I had everything so
quasi-judicial item.
organized. I did have everything so organized. I'm sorry.
9.14, if that's any help, Commissioner Smith?
No,
It's just a renaming, right? I mean, you have.
wait, that's not the point.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you pull it up, please?
Here, Phyllis.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I am pulling this up deliberately.
On what?
I pulled it so it would be read separately. I feel of all people that has ever served the city of North Miami Beach and the benefits the residents have always received from anyone, Jeffrey Mishkan is the one that should absolutely be honored and always blessed and thanked. So I made a resolution receiving a phone call from his family that the Patricia Mishkan Athletic Field be named Jeffrey and Patricia Mishkan. And I want to read this resolution. It's very short, but it's imperative that the public knows it's going to be done. It's imperative that the family hears it. And when these new signs are made, when we are ready to put the signs up, we will definitely have a ceremony, a ribbon cutting, and we will invite the public. But I just quickly want to read this. Whereas the city of North Miami Beach recognizes the lasting contributions of Jeffrey and Patricia Mishkan to the advancement of youth athletics, community wellness, and civic engagement. And whereas Patricia A. Mishkan has been an honor by the city for her decades of dedication to youth sports programs, volunteer coaching, and scholarship support. And whereas Jeffrey Mishkan made history as the city of North Miami Beach's first full-time mayor, serving with distinction from 1989 to 2005, and earning admiration for his inclusive leadership and unwavering dedication to the city's residents. And whereas Mayor Mishkan was a driving force behind transformative public works projects, including a $17.5 million beautification program, the $75 million water plant expansion, and the launch of the septic to sewer conversion for Highland Village. And whereas he was known for his accessibility, open-doored policy, and deep care for both city employees and residents, building a legacy of transparent governance and community-focused leadership. And whereas prior to his elected service, Jeffrey Mishkan devoted years to coaching youth sports and leading the Optimist Club of North Miami Beach, expanding athletic programs to over 2,000 participants and introducing educational initiatives like report card checks and mandatory tutoring. And whereas Mayor Mishkan's work extended beyond City Hall as he served on numerous civic and justice boards, was recognized as Florida's Municipal Official of the Year in 2002, and championed causes including the Special Olympics, environmental stewardship, and youth development. And whereas it is fitting and proper to commemorate the combined leadership of Jeffrey and Patricia Mishkan by renaming the Patricia A. Mishkan Athletic Field in their joint honor. And that's what we're voting on. And I just want to say to everyone, please come out when we cut the ribbon. And this honor is so well deserved. All the negative we heard tonight, look at how we can strive to have such wonderful leadership together, all of us. And I thank you for allowing me to read it in public. I think of all people, he deserved that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mayor, a point of personal privilege, if I might.
Yes.
And I never do that. And I don't suggest for a second that there's any issue with anything that Commissioner Smith said. It's very well put together, and Jeffrey Mishkan was a great man and a great friend, but I just want to emphasize, I think the resolution does it, but I just wanted to specially note and emphasize, I was a friend of Pat Mishkan, and I just want everyone to be sure that honoring the great man that Jeff Mishkan was is in no way any slight to Pat Mishkan, who was an just extraordinary woman who we lost way, way too soon. I don't think the resolution does that in the slightest, Commissioner. You laud her for her efforts, but I just wanted, as a friend of hers, to especially note, as special as Jeff was, so was Pat.
I think the family is extremely grateful to North Miami Beach to making sure that Jeffrey's name is on that too. And I think that the reason I wanted to read it was because I want the public to know now. I don't want it in a consent that we all consented to name it. I want the public to know who he was and why that's our goal. Hopefully it's our goal. And to work together the way they did all those years. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Quasi-judicial, motion passes. Next quasi-judicial, because we have a packed agenda.
She was a pistol. All right, we're moving to category 10, item 10.1.
Move to introduce.
Do I have a second?
Second.
City Attorney.
Item 10.1, resolution number R 2025-80. Consideration for approval of development site plan for the construction of Raising Cane's Restaurant, brought by the Community Development Director, Mr. Ahmed. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, for approval of a development site plan, including conditional use, variances, and conditions for the construction of Raising Cane's Restaurant with drive-through services. The restaurant consists of 3,181 square feet of indoor space, a covered patio area for outdoor dining, a two-lane drive-through accommodation, a two-lane drive-through accommodation. A two-lane drive-through accommodating up to 23 vehicles at a time, and 15 parking spaces. Variances from section 24-58.4 G4 to waive the requirement that a drive-through in the MU/C district must be located within a parking garage. From section 24-58.4 K2A and section 24-58 sub S, sub 3B, 1, 2, to permit the building frontage at 59% and forecourt size at 79%. From section 24-58 sub S, 1G, I think that's an I, 4, from the glazing requirements, from section 24-58S1GI 5, window placement requirement for the development to be located at 140 25 Biscayne Boulevard, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. I read that a little slower to council because there's a lot of items there.
Thank you. Good evening.
Ahmed.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, manager, the new deputy city manager, and the assistant city manager, as well as the clerk. The item before you today is the site plan application for the site plan application for.
I'm sorry. City Clerk, would you please swear in whoever's going to speak on this?
Sure. Before we do that, let's call for the Jennings disclosure, if I may.
Jennifer?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. As it pertains to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-party communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record or file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I've received Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Jean as well as Commissioner Sue. Commissioner Fleurimont.
Can you come back to me? I just want to make sure I get the names right.
Sure. Commissioner Smuckler?
I spoke to Tracy and someone else.
You said Tracy?
To Tracy Slavin. Wait. We're talking about Raising Cane's. Yeah, to Tracy Slavin and to. It was Rebecca, yes. And to Rebecca.
And the question is, are you able to make a decision on the item before you base?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
I spoke to Tracy, I spoke to Rebecca, I spoke to.
Rebecca Munoz, yeah.
But yes, Rebecca Nunez. I spoke to head of our planning and zoning, and I spoke to Julian Kreisberg, who's on planning and zoning board, and I'm not sure if I spoke to the interim manager. Did we speak about that? No, I did not.
And
yes, I can make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
Okay. Vice Mayor Chernoff?
I didn't speak to, but I had emails between on it, and I am able to make the decision based on what I hear tonight.
Mayor Joseph?
I have spoken to the developer as well as their representatives, lobbyists, and I can make a decision, to the best of my knowledge, that I can make a decision based on information presented to me this evening.
Commissioner Florimon?
I spoke to some representatives from the lobbying team, as well as got an email from Vivian Rivero, but we didn't exchange any conversation. But I did get an email from her, and I can make my decision based on the information I received this evening.
Okay.
Now swearing.
If you plan on providing testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Ms. Rum.
Good evening. The item before you today is a site plan application submitted by Raising Cane's Restaurant LLC, presented by authorized agent Tracy Slavin. She's also here with me. And it consists of a 1.05 acre parcel located at Arch Creek Mixed Use Corridor District, MUC, and is designated as well as in the future land use map as well as the zoning map. The proposed restaurant has a total area of 3,181 square feet and has a drive-through in it. The applicant is asking for 4 variances. One is an outdoor covered patio dining area. It has 15 on-site parking spaces. And the features, it's not variances, this is the features. An outdoor covered patio dining area, 15 on-site parking spaces, and 3 bicycle racks. It has enhanced landscaping consistent with the city's urban forestry master plan. The project is located in a commercial plaza formerly occupied by ABC Liquors, ABC Fine Wine and Spirits, and is also in the Arch Creek Mixed Use District. This site plan approval is going to be a conditional use approval under the mixed use zoning district. That's how a restaurant of this size would qualify for that district. And there are 4 non-use variances that have been asked. One is for the building frontage, one is for the forecourt dimensions, second is for glazing requirements, and the 4th one is for window sill placement. Staff's review indicates that the proposed development complies with and supports the several objectives and policies in the city's comprehensive plan. It encouraging redevelopment near transit hubs, enhancing walkability and bicycle use, ensuring public facility and infrastructure which meet concurrency standards. The proposed use is a fast food restaurant with a drive-through, and is a permitted use subject to conditional use approval.
Hold on 1 second. Mr. Attorney, I think we just lost our quorum.
Yeah, having
Can we
said
go
that,
forward?
well, let me say, the fact that we are simply hearing a staff presentation, we don't need a quorum to hear a staff presentation. You can't take any action. But
But everything is,
you also have the privilege of waiting till somebody comes back.
I'll move forward if
You're
everybody's
permitted
okay.
to,
They can
it's
hear it.
not required
They can hear
that,
it.
yes, it's
Right.
not required that you have a quorum except when you're taking action.
Okay. Continue, sorry.
Thank you.
No, a good check, a good point.
So the permitted use is subject to conditional use approval under the table MUC1 in the zoning and the land development code. And the project meets or exceeds all required standards for parking and loading, building height, and flood elevation compliance, landscape buffering and tree requirements, and pedestrian connectivity. While the zoning, the land development code is looking for a drive-through within a parking structure, the site does not support such a structure because the zoning code says that it has to go through a covered parking structure. So the developer has proposed an enclosure drive-through within a structural integrated canopy. So that basically is a replacement for these parking structure and meets the intent of the code of screening the drive-through from the street view. The frontage, which according to code is required to be 70%, is being proposed at 59% because of the size of the site. The forecourt, which is proposed at 79%, whereas the standard required is 60%, it slightly has been increased, basically to increase the vista and the frontage as you approach the restaurant and for the outdoor activity. Now, it being next to the major traffic artery, the glazing is proposed to be reduced to 14% on the west facade and also on the covered dining area, whereas a 70% is required. So that is being reduced to provide privacy for the diners as well as for safety reasons. And staff has no objection to that recommendation. So the applicant has placed public notices as per the requirement of the code and has met all of the requirements. And I'm going to invite the applicant to make any comments if she so desires, and then at the end we'll be happy to answer questions.
Applicants, will you come up and please do your presentation?
Good evening. My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 200. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm joined by the Raising Cane's team, Kimley Horn Engineering and Zebra Design. We've worked very hard with staff, and we appreciate the staff recommendation report and the thorough analysis that staff has done. I do have a presentation. Many of the images are the same as what you saw in the staff presentation, so I'm happy to present to you this evening or just answer questions, depending on the wishes of this commission.
Okay, before we begin, is there any public that would like to speak on this? This is opening the public hearing to anybody that would like to speak on it. Public hearing closed. Colleagues, do you have any questions for them? Well, let's make a motion first.
I make a motion to accept the project as we've heard it brought to us if nobody has questions.
I third it.
All those in favor?
Well, hold on, guys. I mean,
I have a question.
we have to.
No, we're not approving it, we're just
What are we doing?
introducing it.
We've already introduced it.
We've already, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Commissioner Smith made a motion to approve.
I did. I make
And Commissioner Jean.
Okay, you
But,
have a second, you have a second.
without. Can we do a quasi-judicial without the whole commission?
Without what?
Without
I just have one question.
one person's not here.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah, we have a quorum.
I know, but
All right, the question, thank you so much for the presentation, the staff presentation, and all the clarity. I had made a mention to the manager during my briefing that I needed some clarity as it relates to variances and some of the resos. I didn't get that that response, but I did want to make sure moving forward we do it. That's something that we can look into. But thank you so much for bringing this great project to our city.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment too, Ms. Mayor.
We got okay, but we do have a motion and a second to approve.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're in discussion.
You were in discussion.
All right.
Okay, so I want to also ask the manager through the mayor and with my commission's approval that till we look into the regulation, the code that says you have to have a drive-in in a garage. I think that is something that is just not going to work ever. It's always going to be a variance. So for a restaurant to have a drive-in that has to be in a garage, I think we have to look at that in the code. And I also think we have to look at the windows being a requirement that they have to be that close to the ground, because maybe that should be with exceptions when it's a restaurant, so that people cannot look in the window and see people sitting with.
For that reason, the staff recommended the variance to accept the variance because the window sill has been raised to 36 as opposed to 24, and also the windows are narrower in order to provide privacy, and so that.
Thank you.
Yes, but
Commissioner, I hear you, and we're going to look at what you're talking about so that it doesn't have to come as a variance.
That was my point.
Yes,
I understand from your, because I was watching it in there, what you showed, why we're doing it, and but instead of it being an exception, because I think it would be an exception and a variance every time if we don't change the code. I think that with the windows, it should be, if it's a restaurant, it could be an exception.
Yes.
Or maybe even for a nursing home or something like that.
And Commissioner, we looked very hard at that with community development when the request came in. At first, there was actually some question as to whether we could even give a variance to it, which honestly, in hindsight, I mean, I don't know why it was that much of an issue, but the applicant was concerned. But your point is very well taken, that that's a design that somebody thought looked like a good idea, but when you really look at it in the real world, people want the convenience of being able to drive up and not have to get out of their cars. And to say that you can't because it's not in a parking structure, you're right. It just doesn't make a lot.
Well, and when you have kids screaming and hungry and fighting, how many accidents are going to be hitting the building? So I think that that's something that needs to totally be changed, number one. And number two, I think I also want to mention that when I told people I was reviewing this and we were going to vote on this tonight, people want to have this built yesterday. They wanted to come to North Miami Beach yesterday, and I haven't had the pleasure of dining in any one of their establishments, but those that have are very thrilled. So I want to thank you for bringing this in. Thank your team for bringing it to North Miami Beach.
All right.
And we will get with the manager in community development and bring you something.
Vice Mayor, final thought before I go. Go ahead.
And the question for you is, when is the grand opening?
Yeah, that was my question.
All right. So can you say that before I go to Commissioner?
Yes. So our goal is to apply for permits by July 30th, so in the next month. Construction will hopefully begin after the new year in January of 2026. We figure that'll give us enough time to get through permitting. And then we don't want to start construction during the Christmas shopping season at Target. So the idea would be to start after January 15th when all the returns are completed. and then our team is very adept at getting these buildings up quickly. So ideally, if everything goes according to schedule, completion will be in the summer of next year, 2026.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Flourmont.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, definitely, looking forward to having you guys as part of our city. I think, though, I wanted to make a comment that you guys have a very robust team, for such a project. I don't know if I've seen, mixed-use developments have this kind of a team. So the fact that you guys are coming very well thought out is to me lends value to the kind of project that you're bringing to the city. In addition to that, I just wanted to ask what kind of partnerships and things of that sort are you bringing to North Miami Beach from an economic development perspective, from a perspective of community enhancement or education? What partnerships do we have to look forward to from Raising Cane's?
So Raising Cane's prides itself, it's a great question, Commissioner Florimon. They pride themselves on being members of the community wherever they open a restaurant. And they partner with local youth athletic leagues, local schools, and the local government and nonprofits to bring sponsorship opportunities to their events or to their ongoing programs, as well as to just participate in civic events that are going on, volunteer opportunities, and also just to participate by showing up and being there. The store will have approximately 100 to 125 employees across their shifts.
How many?
100 to 125 employees.
Wow.
So you're going to have,
part-time and
part-time, yeah, it's not all full-time, but it's part-time, full-time, and management staff. And so, you have a team that's going to be part of your community too. And they do, show up with their Raising Cane's food trucks. They do, food at events, and they're also, corporate sponsors and partners for the community. So I've spoken to some of you about this, but you can use me or my partners as a point of contact, and we'll connect you with the folks at Raising Cane's to make sure that the city's events and opportunities are filled by the Cane's staff.
All right, awesome. Because we have our little league and everything here, we want to make sure that you guys are visible. Yes. Good to see Mr. Meek here as well, as part of your team.
Yes.
I think half the work is already done when he's in the room. So we appreciate him being here. And if DJ Khaled says it's good, it must be good, right?
It is good. It is good.
I'm a yes on this one. I've had it once, but
no, I have. I had to go all the way up to what was this, Hollywood or Fort Lauderdale, way up in Fort Lauderdale, on the east.
I think I had it in Daytona Beach.
Oh.
Miami Beach has. The people that said they
there's
had
Miami Beach, Doral, Homestead's a little far from here, but there's a Homestead store.
I was in Fort Lauderdale near A1A, somewhere around that area, but way up.
Yes.
But near Oakland Park. Commissioners, John.
I love the question that Commissioner Florimon had, because I also know that she do a lot of work with animals, and we have a humane society here in the city, so I'm looking forward to seeing all the partnerships that can come of it.
Nice.
Yes, if I may, for those of you that don't know, the name of the restaurant, Raising Cane's, comes from the founder's dog. His name was Cane, and he's the mascot. So there's a yellow lab that's a mascot, and you see his picture, in the restaurants, and he's the reason for the restaurant. So
How old is the company?
the company is about 20 years old. So the founder, Todd Graves, came up with the idea when he was at LSU, Louisiana State University in college. He wanted to provide, quality food for his friends and family and campus proximity. So he tried to get a loan to open the first restaurant in Louisiana and wasn't approved for financing. So he went and worked on an oil rig, and then he went salmon fishing in Alaska to raise enough cash to open the first restaurant. And from there it grew and it grew and it grew. And their goal is to open 200 stores in Florida in the near future. So they're on, I think, dog number 4 now. Yeah.
So when she says 200 restaurants, we're looking forward to her opening this one and then opening another one in North Miami Beach on the west side.
Yes.
All right. That being said,
Call the question.
well, I will do that, but just I'm hearkening to a comment Commissioner Florimon pointed out, saying you have a great team. I'll be remiss I don't recognize Meek Jr. back there, being the son of our former Congressman Kendrick Meek, and the grandson of our premier Congresswoman that he followed. So that being said, his family name carries very deep in this community.
But he's also a great lawyer, and
Yes,
he works
great lawyer.
very
On top of
hard.
that, no-
And he's a valuable member of our team, and we really
And-
appreciate his hard work.
Community advocate, but Carrie, Kendrick, the whole family, that name carries very long history, very long history, old school. And so, as our council Geller has pointed out, but I just want to say, I know your old man is very proud, and he should be. So, I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call?
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff,
Gladly, yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes,
It passes 7-0.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Raising Cane's at the next commission meeting, yes.
All right.
Right.
So what's?
And let's make sure North Miami,
It's gonna be cold, but
I like to make sure North Miami Beach Permitting Department doesn't hold them up one day.
well, look, she just left. Madam Clerk, next item.
It indicate you might be able to move up 15.1. Our outside counsel is driving back from north of Tampa, and she'll only be available for a limited period of time.
Is it gonna be
more.
over Zoom or something, or?
Well, I don't know if we have a Zoom, she'd be happy to call it, but if not, we'll have to do it on a phone call hookup she's in a car. So if there's a Zoom availability, I don't know what it is, but
No, you're saying that she's unavailable now.
she is in a car and we can reach her on her cell.
Oh.
But she's driving back from a long day north of Tampa. When she gets here, I think she's done. So I wanted to have her available.
She's on her way here.
No, she's driving home from a hearing north of, or a depot north of Tampa this morning. So
Okay. So I got. We're moving the Sorry matter. So I got a recommendation from the city attorney to move the Sorry matter up to the next item. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. So it's moved up.
okay, is there a way we can, I mean, I'll call her on my cell, but is there some better way we can get her on?
Does she have to?
I'd like her available just to do the presentation in case there were questions. She doesn't, it's not a requirement,
I mean,
no.
my thing is that you.
I can certainly present it, but I've been telling her I would get, let me get her on, and then if we need her, she's available, and otherwise I'll do the talking. That's fine, if we can hear her or not.
Yeah, we don't allow.
Yeah, we don't.
We don't allow.
Telephonic.
Pardon?
We've had this against telephonic, so I was wondering if we could. You can keep her on the phone just in case.
Ms. Nevers, we have you on the phone with the city commission, but under the circumstances, I'll present, but we want just to be sure that you're available if there should be a question.
All right, Matt, city attorney, please.
With that said, as was discussed with all the members of the city commission at a couple of different executive sessions, this matter went to mediation some weeks ago. A global settlement was reached. The settlement provides that all parties release each other, that there is a complete release of the city, that the two named individuals that are still in the suit are released. The two previously named individuals who were dismissed are released to avoid the possibility of that being brought back up. All city commissioners, current and former, and agents, employees, representatives, et cetera, of the city are being released, and are similarly releasing the plaintiff in the lawsuit. There's a settlement amount of $260,000 that represents a compromise of a much larger demand. As Ms. Mevers has indicated, there's some consideration given to the breach of contract suit, the fact that it bears with it attorney's fees if successful, likely, that it would likely bear that, and some attention for the defamation claims. Little, if any, credit is given for whistleblower, which is rejected, and there is no value assigned to the release of any of the individuals. The city has a $100,000, we'll call it a deductible. The technical term is retention, but for all purposes, that to understand it, it's a deductible. Our entire deductible has been either already spent or will be. It's incurred in paying attorney's fees to the outside counsel selected by our insurer, both Ms. Mevers from the Lydecker firm, very well-known and respected firm, and also Michelle King, who represented individuals who were named because there could be some divergence. So the entire amount is being of our deductible is being expended for attorney's fees. That means the full amount of this settlement is being borne 100% by our insurer, Chubb, which stepped up to get this thing settled. That means that not only are we not paying any additional funds, but it reduces possible exposure by the city should there be a runaway jury, should there be a possibility of something like punitive damages, should there somehow be something that exceeded our coverage, although we don't think that likely since we have $1 million policy. There was some wrangling back and forth since the original global settlement was agreed to at mediation, and some language was changed, and finally everyone who needed to sign did sign, and that basically just says that the city will give a neutral reference as to the former manager, the dates of employment and rates of pay, and not any other comment, and that was agreed to by everyone. That is the settlement. I have to just editorialize and say to you, if this is not approved, number one, it's not entirely clear that the insurance company could not in some way compel us to accept it because it's all their money, although it does not appear that they have the standard provision in their insurance agreement with us, their contract with us, that would allow them to compel us, but they could possibly find some kind of legal theory to compel us. And the only other thing I'll add is, if you were to reject this, I don't know where that would leave us. I mean, we would be back to square one. There would not be, I don't think any way it could still be settled. And that means, months more of litigation. Our insurance company would probably be pretty unhappy with us. We'll be subject to having depositions and people called and all kinds of other things. Ms. Mevers, is there anything you would need to add to that?
No, you've covered it.
Okay, so we simply ask for a motion and a vote to approve that settlement. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, so I'm going to open up.
I just wanted to add an item to that. I was going to say it last night at the meeting, but the fire alarm went off. It also states on the contract that Arthur Story cannot ever work here in the city of North Miami Beach.
That is one of the provisions of the settlement agreement. You stated correctly.
All right.
So, Mayor, I guess the first thing would be just to ask for a motion to approve in a second, and then you can discuss.
Oh, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so we're in discussion. All right. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Story.
Thank you very much. So this is one of those very difficult decisions, and I'm going to take a minute to speak to the public. We get a lot of facts that you're not privy to many times because they're lengthy or they're technical. You need to speak to one of the department heads. In this case, it's behind closed doors, an executive session. But I have spent a long time with both of the attorneys, the attorney for the insurance company as well as the city attorney. I was in 2 executive sessions. And my job up here is what we've been talking about from the time we opened the meeting. Fiscal responsibility, the taxpayer's dollar. So today I spent another 45 minutes with the insurance attorney, and I spent a few minutes with our attorney. And after all this discussion and the fever blister from feeling and seeing some things one way, but if you see it that way and you hurt the public financially, responsibly, then you have to do the right thing by this vote. We have that responsibility. The advice of the insurance company is to settle. The advice of the city attorney is to settle. I will tell you that when you hear the evidence that the other side is bringing forth, there's a few issues that could bring us in front of a jury. And that's where my vote has to really pay attention to what that could cost the city. Dragging us through a year, financially having the threat, if it even went over $1 million, that responsibility would be on your tax dollar. And as I have spoken to the attorney for the city, my vote was one way, my vote was another way, my vote was reconsidering. I mean, I can tell you this is not an easy thing. But in the betterment of the city, and to have all this behind us, hopefully the prayers are to be moving forward together as a good team. I can tell you I am going to vote yes for this. And I am going to put this behind North Miami Beach, I hope, with a majority vote. And let's just understand the public, which is why I wanted to take this extra minute. I am not going to give you details. I am permitted to do that after the vote. You can call me, and I'm happy to tell you what were the 4 issues and what were the 2 issues that are making me say yes. I'm happy to do it. But what I'm really most concerned about, what I'm really protecting, in spite of many of you that won't believe it, that's okay, I'm protecting the financial dollars of the city. And to do that, I have to vote yes. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Flourmont?
The city attorney was very clear, and I have no additional comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
No additional comments except for the fact that, to echo what Commissioner Smith said, we want to move forward, and it's like you mentioned, the attorney mentioned, it's a global settlement that includes different parties, and so we want to make sure that we move forward in that way. Thank you.
Commissioner Sue?
Thank you. I've also discussed this extensively with the special counsel, Ms. Mavers, that's on the phone, our city attorney. I have looked at evidence from various different residents who have been doing research and keeping track of everything. We believe that even though the evidence and everything that we have is something that is like very upsetting every time we think about it. But in order to move forward and to cut our losses, I think the best choice is, this is the reason why today I would be supporting the settlement. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I'll be the lone wolf. I'm the only one who's going to vote against it. And the reason why, not because of keeping everybody else out of it and saving the city, is that I don't like the precedent of somebody who gets fired, suing us, threatening us, and then getting paid. It's just the wrong signal that we're sending. And that's why I'm saying no.
Okay, and I'll finish up. I know that this is a very sensitive issue, like I know it is for a lot of people here, because how this case was politicized and gaslit, who's involved, that's no longer here, and the benefits that go, because I see it as a benefit going to someone that's no longer here, to make it clear, that does not deserve this whatsoever. because of the fact that this person, pled guilty to a crime. And also how this was used to divide this community. I've led from an example of unifying and trying to do the best I can. I'm not perfect. And I know people have their different perspective or different agendas. But one thing I will say about what this teaches us is that nothing is done in the darkness that doesn't come to light. You can send emails, you can do whatever, but those are public records. Our employees, our staff, they work hard. And I've seen people, good employees, like our former city manager, his name being dragged in the mud. But I know for a fact, if I were to pull up the emails tied to not just from, his bosses, but as well as from the residents or certain residents that have a particular issue, and not understanding that this person is just trying to do their best with what they have. A lot of these people be shocked at the things that people say to each other. And it's sad. And if you know my history, you would know that I have every right to be upset on a lot of issues. From what's being utilized from fiscal responsibility here, the selective outrage. But one thing that's hard for me is that even though I could present all the facts, and I'm being very general because I'm trying to adhere to the standard, city attorney. I'm trying to be as general as I can. Is because I've learned something through this whole entire process. You can have the law, you can have the facts, but what I've learned is an old Mark Twain saying that it's easier to convince someone to fool someone than to convince them that they were fooled. Understand what I'm saying here. It's easier to fool someone to convince them that they were fooled. And I say this to say that I can be the best mayor I can be, showing different sides, because like I said, there are people that would wring my neck because of the stuff that I've gone through. And like, everybody has their own story. I understand that I had to go through, my family had to go through, that was party to this. But I got to adhere to a higher standard. Even tonight, someone said a comment, and I had to think about what I was about to say. Certain people probably would never see that comment as being anything but a comment.
That's wrong.
But that comment was very telling to the type of anger that someone utilized and gaslight this community that to this day we have embers of bubbling up. There's a lot of hate. And I can't understand if you've seen what's happened to me, and I'm living by an example that I can forgive. Even though I felt alone for a long, long time, because I can forgive. I would just hope that if I can show that, you can show the same, and not do it for performative acts this is not about the gotcha moments, because I could have done a bunch of gotcha moments, but it wouldn't be right for the community, because I want us to move as a whole. Because I know we're all working to do what's right for the community, and this is going to save the heartache and the cost and to save the taxpayers, which we're all looking out for, to be clear. We're trying to save money for our community for whatever reason, right? We have different opinions about how to get there, how to look after our community. As Commissioner Smith always says, we have to always look out for the residents, because that's our job. But also understand, I'm not doing it from a malicious place. And I know that Commissioner Smith's not doing it from a malicious place. She's just trying to do the best she can. But sometimes it comes across, sometimes from certain people that are, for lack of a better word, passionate, as vile and divisive and just mean-spirited. You saw what happened in Minnesota. That thing can bubble up. That can bubble up. People get killed for just words now.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hate is not a good thing. Hate is bad. I'm gonna keep it very simple. Hate is bad. If I was telling my kids anything, like, hate is bad, don't ever hate anybody, kids. And I do that as much as I can. They run off, but they listen. They take it all in. But what I'm saying is that, I'm doing this outside of my own personal commissions, because and I'm saying personal because this is taking my biases about where this should go, because I know this is the best thing for North Miami Beach. It is. Because we have to turn a page. We have to move forward. We're bringing good businesses over here. We have Raising Cane coming over here. I know Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Flourmont are trying to bring Trader Joe's. I'm waiting for that opportunity. I know you guys are. But at the same time, like, I just want us to try better. Like, the hate has to stop. Please, God. Like, I'm asking you guys, stop with the hate.
And the bullying.
With the bullying, with the employees, because the emails don't go away. They don't go away. Because record requests can be done every other time and can be brought up. So text messaging, all that stuff, it hurts people.
Yes.
Words hurt. Words matter. Words matter enough that someone went to the guy's house, killed him and his wife over words. So I told the city attorney that I was going to say my piece, but as a good attorney, as a good mayor, as a good representative of this commission, that we are collectively as a whole. I understand your standpoint. Turn off. I understand your standpoint about being a lone wolf. At the same time, there's beefs on every side. I'm not saying for you to change your vote, but understand where my position is, because you more than most understand my position, how I came up here. Because I was blessed to be the mayor of this great city, and it was trial by fire.
Nice.
Trial by fire. And to be honest, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I'm my worst enemy. I wouldn't do that. Because it leaves scars. It does. It doesn't go away. It never goes away. I wish it did, though. But it hasn't gone away from me. Anyways, I'm not going to belabor the point. Madam Clerk, can you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler,
Can I vote last?
She can pass.
Okay.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
On the advice of the city attorney, yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff,
No.
Commissioner Smuggler,
No.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes.
5-2.
Yes.
I have a minute to say something. You know, I wanted to say reluctantly yes, but I want to point out to the public before the phone calls start, the attorney for the insurance company and our city attorney gave it a 50% or greater chance that we would be indebted for maybe close to $1 million or over $1 million, and drag it through for a year to come. I wanted to say reluctantly yes. I want that on the record now, but I definitely want to sit before the phone calls come. I want the city to know that that pain of that kind of a payout, because at this settlement, we don't pay for his attorney. At this settlement of $260,000, we pay $100,000. The rest comes from the insurance. If we go to court, even if we win, we have to pay him for his attorney. That's a possibility. It's a possibility. And if he wins, just getting his, not a big lawsuit, not a huge lawsuit of all kinds of accusations, but just the fact that he won, whether he was employed or not at the time of that. What's interesting is the amount of the severance and the attorney would be more than this. And again, dragging us through with depositions and what have you. So I respect everybody what they say. I especially expect you weren't in the executive session. The real feelings of the mayor, and even with those feelings, we had to come to a conclusion. I'm glad the majority did. Even though I was told, vote no over and over again, the real thing I feel, and there's 6 other people that feel how they feel, to protect this city and to move us forward, it had to be a yes vote. But I wanted to put that on record so that when the public calls, they understand that our legal counsel, both of them, felt our chances were very, and everybody's shaking their head because they were in the executive session. They felt our chances were not as good as you would think they should be. I agree with Commissioner Chernoff. It's one of the hardest things a commissioner has to do. Every time you turn around, it's, but they'll sue us. Every case, but they'll sue us. Settle. It's not worth the lawsuit. When you're figuring the budget, you have to figure a little piece of that for those that just settle and get rid of them, rather than throw the dice or spend years or months of aggravation time, even though it's wrong to settle, even though morally it may be wrong. But when you think about it, financially and to the best interest of the city, that's the way the vote went in my seat. And I appreciate you giving me that minute because it was a difficult, very difficult vote for a lot of emotion. I was grieved very much so, but you know what? I had to take my personal feelings out of this. What happened to me, I had to take out of this, and I had to do what I felt was best for the city. And I saw that the mayor did the same thing.
Let's move forward.
I just, Mayor, if I might, I want to clarify for the record. Our $100,000 is going only to our attorneys. Not a penny of our money is going to the settlement. All of the settlement money is coming from the insurance company. Our $100,000 is paying our own attorney.
That's a good thing to put on the record.
It's on. You may.
Okay, thank you. What's that?
I said you may.
Thank you. Okay, so I think since Commissioner Smith, I think we are also getting the same text messages and phone calls from the same people. I also want to clarify that with the residents that if we do go into a lawsuit and this extends longer and longer, the attorney fees might be excessive. Also, the original amount before settlement may surpass that amount even. And we may end up actually having to do more than the $100,000 retainer fee. So in the interest, and I think I have consistently showed the residents that I am on the side of fiscal responsibility. I want to make sure we cut our losses, limit our expenses, and make sure that we do that. So one thing that is an important lesson to learn from this case is sound legal advice. I believe that when that vote was reconsidered, the advice was not given, and therefore I think moving forward, if we do have attorneys and advice like that, we need to have some kind of agreement with the attorney to make sure that any responsibility from our choices may possibly not be on the city's time.
And to be clear, because I mentioned this to the city attorney that I'm going to be working, because I'm going to create legislation that's going to, for whatever money I was unlawfully given that's tied to this or what have you, I want it to be reviewed. I just want it to be reviewed. And if there's anything that we can claw back for the residents, I want that to happen, because there was a lot of things that happened that I think misinformed the people on this dais. They were misinformed on a lot of issues. Because if they were properly informed, none of this would have ever happened. They would have said, nope, this is how it's sort of built. And I have to give them that grace, because at the end of the day, I've seen some misinformation on a lot of issues. But my job is not city attorney. It's to be a policymaker. But I want a review of that. I want you, and I believe that there's consensus for you to look into those issues, to figure out where we could recoup some of those funds from the bad legal advice that Commissioner Sue pointed out, because it's unfair. It's truly unfair that nobody is going to be held accountable besides the taxpayers. That's wrong. That's very wrong. So I want you to, I'm directing you, this consensus, please look into that city attorney. And I want to move forward. This is behind us. I want to move the city manager brought up the fact of moving 11.4 because the vendors here. So can I get a motion and a second and a second to move up 11.4? I have a motion.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you for your wisdom.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Mr. Mayor, while you're getting that motion, could I ask the attorney?
Okay, I got a motion and a second.
I wanted to ask the attorney a question. That's the second time I've seen sitting up here where somebody said, "Can I vote? Can you go to somebody else?" That looks very political. I'm not accusing somebody. I want a clarification on that.
What's the question? I'm sorry. Can you vote what?
Can you go to somebody else and come back to me to vote? No, I'm not pointing out tonight's particular or the commissioner did it. I'm just saying that if you wait until you count the votes, so then you could vote one way. I never had that in my 15 years. So that's the second time.
Here's
We
the
did it
answer.
with Lynn Sue.
All right, let me give you a direct answer, Commissioner. Members, when called upon to vote, must vote. You can't not vote. You can't. Please let me finish. You must vote. You cannot abstain. And if you have a conflict, you have to declare if there was an actual conflict. You can't just not be on the dais. Having said that, there's not a rule that says that if someone needs to, for instance, be in the restroom or gets an urgent personal call, that they're not permitted to leave the dais. They are, and that's just the law. As far as the order of voting is somewhat random. The order of voting is not really dictated, to my knowledge, by any rule of procedure that the city has. The order of voting, and I think the clerk mixes it up sometimes. I don't mean gets confused. I mean mixes it deliberately so it's not always the same, although the vice mayor and mayor always vote last in that order. But it's not improper to, absent a rule. That said, it is a basic thing under Roberts that when it's your turn, if you need a little extra time or you're thinking about it, it's not really correct to say that someone who wants a little more time is necessarily counting the votes to see what happens. That you may make an assumption, but that doesn't make that accurate.
I am just saying, somebody called me today and said, "Don't vote until you hear the votes." I had that phone call today.
And
that's the reason I'm bringing this up.
It's your privilege.
Well, you know what?
To ask to pass. But let me point out that if you're the first up and you ask to pass, but the second up also asks to pass, and the third up asks to pass, it still comes back to you before it gets to them. So everybody can do that, but once, maybe you can pass twice, but you still got to vote. And if everybody else says, well, if you're going to pass, I'm going to pass too, you're still in the same order. I hope that's a direct answer. It is allowed under Roberts, period.
It sounds like we're playing Uno and,
Period.
All right. So now, wait. So we have a motion and a second to move 11.4. Do it. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Item 11.4, resolution number R 2025-81. Oh, excuse me. Ms. Mevers, thank you very much for your attendance. We appreciate your presence and your availability. I know you've had a very long day. Have a great evening. Thank you for all of your help in getting this resolved. I want to say on the record what a great job you did and your firm did for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Item 11.4, resolution number R 2025-81, award. Approving the ranking of the three most highly qualified firms that responded to requests for qualifications RFP-24-048-SZ, School Zone Speed Detection Systems and Monitoring Program, brought by the Chief Procurement Officer. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the ranking of the three most highly qualified firms that responded to requests for qualifications RFP-24-048-SG, School Zone Speed Detection System and Monitoring Program, and authorizing the interim city manager to negotiate an agreement with the top-ranked, most qualified firm, and if negotiations are unsuccessful, with the next highest-ranked firm successively until an acceptable agreement can be recommended for City Commission approval. So I want to note, because we've had this in the past, to be clear, your ranking is to authorize, but it will come back to you, Commission, for final approval of the agreement. Please let's not have any unclarity about that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. This item is for the award or the approval of.
I know who you are, but you still got to say it on the record.
I'm sorry. My name is Sharice George Depesois, Procurement Director, Chief Procurement Officer. This item is for the approving the ranking of the 3 most qualified firms for the school zone speed detection and monitoring program. This was an RFP solicitation that went out at the end of last year. It was out on the street for a little over 45 days. We received 6 proposals. They were ranked by an evaluation committee that was comprised of 2 police lieutenants from 2 neighboring municipalities and one of our majors on our police department. There were conversations during evaluation, questions, and we received those responses back from the firms, and they were ranked, they were evaluated and ranked as such. We'd like to move forward with negotiations with the top-ranked firm, and like Mr. Geller said, if not, we'd move forward with the next one. Any questions regarding the program? Sure.
Through the mayor, through the manager, thank you so much for bringing this forth. Mr. George
is fine. George is fine.
George Depesois.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, I think I asked this during the briefing, can you enlighten us on the outreach methods that may be used to educate the community about this particular policy if it becomes, because obviously I've received some citations from other cities for violation, right? So I want to make sure that we do our due diligence and outreach, but also wanted to ask as well, what are the trends in other cities taking on this particular policy?
So let me answer the latter first. So there are other municipalities, neighboring municipalities that have speed zone detection programs for their school zones. And while it's fairly new in the last year or two, really ramping up, it seems to work, meaning we are issuing citations, or municipalities are issuing citations. They're seeing a trend in decrease in speeding. And it is revenue generating in a sense where it kind of pays for itself. What the program does is the vendor handles the administration, the monitoring, the ticketing, all of the back end things that go with a citation. That firm handles all of that. And so the police department, which is the project manager for a project like this, works with that vendor as liaison for the receiving of the funds, the revenue from the citations, and during the hearings if those citations would go to court. So the first question is about the outreach. So a part of one of the evaluation criteria, the project approach and understanding, was that they present how we were going to do the outreach. That a part of the program also is a warning period. So in addition to the outreach where we're doing things on social media, we're working with the firm, doing things on social media, putting out flyers and mailings, there is a warning period. I believe it's a standard warning period of 30 to 60 days. I'm not sure, but it is longer than 30 days where after the postings are posted in those school zone areas, there's a particular posting distance from the school zone, so there's warning coming into those areas. There's a warning time where folks may not receive a citation, but they may receive a warning, and that warning says, "Hey, this is a school zone area. Next time you're going to receive a citation." So with this program, like any other program, the city's going to work with the vendor, and that's a part of the contract, and that will be a clause in the contract, just like we did with a similar contract, where we are taking, a real handle on the communication. So our residents know where the locations are and when it's going to be in effect.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, another layer would just be PTAs and making sure that the schools also are aware of this.
Definitely. And the vendors have to work with the schools and, of course, the county to make sure that we're in compliance in FDOT, that we're in compliance with, of course, the school zone dates, the school days, all of the things.
And Mr. Mayor, why aren't we meeting the vendors?
Well, presentations aren't required. That's a bonus if it's a project that we needed to bring up, like for instance legal services or something like that. So the top ranked vendor is actually here today, but it is not a requirement with every solicitation that we do a presentation. The evaluation committee has that autonomy to, if they want to meet with them virtually or in person, we can do that. Every solicitation doesn't require that.
Just to clarify, Vice Mayor, it is certainly your privilege to request that occur, whether it's of the top ranked or if you wanted to hear 3 finalists, whatever it is, we and staff make recommendations, but it's up to this dais. So that's your privilege. If that
No, and I appreciate the work that the staff does and how they come up with their solution, but I like to usually hear from them because, it is a contract that we have to work with and so on.
Okay, and we can definitely arrange that at a commission meeting or a special meeting.
Any other questions?
Oh.
I have 2 questions. So what is the ratio? How much does a vendor make and how much does the city make?
It is $120 goes to the state. Am I saying that correctly? $120 from that citation goes to the state. And help me out, DC. And then I believe 110 comes to the city.
Without having the information.
Think about that.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Deputy Chief Stuart Nichols, PD. I believe the number, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's around the amount that Ms. George is stating.
And they pay for the cameras and installation?
Yes, cameras, installation, the permits, all of it. We pay nothing out of pocket for the logistics and the startup of the program.
And why is it that the cities are doing this? Why isn't the school board or school police not doing this?
Commissioner, the school board does have it. Earlier in the year, they went with the #1 company tonight, which is Red Speed.
Red Speed.
That's who the county uses.
Yeah, but why?
Their jurisdiction.
Why isn't the schools doing this? Why are the cities doing it? Like this is a school issue. This shouldn't be a city issue. This is for. Yeah, but it's to protect the kids in the schools. But it's only at schools, right? These red cameras.
It's where school zones are.
Yes, school zone.
Right. So it's right. So why? Yeah, but it's only at school zones. So why is the schools not doing this?
Just remember, I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner, but understand there are 2 programs that are authorized recently by the legislature. There is something in school zones. There is a separate program authorized by the legislature that is allowing that kind of enforcement for school buses.
Well,
and wherever the bus goes,
died here.
if somebody's zipping past, they can be caught on those cameras too. I'm sorry, Commissioner Florimont, for interrupting.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to just add some value to the conversation that I do understand the conversation between municipal responsibilities versus school board responsibilities. But we here have taken the stance that we want to contribute to the safety of schools because we've had some MOUs where we provide police officers to public schools. Is that correct, DC?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So we've done that. In addition to that, I think that, this is a responsibility of everyone, and this is a symbiotic conversation, because at the end of the day, it's our residents' children that are heading to these schools, and I definitely believe that you agree that safety is of the utmost importance to all of us sitting up here. So
I agree with you. This is all about the kids. It's our city. I just don't understand why the school board isn't doing this in the city.
I don't think they have the staff.
I can speak to that if the mayor will allow me.
The stupid, well.
The school board is.
We have a school board member.
The school board is heavily involved with the school bus.
Okay, that got canceled. The school bus is canceled.
That's not,
It's on
I'm
pause.
sorry, but that's not so. It's not
that is-
canceled. It
it's
is paused.
It's paused, but
because there were
it's
some glitches in
Okay.
the.
I met with Sheriff Rosie about that in person in her office, so I know the whole story.
Okay, well,
I-
just, but
I
but you're saying
specifically met
it
about
for the
that.
record.
Right.
Defending
But
my
it's-
poor
it's
school
not-
board.
I don't.
It's paused
Okay.
because of a glitch in the statute that was not
Right.
passed properly, but whether they've addressed it or it's just an enforcement
paused
issue,
because
they're going to
it was
continue.
giving
That's where the school
tickets.
board is prioritized.
It's paused because it was giving tickets incorrectly.
I have a question though. When it comes to funding, right? Can you delineate the difference between what part of this program is funded by the actual tickets versus what part of the program is funded by the city of North Miami Beach? Because from what I'm understanding, a large part of this is self-funded by the people who are going to receive the tickets to begin with.
That is
So it's, that's basically, is that it, or is there
That
more
is-
to it?
No, that is correct.
Okay.
That is
So-
correct. It is funded by the citations. And to your point about the safety, we do school zone crossing guards as well. And so that lends to the city providing more oversight and safety to the schools that are in our jurisdiction.
As far as it's a self-funded program from the perspective, the tickets pay for the program? Right. All right. Right.
Cameras are being installed and paid for by the vendor, and we get, it's about a 50-50 more or less split.
And that is a part of the negotiation, the payment type. If it's, if it's in one lump sum, if it's, every month after the citations come in per citation, that is a part of the negotiation as well.
Who's paying for staff to review the cameras?
That's being done by the vendor as well.
By them.
PD does have staff that work on the other cameras as well, right?
Correct. Commissioner, right now, we're advertising for the traffic enforcement specialist. That's going to be the one that reviews not only the Vera Mobility red light camera tickets, but as well as soon as the school speeding zone tickets come across.
Yeah, police officer.
All right, call the question.
Second.
It's a roll call, right?
It's a voice vote.
All right.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
11.1.
Item 11.1. We're now on legislation, although like the last one was. Ordinance number 2025-03, first reading. Ordinance on first reading. Amending guidelines for appointments to the Economic Development Commission, sponsored by Commissioners Florimond and Smith. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Section 2-49.7 entitled Guidelines for Appointments of the Economic Development Commission of the Code of Ordinances, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
This is a ordinance. This is first reading.
Need a motion.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'm gonna.
May I ask, through the mayor, were the changes made? And did you read them into the record, the changes that Ms.
If I may,
Montesino
Mayor,
and I went over today?
I can speak to that really briefly because I believe
Please
this
do.
came before you all with initial language. And I spoke with Commissioner Smith today to add just a few more lines to it. So essentially, we're adding just a few words to allow for the opportunity to expand the commission by requesting specific criteria. And so for the record, it would reflect that members of this Economic Development Commission do not need to be residents or maintain residency in the city of North Miami Beach, so long as they are a stakeholder with vested or future business interests, own or manage commercial or industrial property in the city for a minimum of 6 months, or have and maintain a business tax receipt entitling them to conduct business in the city.
Okay, so since this is first reading, Madam Clerk, I want to open it up for public comment.
Mario was here.
If you'd like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Seeing none, close public comment. I open up the discussion if needed regarding this first reading of an ordinance. Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion in a second?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Vice Mayor Chernoff. All in favor say, well, it's a voice vote. Go ahead.
No, it's an ordinance. You should do a roll call.
It's a roll call.
It's a roll call. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry. I'm long. Go ahead.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passes
Next item.
7-0.
Item 11.2, ordinance number
Move to
20.
introduce.
Second.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Well, you can keep reading.
Item 11.2, ordinance. Well, I don't want to talk over you, Vice Mayor.
It's okay.
You're the Vice Mayor.
It's okay. I'm okay with it.
Ordinance 11.2, ordinance number 2025-04, first reading, amending the text of the comprehensive plan infrastructure element brought by Mr. Ahmed, the Community Development Director, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the text of the comprehensive plan infrastructure element, amending policy 1.3.13 and objective 1.5, and creating new policies 1.1.6, 1.1.7, 1.5.2, 1.5.3, 1.5.4, 1.5.5, and 1.5.6 to address the upgrading of wastewater treatment facilities and prioritize advanced waste treatment, AWT, providing for adoption pursuant to Section 162.3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the City of North Miami Beach Comprehensive Plan, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Clerk, this is first reading. Can you open it up for public comment before?
The floor is open for public comment. If you wish to speak, please come forward.
Seeing none, public comment is closed. Sir? On the screen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. My name is Zafar Ahmed, Director of Community Development. This item before you is a state-mandated amendment to the infrastructure element to the city's comprehensive plan. This is mandated by House Bill 1379, which was passed by the legislature in 2023. So we are mandated to update our infrastructure element to be in compliance. Any future comprehensive plan amendments or updates will depend upon whether this element is included in our comprehensive plan. So the state mandate requires that we upgrade the wastewater treatment facilities, prioritize advanced waste treatment, and also prioritize septic to sewer conversion planning for dense residential developments. One of the things that is important for this is that should there be in the future more water-related advancement of water then we would we would add to the water basin management action plan, which is also something at this point the city of North Miami Beach is not in that area, but should that be, then the provision in the infrastructure element would already be incorporated in the policies to include in those updates. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
So very much, Director Hamid. I'm going to bring it before the commission. If there's any comments, it's state mandated, so.
Move to approve.
The public hearing.
We did.
Oh, sorry.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Smucker.
Yes.
We're doing the, we're already starting the roll. Go ahead. Yes? Yes, we already got a second. We got, we started voting. Commissioner Sue, please.
Okay, what I wanted to say was this. The public hearing was May 20th at 6 p.m. This is a notice for people to come and listen about this infrastructure element. I think the notification, I don't think anybody else heard about it. You know, like, I think there's like... The first reading ordinance. Yes, the first reading ordinance. But I mean, I didn't see that announcement anywhere in the first reading ordinance, apart from what is on the agenda.
I mean,
What
was it
announcement?
properly noticed?
Yes, thank you.
That's the question.
What is the?
It was noticed, it went through the zoning board where it was given the approval to move to the first reading. And as we have discussed with the clerk, because this is an ordinance and it will be advertised as a part of the second reading. At the part of second reading, it will be properly noticed. But because we already had a hearing in the zoning board, we are going to go through the first reading and then table it for the second. At that time, we'll put out a notice, and there will be a complete public hearing.
Mr. Ahmed, I think the question, I think that's being asked is, it was properly noticed for the zoning board hearing?
Yes, it was.
That's the definition. Yes, that's what starts. That's procedural.
Well, it has to be noticed for the zoning board.
Yes,
but I mean, it's possible it could have been, but that's why I asked the question, and Mr. Ahmed's put on the record that it was properly noticed for the zoning board.
And the zoning board
For the second
recommended.
comment, well, I believe that I believe that an ordinance like this should actually have public notice that's more widespread than just the planning and zoning board, because a lot of people don't attend the planning and zoning board. Plus, the planning and zoning board meetings are inconsistent. It's just a comment. What I'm trying to point to is, thank you, sir. What I'm trying to point to is, like, there has to be some consistency to it. Is there like a period of time that you're supposed to announce this, right? Second of all, when I was in the meeting,
the first question?
yes,
The first question says, the answer is, it's noticed in one fashion for a zoning board. It's agended for first reading, which is not widespread notice, but anybody who looks at the agenda sees it. But any ordinance for second reading must be advertised and spread around. So it was noticed in the appropriate fashion, but based on what Mr. Ahmed said on the record, for the P&Z. It was then placed on an agenda where anyone can see it. It's not in the last minute edition or anything. But the basic public notice for something of significance, every ordinance for second reading must be advertised like in the newspaper, on a website or something like that. So that's when what you're talking about. The answer is it must be done now.
And it will be by the clerk's office.
yes, thank you so much.
Mr. Attorney and Madam.
I have one more comment.
Yes.
to make.
I have a comment as well.
I have a comment to make. That's because I was in this meeting when you had this ordinance come up before the P&Z and they had to vote on it. There was no clarification. When they went up there, they said, well, it's state statute. I guess we don't have a choice. Okay, let's vote. And that to me is not like really scrutinizing or trying to find a solution that may be, hey, what about this? If we follow the guidelines by the state, what are some of the things that maybe we could do better that would fit North Miami Beach even more. So it wasn't like there was a revision on it or a description of how it was going. And I don't even think they understood. They just think that the state required it and we have to do it.
Okay, so wait. I'm not going to disparage the P&Z board, okay? No, but that's how it's coming across, Commissioner Sue. That's how it's coming across.
That's not the intention.
No,
I
that's
understand.
no.
What I'm trying to say is I believe staff should actually add a little bit more substance to what is going to be passed.
Commissioner Sue, your initial question, if this was properly noticed, it was.
That clarification.
No, but, and this needs to be done. This one needs, and like we've talked about this before. I know we were talking about the retreat or whatever, but the legislation 101 has to happen because it has to. Because there's a lot of questions that you have, and I'm like, wait a minute, like, why is this happening? And staff needs to do a better education for certain members that understand how this works, as opposed to we're not reinventing the wheel.
I know.
I just want to make that very clear. And the way you clarify yourself. You're not disparaging anyone, but it came across that way because a lot of these guys on P&Z have been there for years. Yeah. Years, and they would take real offense to that statement.
Wait, hold on. Let me clarify that just for the record, okay? How I felt that they felt was that they didn't have the power to add on to it or to contribute to this bill that is being passed.
But why do they feel that they didn't have the power?
Because they don't have the information. There's a bill that goes on in front of them, and then it's like, oh, it's a state bill.
What was it?
Like
What was the roll call for that?
The explanation was not clear.
What was the roll call for that particular?
It was 7-0.
Yeah.
And I know somebody on the planning and zoning. I know most of them on the planning and zoning board.
Well, did you speak to them? Because I speak to the one on the. They're all professionals.
Very professional people. Lawyers too.
You have to be a professional.
I understand. Yes,
my appointee is an architect.
Yes,
and
I
a
know.
developer. So here's the thing that I'm trying to understand, so that you can be satisfied as a commissioner. How you feel?
Excuse me, point of privilege for 1 second.
Did you talk to them to ask them how they felt?
I did. And
all 7 of them?
All 7 of them?
Not all 7 of them. I spoke to the 2 that were sitting next to each other. Now, Mr. Mayor, I respect you for your position. Please don't show your frustration when I'm trying to speak and express myself. And maybe I do not know as much as you do because you're an attorney and you've been in this seat for like how many years now? 6 years. So when I'm asking a question and I have a concern, that I'm thinking from a perspective of a resident. And if you can't respect me for my question,
no.
I just don't.
Whoa. Hang on. No, you made a comment about the P&Z that has members that are appointed by each one of us not being informed or not knowing what they're doing.
That's not what I said at all. Okay. Well, then that's what I'm correcting for the record. I'm trying to say that. The answer that I heard in the recording, I was there, and they said, well, it's a state statute, so we're all going to vote yes. Now, I'm thinking,
But we did that with one of the votes here with the homeless, right?
Yeah,
we all
that was a state statute.
Correct, and even the attorney gave a comment, right?
You changed your votes. It's a state statute, and that was it.
Yeah.
Even when I was going to pass the fluoride and it had already been passed by the state, I don't just pass it, right? I think I want other people to understand that there are reasons why that was passed and what we can do in support of the residents who feel that not having fluoride is not good.
Can I just interject one thing?
Yes.
The way it came off, and that's why I'm trying to help you.
You came after me like
the way it came off. You said that they did not.
Stop. I mean,
you laugh.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
We have a motion. We have a motion on the table.
Before we continue, if I may, through the mayor, Commissioner Smith, if I may, I wanted to say this, and this is going to be my follow-up question to all of the dialogue that's going on. What is the fiscal responsibility here for us, and what will it mean? So, for example, when we go into a second reading, and though this is a state mandate for us, what's the fiscal responsibility for the city to amend this particular legislation?
It's a comprehensive plan amendment, which is, the first reading was through the zoning board, and the zoning board sat as the local planning agency, so which is a requirement by the state statute. So while it was a zoning board hearing, but in that case it was an LPA. The same analysis that is been presented to you was presented to the zoning board. The same staff report was there. So they basically read the same staff report, and the same presentation was made to the zoning board. They voted 6-0. There were 6 people present, and they all voted for it. We needed some additional work to be done with respect to the utility elements and some of the plans. So we worked with the utility department to come up with certain policies that would be more quantifiable. In that, that's why from April till now we were working on that. That's why this came in a little delayed, but there was no time limit on that. But so we basically put in some additional policies that would allow to meet the spirit of the state statutes and the House Bill 1379. So this requirement is to make sure that for resiliency, for flooding-related management, all those policies have been now incorporated in the update of the infrastructure element. That's what this update is about. That's what we explained to the zoning board, and that's what I am bringing before you.
Okay, so to answer my question, now that you work with the water department to make sure it fits us, right?
Yes.
And you made the necessary adjustments so that it's pertaining to our policy, right?
Yes.
What will be the fiscal responsibility for us, if any, based on the changes that had been made?
And Commissioner, if I can partially address that, I don't have the number, and maybe there is a number, but candidly, our legislature is famous not only for dictating to local governments the last few years, but for passing what we call unfunded mandates.
Right.
They tell us to do stuff, but they don't give us the money to do it. They just tell us to find the money, and then they tell us we're not allowed to tax anybody to do it. So that's how they roll. Now, if there's an answer that's an actual number, that maybe staff can give you that, but the answer is you hit the nail on the head. It's an unfunded mandate.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask Hamid to please answer that part.
Hamid Nikman, NMB Water Director. So I got engaged in the process, sat with the department staff, informed about the statute. We've been through that. My understanding is, to answer your question, Commissioner Jean, there are certain requirements that we need to meet as far as performing certain assessment. By a certain date, I believe by 2029, if I'm not
Septic
mistaken.
to sewer master plan should be ready by 2028.
That means I need to hire a consultant, perform that
I think we need
assessment.
to hear this point. It's very important what he mentioned.
Performing that assessment and coming up with master plan is not something that we can do in-house, nor nobody's have that capacity. You need to hire a consultant, you need to hire a geologist, you need to go through condition assessment, community, demand forecasting, and flow calculation, and understand what you have. Do you have wastewater treatment plant or not? We're sending it to county. Does county have the capacity to absorb your converted flow from septic to sewer, right? So all those processes, a state mandate for certain zone that is applicable due to the density, which, Ahmad mentions, right? Then you need to go through that process, and you have to have a plan ready by mandated date. That will come with physical impact, ma'am.
Okay, so I think that's what was trying to be expressed, that this is a complex issue.
It is.
And even when we have a second reading, I think when you mentioned septic to sewer and all the things that this implies that we have to do, there should still be some sort of fiscal connection to this approval, right? So even like you said, it has to have a consultant, there have to be more studies that have to be done. And in the staff report, I don't know if that was mentioned, so that we have a better picture of what has to be in place fiscally for us to be even able to go to a second reading that will basically tie us into what we have to do.
You're absolutely right, ma'am. And the fact is that it's not mandated us to do the septic to sewer conversion. That's not the statute. It will determine based off the zoning, and then you need to have a plan for it. And I got engaged on this discussion after P&Z, so I contribute to that after P&Z.
So, Commissioner, to answer your question, at this point, there is no direct cost, but as we go into the planning and the infrastructure development, the cost will be that. So when we did the fiscal impact analysis, that is included in that analysis.
How much is that?
There's no cost at this time because the future costs, funding strategies for future improvements would have to be then estimated and done. So because to do the update of the element, there's no cost at this time. There's no impact. But as we begin the septic to sewer conversions and all that, those costs will be done through the consultant process that we will have to. We don't have those costs at this point.
All right, thank you.
But could I just ask through the mayor, wouldn't that be on every project? Would every project would have a different cost depending how far away they are, depending on what, do they need another pump? Do they?
Commissioner Smith, yes, you're right. For instance, on comprehensive plan, South Florida Water Management District just informed us that we need to update our water supply work plan, which is elements of comprehensive plan. So, and I have a deadline by completing it. So when I'm at completing that, I have to amend that into the city's comprehensive plan. That would come with the cost, and that's and we set the budget aside in professional services, general ledger item on water account to overcome all these upcoming legislation that are mandated for the city.
Commissioner Smith, I wanted to piggyback on what you said, and goes back to what Commissioner Flormont said at the beginning. How can this item go to PUC that affects the water department and the water department, PNZ, and affects the water department, but the water department is not included in the conversation until after, right? So all those things are part of us getting a better picture of what actually is needed, but again, that's internal.
Call the question.
Wait, hold on. No, I want to.
No,
Wait,
come on.
hey,
I want to thank.
Okay.
Wait.
Mr. Mayor?
Second call the
wait. Like I said, I really feel we need a budget 101. I mean, not a budget 101, but legislation 101.
Workshop. Yeah.
No,
No.
because this is because not everybody has, I'm not trying to point out because you did that initially, and I'm not trying to follow that suit. Commissioner Sue, I just want us to move forward collectively. I understand you have an animus towards me. I get it. I just want to move forward.
I don't.
No, but Mr. Mayor, let me interject. Lynn, when you get your agenda, when you first read it, you have the prerogative of calling Zafar. You have a problem of Ahmed. You can ask the city manager. That's the time you research it and try to figure out if there's anything that you don't understand or why it's there and have a better understanding of it. So that's the opportunity. And then when it's on first reading, we pass it quickly because we don't want to have the discussion twice, is really the reason why we do first reading by title only, so they can correct everything, and then we don't have a second.
Traditionally, that's how it's always been. It's always been that way. Even when you have cross matrix of divisions, I've seen there's been ordinances that affected not just one or two, but multiple, and it's
always
this always happens. But the thing is, but commissioners, no, I'm not. Oh my, no, God. Commissioner,
I wanted to. No, I need to clear up this misinformation, or however it is that I portrayed myself, because that is not the intention. When I saw this ordinance come in under the PUC meeting, it was PNZ, the planning and zoning, right?
Yes.
Immediately after I read that, the next day, I actually called the water director and asked him if he knew about this, and he said no, he didn't know. Then I also spoke with two of the commissioners that were in the planning and zoning board, right, the board members, and I asked them, and I said, you guys, if you feel. You want to know something or do something, like, don't be afraid to, do it. But there's a lot of people who just feel that they are steered in one direction and they have to vote that way. And I don't want them to feel that way. No, what I mean is, like, it's a state law and they can add to it. Listen, when we had passed the homeless ordinance, you remember Commissioner Daniela Jean actually said clearly, do you do a sweep? These kinds of things are things that need to be added. The fact that they just went there and said it's a state statute and they had to vote that way without any further comments, do you see what I'm saying on this? Wait, Commissioner Smith, is that communicating?
Commissioner Sue, the statement you made was that they didn't understand. What I want to say about that, I've been on many boards. When I was on the PUC, for years I was on public utility, and it's the most boring but the most important board we have. It's the cha-chung to the money. But you have 7 different people up there. You're saying you didn't like the way those 7 people responded. Not that they didn't get a chance. They certainly had a chance, but they didn't do it. Nobody had a gun to their head. You're saying that what I'm hearing is you didn't like the way they responded. So the thing would be to call your appointee and say to your appointee that you have more opportunity. I don't know that that's staff's fault. If staff's bringing something that's a mandate, especially if it's something that's extremely complicated, and nobody asks a question, but it's a must-do, I think that goes back to you, like we were just saying, and like the vice mayor just said, you have to do your own research. I, too, reach out to them and speak to them and find out. So how are we going to control staff to make them ask questions? That's my question.
May I? Commissioner Chernoff said something that's very important, is that we need to call the question on this, because the reality is the conversation that we're having is not specific to the item.
Yeah, because we're going
So,
through it and
all right.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
No, Commissioner Smucker, your last point.
Okay. So, Commissioner Sue, who were the 2 people that didn't understand? Who were the 2 people that didn't?
No, I didn't say nobody understood.
No, I said the 2.
There were no 2 people that did not, there was nobody that did not understand the bill. Nobody. They all understood it. My point to say is that I felt that they felt
nobody understood.
they just had to approve it without having to add or have any questions towards the question, because it was like the attorney said, it was mandated. But like what
my appointee wouldn't do that. So just saying.
Can we call the question on
We're
this?
gonna call the question. It was a roll call. So what? Can you just redo it, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Smuckler.
What? Oh, yes.
Sorry. Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Mandated, yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes. Next item, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to point of personal privilege and move 15.5 up right now.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And while we have everybody on the same page.
I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 15.5, process for selecting new city manager.
The reason that I asked that we move it up is we need to give it its due and seriously say what the process is and get the process started on getting a new city manager. We haven't had a discussion with any one of us to figure out who wants what. Do you want a state search? Do you want a national search? Do you want, discussions we need to have.
I'll start off with saying this. I want to do a state or even national search. I want us to take this process from a nuanced approach, but also understand that the decision remains with us. But still, like what I've noticed in this, and we've seen this several times, where we say we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and then we go through this process and we make this commitment to the residents, and we don't go through it. I've seen the last 3 or 4 managers have been that way. So I'm for the process. I really am. But I understand that our responsibility in being the ultimate decision maker, because we're the ones that he has to report to. At the same time, like we have to work on a notice. The procurement director is here.
And HR.
And HR is here. So putting out a notice, that's step one. Now, at the end of the day, city attorney, I understand everybody's approach, but I want to put out a notice, to be quite frank. I'm not saying that I want to rush this process, because I don't. One, because we're going into a budget season. I don't want to, parachute someone into something like this. I think we need additional time to really work through this, because we have a lot of stuff going on. And one of the main reasons I wanted Mario to stay a little bit longer is because I want to go through the budget season, because it's one of our toughest things that we have to do. But I understand that we have a process, right? And I want to show that we have a process. And those are my initial thoughts. Like, I just wanted just to put it out there, all right?
Okay, but in order to move the process forward, we have to give.
Yeah, I think the initial step is
we have to give her the parameters that we're looking for to get it out there.
City attorney. I understand. Well, city attorney, before you begin,
Mayor,
I want to preface before you begin. You've been in this. I don't want to say game, but you've been in this realm. The amount of managers you've gone through. There's not. I mean, I don't want to say it's limitless, but you've gone through a lot. You've seen good managers, you've seen bad managers, you've seen good processes, you've seen bad processes, right? And you've seen managers that had a lot of hope coming in, and managers that should not have gotten that job to begin with. But understand, manager, one thing I want us to turn a page. I want us to be transparent. I want us to put this out, city attorney. I understand the ultimate decision is ours, and you've made that very clear. But at the same time, I want to come up with the parameters, to put out put something out, so we can at least show the community that we're doing this in the most effective and concise and most transparent way.
100%, Mayor. When you saw me shake my head no, the only reason I was doing that, which is not what you thought, is what you described as step 2. Before you put it out, you have to decide what you're going to put out. So
correct.
Step 1, if I might, is with the help of procurement and HR,
come up with the
you need to develop what your parameters for a manager are, what you're looking for. Are there minimum standards? You can rely only on the minimum standards that are in the charter if you want to, but you're privileged to set some others. So the first thing is, if I could just very quickly, just as a suggestion, you do what you want, but and again, when I say you do what you want, I mean, it is entirely up to the 7 of you, because it's your employee you're picking, just like it is with myself and the clerk. So, number 1, agree on what
the process
parameter. Well, I said agree on what. Here's a process. Is what I'm suggesting. You can change it, do whatever you want, but the first step has to be, what do you want in a manager? What are the standards, the requirements? You want to keep it very loose? Do you want to make it tighter? Whatever it is, that's up to you, but you develop that. HR and procurement can help you, but you have to agree, what do you want? Number 2, you put it out to whoever you want. And the only other things I'm going to say real quick is, whatever you do, listen, public contacts you, the public talks to you, that's all great, but in the interest of getting it done, and getting it done transparently, do it yourselves. Don't, citizens can advise you, but, make this your process. And frankly, I've seen so many of these so-called headhunters. They get paid a lot of money. They don't give you much extra. Put it out, decide how long you're going to leave it open, what the criteria. Your staff can eliminate all the people who want to be manager because they were the night manager at McDonald's and they think that makes them a manager. However many are left, and I've seen a lot of different processes. I'm just going to suggest one. Do anything you want. But one way to do it is that when you narrow it down, you may not have as many as you think, but let's say you had 50 or 75 that met your qualifications.
We wish.
What you could do, you could. But what you can do is every member can look through them. It's a little bit of work, but once staff has eliminated the McDonald's managers, look through them and just take a preliminary vote where each of you can name 3 finalists that you want to see interviewed. At most, that will give you a pool of 21, but it never happens because some of you will recommend the same names. So you end up with a pool of 12, maybe 15, but probably 12 that are your finalists. You look at your semifinalists, you look at that group of 12 that you all have, you each get 3, and you look at them and you say, okay, of these 12, we're going to interview half of them and bring them in, have a public interview that the public can witness each of them, and feel free to have private interviews with them so you can, ask them tough questions that you might not want to ask publicly. And then you're done. Then you pick
So we
3
actually did all
and then you
this.
pick your finalists.
We did this back in 2021 when we were looking for a manager.
Well, that got okay.
And then and we actually had meetings on Zoom where it was like one-on-one meetings, but the audience, the residents were allowed to attend. I think they just weren't allowed to speak, but it was a one-on-one interview with the residents watching.
No, that's true. But what I'm saying is that I think step one, because this is not the hardest. The first part is to direct procurement to reach out to each one of us to come up with the parameters that we feel comfortable with. Then you bringing that up to us at our next meeting, which is in July.
Oh, I'd like to just do it now.
Well, I'd like to usurp the first process.
Well,
I'd like to come up right now with what we all think.
I agree because I'd like to hear the different ideas.
Oh no! I have no. If we want to have this, my thing is that here's the other thing. Here's the other thing I have an issue with in regards to this. Right, we're talking about picking the manager's position. I get that. Also, I'm messing up my average because we're going up to 12, and I'm probably gonna have to go over 12. I don't want to rush this, and I don't want to spitball this.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's why I pulled it down.
I noticed that you pulled it down, but at the end of the day, this is our first opportunity. I'm saying I want to have a more nuanced approach because I want to talk to Sharice and say this because I've never done that before. I've never done that. I've never made that clear. Okay. I want to. I have to lead by example. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to ask you this question. I think the last time we had a job posting was a while ago, right? An actual job posting. So the question to you is, do we go with a posting or do we go through the procurement, which is a different type of process? Because I think the HR process is one and the procurement process is 2 different things.
So I would say one, because and I want to make sure that we're doing this because I'm going to mention Commissioner Sue, she hasn't gone through this process before. I'm saying that because I want to give her that. I want to be considerate. I'm trying to be considerate. I know, but that can be seen a lot of different ways. That's what I'm saying. Okay. That being said, I want to be considerate for the process. I want us to be nuanced because, like I said, what I would particularly want in a group of us or whatever, I don't think I'm gonna get all of it out. I want to have an opportunity to talk to Sharice. I want to be able to say X, Y, and Z. Now, I'm not saying that we have to do it. I'm just telling you how I feel comfortable. I'm going to go with the consensus because at the end of the day, this person's going to have to work for all of us collectively. But I know, us explaining to, me, taking that additional time to explain what I would want or whatever, and her and procurement getting that different approach from everybody else, I think that's needed because I don't not all of us have gone through that particular process. I know Commissioner Smucker, we pointed out we did that before.
Right.
But I don't think we've done that. Other people have done specifically that aspect. So that's why I wanted to give that opportunity, as opposed to saying, let's decide right now, and then I don't think everybody's going to get all their thoughts.
So,
My point is that I think that we should get out there, whether we want it local, whether we want it Florida, whether we want it national.
If that was the case, then I think it should be. What would be your recommendation, Commissioner?
I would say Florida and have
Florida.
a background of having a water department with them also.
It's here.
That's fair. And CRA.
If I could say something, I've hired, I don't know how many managers, and it's quite interesting how the process can work. We had a process where we had a committee, not an outside headhunter. We had a committee that staff picked other professionals that were managers in other cities to help us decide. And one of the managers on that committee was not applying to be a manager. He was not. And yet that's how he became the manager. So the attorney, he became the attorney. It was the attorney. So, but the thing I want to put out on the table just for thought, because I heard what the mayor said, if the process would start next month, which is July, we're off on August. September is budget. Now we're in to the end of the year. My question is, seriously, do we want to hire somebody when there's an election 9 months later? The whole thing could change again in 9 months. I'm just trying to make reason of what we're doing, because remember, the longer you delay it, the closer you're getting to the possibility that there would be a change in majority vote on the council. And that would upset the apple cart again. So if we're going to do it, we could do it either way. Like I happen to agree also Florida, but there's big advantages if you keep it to South Florida, because they have ties with the county. And they have ties, relationships they've already made with the county, where somebody from Gainesville or Pensacola may not.
But to your point, a state person would have, we've been preempted on a lot of things.
Well, that's for sure. So I wouldn't want to go national at all. I would only want to go state, and I believe in state, but if we're going to do something, look at your timing, especially with August off.
No, I'm looking at I mean, for one specific reason. Like, I think it's shooting ourselves in the foot to hire a manager, and we're in budget. We're in budget. That's the key point about it. And that's going to be acrimonious. We're going to be looking at where we can make cost cuttings here, where we make sure that services are being done. Now, we're not, like, depending on what we do, we could hire someone that would have to get acclimated to that whole process, and that could be holding us all back.
If you target October and slip to November, you're still a year before your.
I think that's fair.
No, but then you're right in the middle of holiday. But what did the 2 weeks then have to do with budgets and give an additional 2 weeks to the former manager? Because we didn't do anything. We didn't have any meetings. We didn't have any budget.
Well, the reason I wanted him to stay as long into the budget season as possible, because there's certain programs that he set up in our budget from the CIP program and everything else that, like, that's a very nuanced thing, right? And I wanted to give whoever takes over the opportunity to get that, to get that institutional knowledge that someone that is not from here is gonna be hard pressed to try to catch up on. I think we can meet the timeline for October to really settle that down. I really do believe that. But the thing is, like I said, we're in budget right now. Like, it is what it is, and I just want us to have a very nuanced and collective approach, and not really rushing this. We Vice Mayor, you said, hey, let's keep it the state. I'm fine with that. You mentioned another aspect, have a good utility background, maybe water or what have you, and a CRA. I think that's
and a police department.
Of course, but
not every city.
Not every city has a police department.
Not every city has a police department, so it needs to have a manager. No, seriously.
No, I agree with you.
Just laughing. No,
I already have everything.
Okay, so that being said, right? That being said, those are the initial parameters, right?
Oh, in the library.
And the library.
And the library.
And the library. So my thing is that you have because I want us to land
Throw in a
this.
Public Works too?
I want us to land this, right?
Everybody does public works, but not everybody does like.
A water plant for sure.
So now, Madam Procurement Director.
But remember, there is a difference between things that are desirable and things that are going to be hard and fast, conditions.
Correct.
You can say this and this and this and this are desirable, but if you find somebody with 3 or 4 of your 5, you may not want to reject them just because they're missing just one.
That's correct.
I think you can make adjustments to that posting.
Sure, but here's something I think we're not taking into consideration. If this is a solicitation wholly, there are requirements, cones of silence, and things of that nature. And another thing is, we look for firms. So similarly with the legal services, we were taking single people as well as firms. Exactly. And so city managers aren't looking in OpenGov for jobs because they're geared towards vendors and firms. So while we can craft the solicitation to have, or the notice, or however we call it, to have all of these preferences, ICMA certification too, all of the things, we would then turn that over to HR. Okay. And at that point, HR, we have the process in which we do the meetings and the selection and all the things.
So the land is basically this, right? You have the direction to pretty much create this, but also to meet with each one of us for any additional comments, and then moving into HR, and then have the legislation come back to us to finalize it, and then move forward.
Do not stick yourself with a cone of silence that's going to keep,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that's going to keep you from talking to your potential hires. Don't do
We're
that.
not doing that.
Yes.
We're just working on a piece of legislation.
Right.
To have it come back on the next meeting, and then
Yep.
we'll post it. That's it.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Procurement Director.
Okay, but wait, so what do we agree, water plan, CRA, and police?
So we're going to meet, Jacob and I. Yeah, we're going to meet with you all to make sure we can narrow down all of the criteria that you guys have spoke about, and then craft a notice through the manager, and then you'll review that.
Yeah, library.
Next meeting.
Yeah, library's a little harder. Dania, how many cities have their own library? Dania, how many cities have their own library in Florida? Do you know?
No, in Florida,
Yeah.
there's a lot.
Oh, there is a lot.
In Miami-Dade, it's only 5. In Broward, it's only 5. But as you go north, there's.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's why you want it to be desirable, but not limited.
Not mandatory. So you got that? Okay, please bring that before us. Madam Clerk, what is the next?
Move us back to regular order of business.
Okay, what is the next item?
Just the next
Item
commission,
11.
the next commission meeting, whenever
What
it's
is the
scheduled.
next item on the agenda?
11.3 ordinance.
Item 11.3, you need a motion.
We did that.
So moved.
Do I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Oh, I didn't do
All right,
Item 11.3, ordinance number 2025-05, first reading. Amending the Code of Ordinances to create a new article entitled Public Arts, brought by Mr. Ahmed, the Community Development Director, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development of the City's Code of Ordinances to create a new Article 20 entitled Public Arts, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing an effective date.
okay, Madam Clerk. Clerk, this is first reading. Can you please open the public for comment, please?
Please
Open
come
up for
forward
public.
if you'd like to speak.
I don't think we have any public there.
Seeing none,
open up anyway.
seeing none, we bring it back. Director, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Commission. What I have before you is an ordinance for public arts. We're going to create a new article in the ordinances, Article 20, within the City Zoning Land Development Code, and enhance North Miami Beach's cultural, aesthetic, and historical landscape through integration of public art in development and redevelopment projects. The key objectives of this art in public places ordinance is promote cultural enrichment, community pride, and historical awareness. Support diverse art forms in public spaces, such as murals, sculptures, audio art, and digital installations, and more. Establish a sustainable funding and selection framework for public art across the city. It will be applicable for new development as well as redevelopment projects valued at $5 million or more. And they would be in the in the categories of business use, community facilities, recreation and open spaces, industrial developments, as well as mixed-use developments. To this mix, we also add the capital improvement projects that exceed $5 million. So that even though they may not be buildings, but it would be capital improvement projects. So one of the criteria of the ordinance is that each development would set aside 0.5%, 5% of the total project cost. Yes, 0.5% of the total project cost for the purposes of the art in public places. But if a development chooses not to install art in public places, they could pay in lieu fee, and that would be a minimum of $25,000, but also up to 0.5. And that's the ordinance.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I thought we had this already.
This opens up the ordinance to private enterprises as well as public. So this
So it
basically
expands it.
It expands it, and it expands it to where there is there's an impact, and so people are able to pay into it, and we are able to do competitions for public art, and so all of that was part of the.
Commissioner Jean.
Can you open it up so that we can co-sponsor, the commission can co-sponsor this item with you?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's up to us. If you want to make that.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that the commission is part of the co-sponsoring of this item.
Okay.
As an ordinance, do I have a second?
A second.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, one thing I forgot to mention, or I didn't get to it, is that all artwork that will be submitted for review would go to the beautification committee. Beautification committee would be the board that will be reviewing and making recommendations to the commission for selection of the work. So that's the process we'll set up.
Okay, that opens up my last question. I don't want to start with that one. Real fast, I want to just say that Miami Beach has in their ordinance that the first year, or maybe it's 2 years, if there's damage to the artwork, it's the responsibility of the artist to fix it. So in here, it says if there's anything that needs to be done, it'll be up to, I marked the page. But anyway, determination of any special maintenance, such as special servicing due to periodic adjustments, repairs, or replacements of the work of art with entity is responsible. And what entity is responsible for such costs? Shouldn't we spill out who the entity should be?
The owner of the building would be responsible for that, or
should we spell that out, that whoever it's going to be? That's under section 24-219-4. And then I think also, do we want to put away any money in the budget ourselves, even though there will be developers and there will be, but maybe to put in, just in our budget thinking when the budget comes around, that maybe we would want to put something in our park, a piece of art, or when you go to other cities, how beautiful they are. I want to also bring up that, to add that under number 24-223, number A, that art cannot be removed if the property is sold without the permission of the city.
Yes, that's true.
So that the owner can't say, I'm taking that piece of art with me. I want to make sure.
It becomes the property of the community property.
I've had them in real estate. Anyway, the other thing is the hours, no noise shall be from these public art if it happens to be something that has noise with it, which it could be today with all the AI and everything they do.
Such as musical fountains.
It's from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Isn't that a little late for children, that if they're next to it, should we consider 10 o'clock and then we can always make an exception?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
I don't know. At 7 o'clock in the morning, should we say from 8 to 10 and then we can always make an exception?
I mean, like this.
She's saying it works.
But I want to. At the second reason, it's already written. So.
No, but I have no
And then the last thing I'd like to say is the beautification. Who's in charge of beautification?
Vice Mayor is in charge.
You may want to put dusk to dawn instead of, you may want to put dusk to dawn
It's
instead of
from
having.
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Well, dusk is very early. Yeah, it's too early.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I think it should be from 8 to 10, and then we can make exceptions. But you're the head of beautification. What's the qualifications to be on the beautification committee, though?
He opened it up, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, no, but you added, you made it, that was. Okay, but if somebody says, I want to be on the committee, you know what, I don't want to really be involved with like zoning and everything. I want to be on the art committee. That would be good, or I'd like to be on the garden committee. I mean, the art committee is going to determine, should we change the requirements for the art committee is my question.
Do we have an art committee?
Well,
The beautification committee.
I'm like, wait.
Well, the beautification committee is going to decide the art before it comes to us. Should we change the qualifications for that? That's my question.
I mean, like, what did Lennon say? I don't know art, but I know. What was it? Was it John Lennon? I forgot who said that line. I don't know art, but I know it's good or something. No, that was the Supreme Court. Yeah. I'm sorry. I went off tangent. Sorry.
Those are the changes. Just looking through it quickly, I would like the first reading just to put into your.
For the notes of consensus to include and to get clarification.
We'll provide clarification. Basically, we're trying to conform it to the noise ordinance that generally prevails. We'll try to make.
And the fact that the owner has to of the building or the property has to repair, and the fact that the artwork stays with the building if it's sold, unless they come to give us special permission, because in order for us to give special permission, because but if it means something to the person there, and they're the ones that got the art, and then we could say as a commission, what are you replacing it with? We're not giving permission till we see what you're replacing it with. There are times, Jay, a bird bath, I could mention that they had to have the bird bath, which was, cemented in, I might add. The thing is, and the other thing is, did we want to consider it budget? I'm talking quick because I want to get my points out, and then I'm.
Commissioner.
So wait, just, Director. So just so we can move on, you've got the thoughts from Commissioner Smith. See if you can incorporate that for second reading. And
one more.
And Commissioner Jean, your final point.
Oh, no, I had one more too when you're done. I'm sorry, I found it.
Do you have any COI on it? Do they have to provide some kind of insurance for, or do we have any insurance on the pieces, or depending if it's on private property or public?
Well, any facility could be insured. I mean, there is no limitations in terms of that. The art owner, because it becomes the property of the city, but the building owner could have it insured and be. And
the reason I say this is, let's say someone drives into the lobby and the plaza and hits the dog that we have, right?
Right.
We would the dog is not necessarily insured, or is it? That would be the question.
It would be up to the property owner to get the insurance.
Where the property.
So what will be self-insured for?
It will be on a private property.
Perfect example is Wilton Manor. They stole the
The manatee.
manatee. They stole it from their park.
Oh yeah.
No, but they got it back.
They got it back.
Yeah.
But again, who's responsible? Is it insured? So on.
Is it self-insured in our case?
We'll be happy to look into that as to how the other jurisdictions have done, and we'll come back with some
And
proposal.
the second thing I want to add, I've been working on trying to get us to I Love NMB artwork with FIU. So I wanted to make sure that's grandfathered into what you guys put together, and that the commission can see some of the renderings that have been provided to
The ordinance at this point has it that, we will take donations and we will take grants, we will take in lieu fees. So there's a provision for funding of projects and how we will have the resources put together. So I'll be happy to enhance additional language in there to accommodate additional donations or identify additional donors.
Right, because Commissioner Smith's point was, will we have a baseline line item for this, right? So I guess you can come back to us and let us know if there's something that you guys can find.
We'll put some refinement into it.
So, number 24-226, number B, it says placement of art on site. Placement of art on site, placement of art on site of the development project, which shall be a minimum value of 1/4%. You put 0.5, it's actually 0.025, so that could be a Grimmness error, but you have to get the right percentage.
0.5.
But it says 1/4%. 0.5 is 1/2
Yeah.
of 1%. 0.025 is 1/4.
I'll take another look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We went over with the manager and I. Now, the one thing I wanted to know is, this money is due. It's a fee for the development when they're putting in the project, bringing the project in. What if the artwork's built on site? Unless, I'd like to add, unless it's built on site.
The way it works is with the permitting fee, they'll within the building drawings, for every time that they pay the permit fee, there'll be a portion that will be for the artwork. It'll be deducted throughout, along with the permit application and permit costs. So that's how we will collect that.
Okay, I guess you answered what I said. I'm not quite.
I didn't say anything.
It'll be added, the fee will be added, but if that, the way it said is, that is gonna be art on, to bring placement of the art.
Yes.
You're gonna charge a fee to bring the placement of the art, like the swans, like the flamingos. But if they're not bringing any placement, if they're building the art on site, is there still going to be that?
That's the city's cost of managing that artwork, because we will basically charge a fee and they will install it.
So then you have to change just the wording to placement of art or construction of art.
I will take a look at the language again.
Thank you.
But a fee is charged regardless.
I'm just trying.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Okay, and to Commissioner Jean, that I love NMB, I love that idea, and I think it's something that hopefully we can incorporate into our 100th year, because for the 90th, we actually, well, I wasn't on the commission, but I believe Brito was commissioned to do the 90th, and the T-shirts were like a Brito, and there's a poster somewhere, or there used to be a poster somewhere of Brito with the cities. Is it? Okay. So maybe we can actually do that. That would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Said, so, all right, so we have a motion. Do I have a motion in a second?
With the corrections.
With the corrections.
I'm
Commissioner
second.
Smith,
Motion.
Vice Mayor has seconded. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Yes. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 11.5, resolution number R 2020.
Move to introduce.
R 2025-82, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with ProLime Corporation for loading, handling, and disposal of liquid lime sludge, brought by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with ProLime Corporation for loading, hauling, and disposal of liquid lime sludge, increasing the contract by an amount not to exceed $260,000, authorizing the interim city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
I make the motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 11.6.
Move to introduce. 11.6, resolution number R 2025-83.
And was seconded, Mayor. Resolution number R 2025-83, budget amendment to, was this deferred? I'm sorry, 11.6 was deferred. Oh, no, it's the change to discussion, I think, Mayor, is that right? Change to discussion? I'll read it and you take it up now as a discussion?
Discussion, right.
Okay, so resolution number R 2025-83, budget amendment to fund home rehabilitation program, brought by Ms. Montestim, the Chief of Staff. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2024-25 adopted budget for the Home Rehabilitation Program, providing for an effective date. This is a discussion item.
Well, yeah, but, okay. So again, I've gotten, like, from the moment I became mayor, this is an item that's been. Oh, yes, it is. From the moment I became mayor, a lot of people have been like clamoring and saying, I've been on this list. I've done everything I had to do. Permits have been pulled, and they have just been waiting. I don't want them to be at disadvantage because we're still working our documentation. They shouldn't be paid for that. These residents have gone through the process. They're not anybody new. No. So I just wanted to get them to the finish line, and so we can do right before for them as our residents. So that's why I wanted to pull it, and so we can move forward with this legislation as is. I'll see do we have any discussion on this particular item?
I have a comment,
Okay, go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor. Thank you. I agree with you, and what I will say is, like I said earlier before, there have been gaps in the programming for ARPA, which have led us to this point. The resolution is not to take from the general fund to fill in gaps that we don't know where the gaps are. So I think, of course, I've been championing this for a year. Every time I speak, I'm speaking upon this particular issue. And I wish that my fellow commissioners had also harped on it as well, but I can't not in good conscience say that I want to agree to take $500,000 from general fund for a selected group when we don't have a bigger picture of where the gaps are. Upon speaking to different individuals, not any staff, there were issues with the procurement process. There were delays in the procurement. No shade, procurement officer. There were delays in procurement. There were delays in accounting. There were delays in the budget. There were so many delays. For us to now say, okay, let's plug it in with general fund does not outline the underlying issue of, can we still use ARPA or not? The issue also, so many residents called. I thought I was on the list. I'm not on the list. So I feel so guilty. I know many of us have had calls from people that said, I thought I was approved. I was not approved. I'm on the list. I'm not on the list. We need to see how this process, where have we gone wrong in this process? I cannot approve this right now because we don't have those answers. I think it's unfair. I also mentioned the program that Commissioner Vice Mayor Chernoff mentioned for the painting program, the scholarship program, so many other programs. What happened? What happened to those programs? I've had so many dialogues with our previous manager about it. I've had dialogues on the record. I think it's unfair and unwise for us to approve it without having a clearer picture.
Well, okay, so just so I can rehash my point. These individuals have gone through the process. They've gotten fully approved. I understand the fact of like putting certain protocols so this doesn't happen again. But between now and the following month, we are going into a rainy season. A lot of these guys are just waiting for their roofs, and they still have tarps on top of it. And they got mold too. Some of them have been showing me that. And I'm like, and the thing is, I don't want them to suffer any longer if a lot of this stuff is already permitted. A lot of this stuff is already permitted. You have like estimates from a lot of these contractors that these prices will continue to go up the longer we wait. And I just want to finish it off so they won't suffer anymore.
And here's the other part too, Mr. Mayor, that so many residents were still hoping for this program to be reopened. And we haven't even fairly told those people that the money has been exhausted and that we're not in a deficit. So if we want to have transparency, so many people are also still waiting and hoping to apply.
So you
see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that the mold and the whole, we have to address that, but also what is going to be the timeline for those 17 residents who are waiting for these services? What's the timeline? What's the process? Do you guys have the contractors ready to go? Does it still have to go to procurement? Why did it take so long?
So can you clarify where in the process these remaining 17 are?
They're ready to go.
I know. Go ahead.
If I may introduce to Commissioner Jean's point, we definitely understand that this has been long journey of labor. We've gotten to a point where, unfortunately, with the ARPA funding being the deadline being, long gone, December 31st was the obligation deadline, and the fact that the program continued to move along and we did successfully complete some, unfortunately, is how the program was outlined and established. There's several groups that go in at a time. So within each group, we don't proceed until we reach a certain level. And unfortunately, that overlapped with the obligation deadline. The fact of the matter is that as the consultant informed us, if we didn't have contracts actually in place by the 31st and POs established, then the funding source would be jeopardized. And in this case, it was, which is sort of similar to the item that you voted on last meeting for the comp plan, where you had to use some of the funds from the city side to continue with the comp plan procedure.
ACM, here's what I want to say to you.
Sure.
We've met for a year and a half. I've asked these questions for a year and a half.
So right there.
So to the point, to your point about you have to finish one section before another. These were conversations that we've had over and over for the last year and a half. What is the status? Where are we with this? So any justification is not enough. I get what the mayor is saying, and I support that. But it doesn't justify us taking $500,000 from the unassigned fund balance to cover a gap when staff knew that they were going to be delaying this. That no one is wanting to take responsibility for.
Actually, we didn't anticipate that long of delays. Again, I'm just reiterating that, once one group is finished, we can't necessarily proceed because we only have a small group of contractors. Mercedes can speak to the actual process, how many were serviced and where we are with each group. So I can give her, a moment.
Can you please go on?
Wait, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Possible to have the CRA cover it?
No, that's
why they have the same kind of program.
These homes are not in the CRA.
They're not in the CRA. They're all spread out throughout the city. That, believe me, we could. But my thing is that can you explain briefly, because we have a limited amount of time, and where these 17 homes are in the process, and how long? Yeah, they're already done, but they're just waiting for this to finish off. So can you explain where they are in the process and how long it'll take to, I guess, once the money is funded, to complete it?
Okay, good evening. My name is Mercedes Mosley. I'm the Economic Development Specialist here at the City of North Miami Beach. Currently, we have 12 properties that's left that have not started the work. They've passed inspection. We've received SHPO letters. They've passed lead inspection, the preliminary inspection. So we're just waiting for the funds to be allocated so we can move forward. The properties are in dire need. We have pictures. Some of the roofs are caving in, and the quicker the better. The thing about the process is there's many hands in part. At one point, we were waiting for SHPO, the State Prehistoric Office, to give us back the results. We can't move forward without the results to make sure the property isn't on a state historic land. We had to wait on the lead inspector. So in the beginning phases, I'll just show you guys quickly, for the sake of time, the slideshow, the process. So development and implementation of program policies and procedures. Well, first, the scope of work. Technical assistant with management of program, ensuring compliance with state, federal regulations. Initial inspections and preparation of scopes of service for properties. Pre-bid meeting coordination, interim and final inspection. The next process is income verification. That can take up to 2 months. We have to make sure they're up to date on their mortgage. We have to make sure their bank statements are accurate. The statements they give us from their jobs is accurate information. Environmental lead paint inspection, I spoke to that. Mailing of state historic preservation office letters, I spoke to that, consultant inspections for preparation of scopes of services, contractor walkthroughs and bid process, bid review and award announcements, issuance of notices to proceed, contract signage with homeowners and contractors, permitting and rehabilitation of homes begin. So we're up to that point for the properties that are not complete. For the properties that's complete, we did an interim final inspections. Contract payment package was submitted, and the final closeouts and e-recordings and surveys. Overall, the process is many hands. So it's juggling. It goes from the mortgage, it goes to the banks. So it's juggling, and we have to have accurate information. We cannot move forward with ARPA funds without getting the information for each property. So that's why we're at where we're at now.
Okay, so I don't want to.
What happened to the rest of the ARPA funds? What happened to the, and this is not to you, this is on the record. What happened to the rest of the programs that we approved? What happened to, those questions have not been answered. I just want to put that on the record.
Okay. That being said,
I'd like to know how many are complete. 12 are yet to be started, and how many are complete?
With both groups, we have about 48 completed.
48 have to, from the
That's an estimate. I can give you the exact amount tomorrow.
From this, how many of the 48 have not been paid that would come out of the 500,000?
We have 5 waiting to be, total 17. 12 waiting to start, 5 have been completed, so 17.
But I thought they were only to get 25,000.
The manager approved to up the amount to 40,000 last October because the prices of material have gone up.
all right. That being said, do we have a motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Oppose.
Okay, got one opposed. Passes.
I'm opposed.
2 opposed. That being said,
No, I'll vote yes.
Chief, 6-1. Madam Clerk, next item.
Have a good evening.
11.7 was, make sure, 11.7 was deferred.
The next item should be
The next would be,
the 9.6, the previous 9.6.
Mr. Attorney, while you're looking for that, I want to speak to Mr. Attorney, may I have, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, while he's looking, may I make a comment about my no vote? I want the public to understand why I voted no.
If you can be brief.
Yes, I will be brief. Okay. So the reason why I voted no is not because I don't want you to fix your home before the hurricane season really, really hits. My intention is I don't think that it's fair that mismanagement of ARPA funds. When you get an ARPA fund, I'm happy that you got the ARPA fund, you put your name in on time, you applied for it, you got approved. That's great. But now when we need to use the general public fund, which means all of your other neighbors who may be putting off their fixing of their roof, and they now have to spare that money as taxpayer money into that rehabilitation of your home, then that was a problem that I have, and that is the reason for my no vote. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam Clerk, before I want to ask for an additional 10 minutes
But we're gonna get it back, right?
to 12:10 to accommodate. Can I get a motion for that?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Just extend the meeting just for 10 extra minutes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right.
Resolution number R 2025-69, formal support for the FIFA World Cup 2026 Miami Host Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Sue. It was pulled from
Consent.
be heard as a legislative item. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing formal support for the FIFA World Cup 2026 Miami Host Committee, establishing the North Miami Beach 2026 World Cup Partnership and Support Initiative to align city services, resources, and community programming, including water services, with regional tournament operations, affirming the city's commitment to collaboration on public safety, transportation, tourism, water infrastructure, and community engagement efforts, providing for an effective date.
This is a resolution, right?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was just advised that the mic wasn't on, so I'm sorry. He should repeat.
I have to read it again. I'm sorry for the record. Sorry. Item Resolution number R 2025-69, former support for the FIFA World Cup 2026 Miami Host Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Sue, was pulled from consent. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing formal support for the FIFA World Cup 2026 Miami Host Committee, establishing the North Miami Beach 2026 World Cup Partnership and Support Initiative to align city services, resources, and community programming, including water services, with regional tournament operations, affirming the city's commitment to collaboration on public safety, transportation, tourism, water infrastructure, and community engagement efforts, providing for an effective.
All right.
Move to approve.
I have a quick question. I just have a quick question. Because
You can still ask a question.
No, I know. Because I know they've been looking for money. Like, how much is it going to cost?
At the last kickoff of 1 year before the World Cup, the FIFA Commission mentioned that they are targeting to collect an additional $76 million.
We can do that.
Wait, what?
They have collected.
Yes,
$6 million from us?
They don't, they don't have money. They want money.
They want
They're
money.
asking the cities for
So
money.
my thing is that, like, okay, so I'm in support of trying to do this, but I just want to have a caveat on it, because like what it says, it's kind of like I'm not saying it's a blank check, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but it looks. Because it doesn't say a number, and and I've heard stuff about them needing money, and they haven't released who's like sponsoring or who's involved or what have you. I want to be a partnership. I know there's a mayor's council and I haven't had a chance to attend the first one. I also want to have some type of integration with economic development with both the liaisons, Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Florimon. I just want to know what this opens us up to. I can see this moving, and then us having but with a caveat that we will add additional language if need be. But I just want to know, like, is this a blank check, city attorney? Like, I just want to.
No.
Can I piggyback on that, Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner, go ahead.
So you also have police, you have transportation,
In-kind donation.
you have in-kind. Who's going to be keeping track of the police time or the trolley time or the this time or the that time? Because we could give in-kind services, but who's going to keep track of what the city is actually putting out?
And Public Works for cleanup.
And cleanup and this and so forth. So
And Parks and Rec and.
So how do we quantify those expenses, or who's going to be keeping track?
And I have no issues if the expenses were to come back
Like
to
the
us.
Super Bowl.
It is like the Super Bowl, but I don't want to tie the hands of management. I don't want to do that because I can understand like a lot of things are going to be fluid, but I also want us to have like some type of understanding of like what you anticipate the donation would be from the city. That's all.
Yeah, we may not actually have like police to offer, because sometimes police departments go and work off duty at all of these events.
Right, we could give staff and stuff as our dollars.
Right, but by giving police, it's also costing us a lot. So we have to be careful what we.
How much staff and where do you draw the line? That's what the question would be.
But in the legislation, to Commissioner Sue's legislation, the manager is the one that I guess is a stopgap, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. That's how the legislation.
I'm sorry, Honorable Mayor was.
Right now the legislation has the manager as the stopgap. Like he was
Correct. The city manager or the person who's going to designate the person and the team to work.
All I ask, because like I said, I'm supportive of it.
The most he can give is 50.
Yes, and that is his threshold. But I just want us to provide an update as these things come along to the commission. That's all. Because I think it's a great initiative. I think that FIFA is going to bring a like exposure and money towards the city, and I support this item. I just wanted to have a little bit more integration in regards to our economic development liaison, as well as a report of as these things come along, what we've contributed to. That's all. So those are my only caveats. I don't know if Mr. Smooth.
And
I do.
Okay.
And could we also maybe add? Could we also add some kind of that there would, when it comes to a certain dollar amount, they have to come back to?
No, he stopped his stopgap is 50,000 tops, right? But at the same time, I still like he's gonna have to a manager as these things come on, send us reports saying that this is what's going on, letting us know, and events. Because if we're providing this, then like at the end of the day, we want to know where this is really going to, and just being informed. I mean, that's nothing crazy.
Why are we giving a number when we don't even know what other municipalities are doing? We don't know what involvement. We don't know if our
Well, he's not gonna. The thing is that once we provide this, and I guess this is the first step in letting them know that we're very serious and partnering up. That's number one. That's what I was told. So once that's done, the parameters, the manager will outline the memo and outlining what he is comfortable doing, what his thresholds are. But I just don't want to tie him up right now because I don't know what the other cities are doing. Correct. But this gives them the opportunity to look into that.
But look into that with maybe we only want to give 15,000, or maybe we want to give 30, or.
Go, Commissioner Sue, this is your item, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go through as planned, all right? I think we had, Tariq and I had spoken about this. He had prepared a presentation. Let's go through the presentation. It's only like how many slides? 5 slides or something? No, it's very quick. I just want you to understand the magnitude and what Commissioner John was talking about earlier. The impact that we get may not just be like, oh, how much money are we giving and how much money do they want? This is like, it's not that kind of detail. So,
but I don't think that we need that. I think we're ready to move.
Oh, we are. Okay,
Yeah.
then let's move.
So with those caveats, that's what I'm saying. You manager, you heard those caveats. It's a resolution.
Could we come back with numbers after we see more?
Yeah,
we're going to support, but we don't have a number.
He'll come back with a report. What I'm saying, this moves us forward. So
because maybe it should be.
I have a motion.
Second.
Wait, who's the first? Who's initial? Is it Jay? Vice Mayor. Okay, I got the full.
I motion. He second.
Okay, he's a second.
There you go.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Just make sure we have those reports.
Yes, please. Pass you now. Next item, Madam Clerk.
I have resolution number R 2025-71, accepting U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, COPS, hiring program grant award for the purpose of hiring 8 police officers brought by the Chief of Police, pulled from consent to be heard as legislation. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting U.S. Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, COPS, hiring program grant award in the amount of $1 million for the purpose of hiring 8 police officers, authorizing the required local match in the amount of $1,106,608 to be funded from the Police Department personnel budget within the general fund, committing to retain the hired officers for at least 1 year after the conclusion of the grant period, authorizing the interim city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents and providing for an effective date.
I make the motion.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next item.
Wait, hold on. I want to bring. No, I mean.
No, you're right.
To understand why I brought this from the consent agenda.
Please do. Please have
Thank you so much.
point of
1 minute, I promise. Okay. If I remember, DC told me that he had presented this last year. Is that correct?
That is correct. Last year when we accepted the grant sometime last year.
Right. And then what happened?
I'm not 100% sure.
Not 100% sure, meaning like we never got the matching grant for you to go acquire the money, or I mean, how did that? So it was just approved and then like disappeared. Everybody forgot about it?
We accepted the grant last year, either September or October.
Uh-huh.
I was here, it was presented.
Right, you presented
However,
that,
now we need
and
the commission
everybody approved.
just to vote on it to officially accept it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
To officially accept the grant so that we can start using the funds, we just need a vote of yes.
So did you get that vote yes from last year?
I don't recall. I don't remember if it was voted on or if it was a discussion.
They just need us to approve it now.
No,
so they
I
can get it.
understand. What I'm trying to say is like, I think I remember that this was presented before and it's only like now become official almost a year later. So my point is that like, I think we need to expedite some things. And also the reason is because it's over $1 million that we're approving. I don't want to just have it in consent agenda, go by the wayside again. So my intention is, I hope today all my intentions are everywhere. So I want to be clear. Like, I really want to approve this as well. I was going to do that, but what I wanted to be clear on was, first of all, it's $1.1 million. I don't just want it to go through consent agenda. And I don't want it to fall by the wayside either.
That makes sense.
Okay, so I just want to put that for the record so that the new administration understands that, like, we're moving forward with this, and I'm a yes. So thank
So
you.
what are the next steps for us now that you have the approval?
We didn't vote on it yet.
Commissioner.
No, we did. We voted for it. No, it was her appointed personal privilege.
Right.
Oh.
The grant is accepted. The issue, we went through the processes where, any dollars in the amount of 50,000 has to be approved by commission. Given the fact that the grant is over a certain threshold, the resolution was never attached to the packet that needs to go through finance. So finance reached out and say, we need to grab or get a resolution from commission, and this is what we're doing. Any grant that's over, or any matching fund that's over $50,000, of course, has to go through mayor and commission, and that resolution basically will be attached to whatever documentation needs to be, so we can go ahead and move forward. Okay, thank you.
Next item is number 15-2. It's the discussion item. Originally, it was just the discussion item brought by Commissioner Smith. She accepted Commissioner Sue as a co-sponsor, and there is a resolution now associated with it, which you should have received. The resolution is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing opposition to the proposed Miami-Dade County road widening project along Northwest 159th Street, raising concerns related to land use, public safety, environmental impact, and community preservation, urging Miami-Dade County to halt further action on the project until full community input is obtained and impacts are adequately addressed, providing for transmittal and providing for an effective date.
And I second.
Yeah, second it.
To correct it, because we don't want to take away
We know
the
what's going on at the county.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith, I just repeat so I could.
Motion to table.
There is no 5 lanes anymore. There's only 3 lanes, and the way that first paragraph read was that they are going to. We're not in favor of
So,
any
Mayor,
improvement,
you
so.
should still have a vote at this point to pull it.
Yeah.
Defer it, to defer
To
it.
defer it. Yes. Yeah. Mike, the mic.
Whether they, thank you. So whether they decide to reduce it down to 3 or keep it at 2, do you think it would be safer for us to show our opposition so that all the long-term plans and everything else, then we can fully express ourselves? Or do we just say, oh, okay, since they're going to do it, now we don't have to do anything?
We're not saying that, Commissioner Lynn. What we're saying is it needs a lot of correction, and if we bring it back in July corrected, then we can have a unanimous quick vote. It needs so much correction, and it's late at night. That's what we're saying.
To defer?
Defer to the next
To
meeting. Do I have a motion?
I make the motion.
July.
Second by Commissioner Sue. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let,
Commissioner.
When it came to that $500,000, I feel we have no choice but to vote for that money to come out of the general fund. And my understanding is it will be replenished if we can straighten out the ARPA. If we can straighten out, it'll be replenished. But the main thing is we can't hurt 17 people. We cannot.
Mayor.
Thank you.
I'd like to give the new manager his report.
Oh, yeah. No.
Opportunity.
Wait, I will.
You might need another 5-10 minutes.
No. Okay.
You might.
Hang on. Okay. I want
A couple of discussion items.
There's a couple of discussion items, but City Attorney, do you want to?
I have a report I have to give as well, but
So he has to give it.
do you want me to do these other discussion items?
No. City Attorney, go.
Okay,
Go.
just
Please
let
do
me
it.
just, as an attorney's report, I want to really thank, particularly, I think it was Commissioner Florimond and Vice Mayor for bringing up the issue, and I know other people commented on it, about Minnesota. For a lot of us that have, I served as a state rep till recently. For a lot of us, this is very personal, and it's not just a terrible statement about where this country is. It has, as the Vice Mayor pointed out, a direct local consequence to us. And so I'd like to ask, there was a direction from the Vice Mayor to the interim manager to investigate federal funds But I'd like to just ask if the commission would consider broadening that and just ask the administration to come back to the next meeting with a report and a recommendation as to federal funds, but any other funds necessary, because I can say honestly that I care about every one of you that sits up here, and I don't want to see any of you at risk, and we need to take a look after what's happened, after targeted assassinations by somebody posing as a police officer. So I would ask you to consider asking the administration to just come back with some report about what can be done to better improve and upgrade the safety of our elected officials. You take a motion, Mayor?
So
Wait a minute, what are we voting on? You're talking about personally from the city of North Miami Beach to look for money for security?
Didn't say
I'm
that.
asking, that's why I'm asking, what are we voting on?
To ask the administration to come back with a report and recommendation as to what is possible and what can be done to upgrade the safety of our elected officials. Doesn't commit to anything. It just is asking that some report and a recommendation come back that you can consider at your next meeting.
Do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I'll go back to 15.4, sustainability proposal brought by the Chief of Staff.
Considering the time, I'm proposing that we move this to the July meeting for a thorough conversation.
15-4.
Okay, without objection, Mayor, staff?
No objection, Commissioner.
Object. Actually, I do object. I think to the sustainability, you have the slides ready, not all the departments, oh, sorry, excuse me. You have the slideshow already ready, and all the departments have proposed, so I think that it's to preliminary start the ball rolling.
You have 3 minutes.
No, I will.
Motion to dismiss.
Motion to dismiss.
Adjourn.
No. We're deferring this item to the next meeting.
We got a second.
We're deferring it to the second. We have 3 minutes. We're deferring it to the next meeting, as recommended by the assistant city manager. All right. There doesn't need to be a vote for that. It's just being deferred.
Staff is pulling it. They have a right. Mayor, can you get 5 minutes? Because you got to give the manager a chance. We're almost done, but can you do another 5?
Look, here's my no.
The manager's fine.
I want to, because Commissioner, I want to put this particular issue to because she has Commissioner Sue has this telephonic aspect of bringing Zoom into public comment. I'm not for that. And I want to make that clear so we won't have this rolling over.
You have a discussion item then that's brought by Commissioner Sue. The language is distributed that you look at the possibility of increasing public access by allowing Zoom, by having American Sign Language translation, and by looking at other emerging technologies.
If we allow Zoom for the public, then I'm going to be coming to the meetings on Zoom as well.
So
As long as we have a quorum, I think you can come on.
No, I don't think. Look, I don't think there's an appetite for that whatsoever, because we went through that through COVID, and now like there's even at the city of Miami, they had one of the biggest items out there, which I don't want to speak it, no, but they had close to 200 people. They showed up there because that's what they are supposed to do. Now I don't want to.
Mayor, can you have a motion for 5 minutes? It's 12:09 for an additional 5 minutes.
I make the motion.
Just do 5 minutes. I have a motion for 5 minutes.
I make it.
No, it's 5 minutes.
No.
To extend for five additional minutes. I got
That's motion. I made the motion.
And a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. So we're at 12:15. So,
Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask the clerk a question about this. Madam Clerk, if somebody wants to be heard, can they write you an email and you will read it on record?
No, it just be sent to us.
What I'm asking the clerk, if somebody writes you an email that they want to make a comment, can you read it on record?
If I'm directed to, it's up to the board.
If you're directed to do that. So that, if no Zoom, I mean, listen, when I was in Europe, I wanted to be on the meeting, and I was told there were people up here that said I couldn't be on it. I don't know who, because I've asked a few of them.
You could have done it.
All right. That being said, I can get. I don't think the consensus is there. I don't want that. I don't think the consensus for us to have Zoom whatsoever because of the Pandora's
What's the
box.
state say?
I think there's not even backup regarding that. I don't think there's a consensus whatsoever. So on that issue, city manager, this is you have 5 minutes. Please speak. I want to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to serve as your interim city manager. I know the team, we're looking forward to moving the city forward through transparency and making positive differences. I just really wanted to make sure that everybody was aware next week, Thursday, we do have a quasi item.
Yes, we do.
So that's my main reason for wanting to grab the mic, is just to remind everybody next week, Thursday, of the quasi item at 5 p.m.
Yes. Just one item? Just one
item.
That being said, thank you, city manager. That's the city manager. Can we continue the rest of that on next Thursday after the quasi? Continue the what?
Continue the rest of, I haven't talked about my charter review board appointment.
Oh, there's one more item there, Mayor. We got to we took them out of order, but item 15.6, Charter Review Board appointment deadline.
When's the deadline?
There's no
That's
deadline.
on the discussion.
Oh, no,
We could discuss this next Thursday if you.
No. At the end of the day, like I know the election is for the election in 2024, right?
2026.
2026 in the general election, because that's when we usually do all general elections.
Correct.
So we have time. We do. Like, I mean, I want to make it very clear. Commissioner Smith's been here not longer than Commissioner Turner.
She's been here for 15.
But you were here the last time this happened. And I don't think it took some time, but it wasn't that we gave more than a year and some months prior to. Like, I think I think allow us to go through the process. I know we're going to appoint someone.
I already appointed somebody.
Yeah, and like the thing, so I'm gonna.
Am I the only one?
Can you please send out an email requesting everyone to submit appointments? Okay. That's it. I don't want to have a hard and fast deadline on it because. No, we did it for the Centennial.
No, we did it for the charter review too. I sent somebody in.
Okay, so what I'm
I'll
saying,
re-forward it.
just re-forward it so we can move on. Now, what's the next item, City Attorney?
Other than the city manager's report, that was the last discussion item.
What's the quasi item for next week?
Oh no, quasi. She has a question, and this is the last item.
What's the quasi?
Quasi. We're talking about the quasi for next week. What is it? Can you give an update?
So far.
I'm not going to be here for that.
Dixie? Is it the Dixie?
It's a mix. It's a mixed use development 17400.
So wait
Yeah.
a second. How many
Yeah,
people
quasi-
do you need in
quasi-
attendance for that?
Yeah, we need a quorum.
I'm not going to be here either.
We need a quorum, basically.
I will be here. I'll be here.
I won't be.
If
No, I have a doctor.
17400.
well, okay, so like, wait. So here's the thing. Can you please, because before I have to make sure that I'm going to be here because you're right. I forgot. You're right. Can you please send out an initial meeting invite to confirm that to everybody? So for the
You do not want to make the applicant come here, show up, and find no quorum. So you need to ascertain if you have a quorum. If you don't, for whatever reason,
Madam
you
Clerk,
have
can
to
you
notify the
confirm by tomorrow? Yes. Thank you. Now I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Congratulations, Florida Panthers.
Good night.
Go Cats.